Rain slashed against the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Jiang villa, lightning scarring the night sky in white-hot streaks. Jiang Jinci knelt on the marble floor. The back of her school uniform hung in shreds, fresh welts seeping through the torn fabric. Beside her, a jade bangle lay shattered in pieces. The stone caught the light heirloom quality, worth a fortune. You ungrateful brat. Jiang Shuating's voice shook with fury. The Jiang family took you in from some backwater village. We feed you, clothe you, give you the best education money can buy, and this is how you repay us. You break a bangle today and pin it on Wang Xin. Tomorrow you sell out the whole damn family. You want to learn what Jiang family rules mean? I'll teach you if it kills me. The ladder cracked again. Then again. The dull, white slap of it against her flesh echoed off the walls. Jinci didn't scream. She just collapsed forward, barely breathing. Lightning struck somewhere close. The living room lights flickered, went dark for a heartbeat, then blazed back on. Jiang Shuating shook out his wrist, sore from the beating. He stared down at the girl sprawled motionless on the floor. His voice dropped to ice. Quit playing dead. Get up. She didn't move. She looked like a broken doll. Something emptied out. Shen Suan frowned, a thread of worry creeping into her voice. Honey, is Jinci okay? Every kid in this house has been through it. Qingyi, Qingxin, none of them got off easy. What makes her so special? Jiang Shuating snorted. But this time, he'd hit harder than usual. Still she had to go and break that heirloom bangle, of all things. He reached down to yank her up. The second his fingertips brushed her bloody skin. The girl who'd been lying like a corpse moved. Not groggy. Not weak. Fast. Her right hand shot up and locked around his wrist. Xinghao crack Xinghao. Egg. The scream ripped through the living room. Shen Suan and Jiang Wangxin both froze, eyes wide. The girl who'd been crumpled on the floor like something discarded pushed herself up. Slow. Deliberate. The motion tore the wounds on her back open wider. Blood ran freely. She didn't flinch. She tilted her head. Dark hair fell across her face, leaving only one cold eye visible as she swept her gaze across the room like she was seeing these people for the first time. Xinghao, where am I? Xinghao. The memories hit all at once, jagged and foreign. But she pieced them together fast. The man standing in front of her, the one clutching his shattered wrist and howling this body's father. He'd just beaten his own daughter to death. She had already died once, in her own world. Top-tier hunter. Someone who survived environments that killed everyone else, who clawed her way out of mountains of corpses. And now she transmigrated into this poor girl, beaten to death in her own home. Jiang Shuating's face twisted in agony. Jiang Wangxin rushed to his side. Dad! Your hand! His right wrist bent at an angle no wrist should bend. Dark bruises were already blooming beneath the skin. He lifted his head, grinding his teeth against the bony pain, and stared at Jiang Jinci in disbelief. This rebellious girl had actually laid hands on him. But there was no time to deal with her now. The pain screaming through his wrist told him one thing clearly. If he didn't get treatment fast, the hand was done. Take me to the hospital. I'll deal with this brat when I get back. The room emptied in seconds. Jiang Jinci stood alone in the opulent living room, her cold gaze drifting over the expensive finishes. Her memories filled in the blanks. This was supposed to be home. The three who just left were her family in name only. Jiang Wangxin was the adopted daughter. Jinci was the real heiress, brought back from the countryside just 3 years ago. She also had 3 older brothers, all elite, all accomplished. The original Jinci had tried so hard to fit in. But the gap in habits, education, talent, it tripped her up every time. And Jiang Shuating believed in one method of correction, strict discipline. The rod. The whip. For 3 years, the original girl had been his favorite new target. Jinci shook the thoughts loose and headed upstairs, her body moving on autopilot. She pushed open a door. The room was plain by Jiang family standards, almost barren. The only thing that stood out was a mahogany medicine cabinet beside the bed. She walked over and opened it. Fully stocked. Good. She grabbed an alcohol swab and went into the bathroom. The shirt peeled off, heavy with blood. The mirror showed her a bed covered in welts and bruises, some fresh, some layered over older scars. Most people would have passed out from the pain long ago. Jinci studied the damage with a flat, clinical expression. Not even a twitch. The alcohol swab hit the first wound. The steam made her body flinch on pure reflex. She glared at her own reflection. Xinghao useless. Can't even handle this much, Xinghao. She cleaned the wounds, stopped the bleeding, applied ointment efficient and fast, no wasted motion. Just as she finished pulling on a clean shirt, her head snapped toward the door. Xinghao, knock knock knock, Xinghao. Jiang Wangxin's voice drifted through. Sister. Dad wants you downstairs. In the living room, Jiang Shuating sat at the center of the leather sofa, his right arm locked in a cast. His expression was thunderous. Shen Suyan sat to his left. To his right, a tall young man with a cold, unreadable face, Jiang Jinci, the eldest son. The three formed a triangle. A tribunal. Jiang Jinci walked in at an unhurried pace. Before she could stop. Xinghao crash, Xinghao. Jiang Shuating snatched a celadon teacup off the coffee table and hurled it straight at her face. She tilted her head just slightly. The cup missed by an inch and shattered against the wall behind her. Her footsteps didn't skip a beat. She walked straight to a single armchair and sat down. Jiang Jin's dark eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. A flicker of surprise crossed his otherwise blank face. How dare you? Jiang Shuating's roar filled the room. Who told you to sit? Jinci lifted her gaze to meet his. You're all sitting. Why shouldn't I? You insolent, veins bulged in his forehead. No respect, no discipline, I'll kill you myself. Honey, calm down. Shen Suyan grabbed his good arm. The doctor said you can't move that hand. You need rest. She spun toward Jinci, her voice pitching up. Jinci, how dare you talk back? Stand up and apologize to your father. Right now. I didn't do anything wrong. Why would I apologize? Jinci's tone stayed flat. Unbothered. Jiang Wanxin stepped forward, her voice softer, placating. Sister, you can't talk to Dad that way. You broke Mom's heirloom bangle, and you hurt Dad's wrist. You made a mistake. But if you just genuinely apologize, Dad will forgive you. Jinci's lips curved into a faint smile. Cold at the edges. First, I didn't break that bangle. That's not my problem. Second, Mr. Jiang just beat his own daughter to death with his own hands. I only broke one of his wrists. I didn't take his life in return. She tipped her head. Sounds pretty merciful to me. How exactly am I wrong? Silence. Everyone stared at her like she'd grown a second head. This was the girl who never dared speak above a whisper. Who took every beating in terrified silence. Had the whipping broken something in her brain? In the suffocating quiet, Jiang Jinci finally spoke. His voice was low, measured. Jiang Jinci. How did you twist Dad's wrist? Want a demonstration? She shot back. His expression, usually carved from stone, flickered. Just barely. Jinci didn't give them time to regroup. She walked to the coffee table, gathered the fragments of the jade bangle, and began fitting them together on the polished surface. Her fingers stalked over an empty gap in the reassembled circle. She looked up. You all say you saw me break it. So tell me, where's the missing piece? Shen Suyan's face went ashen. She rushed over to examine the spot, then rounded on the servants. Hurry! Check everywhere. Under the rugs now. The servants scrambled, tearing the room apart. Don't bother. Jiang Jinci watched the chaos with cold amusement. You can tear up the floorboards and dig 3 feet down. You'll never find that missing piece. The jade bangle didn't break here. Jiang Shuating's gaze sliced toward Nanny Zhang. Did you actually see her smash it? Nanny Zhang trembled, as darting toward Jiang Wanxin. Enough. Pull the security footage. Jiang Jin's voice cut through the room, flat and impatient. Jiang Wanxin cut in. Brother, after that last hack, Dad shut down all the indoor cameras for privacy reasons. Remember? Jiang Jin gave her a cold look. The whole house was upgraded with the latest encryption 2 days ago. Jiang Wanxin's expression flickered. Jiang Jinci raised a brow. So the cameras had been working all along. No one had bothered to check for the real daughter. And her supposedly indifferent eldest brother. The original Jiang Jinci's death, he wasn't as blameless as he pretended. The tech team pulled up the footage fast. The screen told the whole story. Nanny Zhang sneaking an already shattered jade bangle to the wet bar, then shrieking the instant Jiang Jinci reached for a glass of water. A complete setup. Shen Suyan's carefully maintained face flashed scarlet with fury. You! Nanny Zhang, how dare you frame my daughter? You're fired, effective immediately. And I'm pressing charges. Nanny Zhang crumpled to her knees, then scrabbled toward Jiang Wanxin, grabbing at her feet. Miss, save me. I've served you for years. Shut up. Jiang Wanxin's glare cut her off. This family rewards fairly and punishes fairly. You made your mistake. Now face the consequences. She waved at security. Take her away. Jiang Jinci arched a perfect brow, her voice cool as glass. A servant bold enough to frame her mistress must have gotten pretty comfortable under her master's protection. Fish rod from the head down, after all. The words landed like a slap across Jiang Wanxin's face. And a direct hit to the Jiang family's reputation. Jiang Wanxin opened her mouth to argue. Enough. Jiang Shuating's face hardened, fury still simmering beneath the surface. Wanxin, this is on you. You can't even manage your own maid, and she pulls this. You need to reflect. One day in the timeout room. Color drained from Jiang Wanxin's face. Fear and resentment were in her eyes. Shen Suyan hurried over and sat down beside Jiang Jinci. Immediately, Jiang Jinci's brow pulled tight. She inched away on the sofa, creating a clear distance. Shen Suyan felt the wall of rejection radiating from her own daughter. Her voice came out soft, thick with guilt. Jinci, I was wrong. I blamed you unfairly. Are you hurt? Does your wound still ache? Jiang Jinci's dark eyes settled on her, calm and unreadable. Apologizing now. The Jiang Jinci you hit and screamed at and framed, can you bring her back? A pause. Too late. Jiang Shuating's barely leashed temper ignited. What kind of attitude is that? We raised you for 3 years, we don't owe you anything. Jiang Jinci paused, genuinely considering the question. Then she nodded. Yeah. You do. Silence dropped over the room like a weight. She let her gaze travel slowly across every stunned face and started counting on her fingers. 18 years ago, an earthquake hit the hospital. You ran to save yourselves. Told a random bodyguard to grab me. He grabbed the wrong baby. 3 years ago, mother got sick. Needed a bone marrow transplant. That's when you finally brought me back. But by then, I was too rough, too stupid compared to the polished little masterpiece you spent 18 years shaping. So you tried to cram 18 years of education into 3. Etiquette. Academics. Talent training. You wanted to stretch a day into 48 hours. And what happened? Her dark eyes turned bottomless. Every day, I was either called stupid or beaten. I lived in fear, covered in bruises. Oh, and I got framed by you people. Often. Like today. So yes. You owe me. And it doesn't matter how you do the math, you can never pay it back. Jiang Shuating's face contorted with rage. He'd never imagined Jiang Jinci would dare throw accusations like this in their faces. You ungrateful brat. We gave you 3 years of food, shelter, and education, and this is how you repay us. You bite the hand that feeds you. Everything you eat, everything you wear, every cent you spend, it all comes from this family. If you're so damn capable, walk out that door right now. I'll pretend I never had a daughter like you. Shen Suyan and Jiang Wangxin stood frozen. Even Jiang Qing's brow furrowed. That was harsh. But Jiang Jinci just smiled. It was a thin, cold smile like frost blooming in deep winter. Beautiful, and bone-chilling. Then she stood. Fine by me. Under every disbelieving stare, she turned and walked toward the door. Fine. Perfect. A little girl who hasn't even finished high school thinks she can make it on her own. Once you walk out that door, don't even think about coming back. The Jiang family won't give you a single cent. Let's see how you survive. Jiang Jinci's steps didn't slow. Her back was straight as a blade. She disappeared into the heavy rain and darkness beyond the door. Jiang Wangxin could barely believe it. The little country bumpkin had actually walked out. How convenient. After 3 years of grinding her down, she finally learned her place. So what if she carried the real bloodline? She was stupid. Crude. A disgrace who'd never fit into high society. Let her rot back in whatever backwater village she crawled out of. Jiang Jinci snatched the long umbrella from the stand by the front door and stepped out. Streetlights blurred through the downpour. She walked aimlessly along the tree-lined road until the villa district's silence gave way to the hum of the city. Traffic murmured. Voices filtered through the rain, a living, breathing world. Nothing like the dead stillness she just left behind. Everything here felt ordered. Alive. Interesting. Then a wave of cumin and chili hit her charred meat, smoke, sizzling fat. Her nose led her straight into a brightly lit barbecue joint. A waiter rushed over, apologetic. Sorry, miss, we're booked for a private party tonight. No outside guests. Jiang Jinci scanned the room. Empty, except for 2 men at a table, mountains of skewers piled in front of them. Her mouth watered. She walked straight over, pulled out a chair, and sat down across from them. The waiter's jaw dropped. She looked up at him, voice flat. There's an open seat, isn't there? Without waiting for an answer, she grabbed a lamb skewer and took a huge bite. The waiter's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Did this girl have any idea who she just sat down across from? Those 2 men, neither one of them was someone you ever wanted to cross. Jinji leaned back, watching the girl across the table demolish skewers like it was her last meal on earth. Her cheeks bulged, chipmunk-style, chewing at a speed that was honestly a little terrifying. A mountain of empty sticks piled higher in front of her every 30 seconds. She ate like someone who'd been locked in a basement for a year and just escaped. Beside him, Shen Su's eye twitched. His hand drifted to the small of his back, fingers brushing cold metal before he caught himself. What the hell? For a second he thought an assassin had waltzed in and plopped herself down right across from Boss Jean. But no. This was just some feral girl who'd crawled out of a famine zone. He didn't relax. Hey! That's our table. Jiang Jinci looked up, a lamb skewer halfway to her mouth. Her eyes were startlingly clear, black and white, sharp as cut glass, with a purity that almost made him flinch. I know. Shen Su choked. You xing hao no xing hao and you're still eating. With that attitude. At that pace. Jiang Jinci bit into a grilled kidney skewer and said slowly, the food's here. Isn't that the point? She paused, then added, I'll split the bill. In this world you didn't have to fight to the death over scraps or trade precious rations. You just needed money. Eating with strangers and splitting the cost. She liked that rule. A lot. Shensu was completely unmoored. His mouth opened and closed. Hold on, where'd you even come from? Split the bill with Xinghao as Xinghao. You got some serious nerve. Jiang Jinci blinked. Her clear eyes clouded with genuine confusion, like he'd just asked the world's dumbest question. We're all just people. Splitting the bill not an option. She looked them over and something seemed to click. She shook her head pityingly. Forget it. This one's on me. Shensu. He was going to cough up blood. Purr. Xinghao de Xinghao were purr. If he told her boss Jin's net worth right now, her eyeballs would hit the table. Shensu was about to launch himself up and argue when Jinjibai raised a hand, stopping him cold. The man's voice cut through, low and pleasant. Let her eat. Jiang Jinci immediately nodded in Jinjibai's direction with unmistakable approval. You're not bad. Shensu nearly had a stroke. His boss moody, ruthless, the man who made the whole capital shake had just been graded a casual not bad by a stray girl with meat juice on her chin. He couldn't. Then Jiang Jinci's ears twitched. The sizzle of grilling meat dropped out of her awareness like a flip switch. She whipped her head around, gaze locking on the waiter approaching with a tray. His steps were steady. His eyes were not. Every predator instinct carved into her bones screamed one word, Xinghao danger, Xinghao. Something under that tray. Before the fog finished forming, she moved. Her wrist flicked, and a clean knot lamb skewer shot through the air like a dart. Xinghao whack Xinghao. The bamboo stick buried itself deep in the back of the waiter's hand, the same hand reaching under the tray. Oh! The tray tipped. A black pistol clattered to the floor. The guy was fast, bending to grab it with his other hand. Jiang Jinci's eyes went cold. She grabbed another skewer. Another whip of air. The second stick pinned his other hand to the floor, hard enough it nearly nailed straight through the wood. Oh! The scream turned shrill. In the same breath, Jiang Jinci floated backward over her chair and landed in a crutch, snatching up the fallen gun. At the same moment, Xinghao bang, Xinghao. The kitchen door burst open. Several dark figures rushed out and slammed the screaming waiter to the ground. But he glared at Jiang Jinci, eyes blazing venom and disbelief. Damn it! You little bitch. You ruined the job. Seconds. It had all taken seconds. Jinjibai watched every fluid, vicious move the girl made. A flicker of surprise crossed his lazy eyes. Then he raised an eyebrow, genuinely interested. TCH, the little wildcat had claws. Whoa! Xinghao damn, Xinghao, two sticks took down a hitman. Shensu's jaw hung open. He snapped at the bodyguards. Get him out of here. Work him till he talks. Whoever sent him has a death wish. The bodyguards dragged the waiter away. Shensu leaned in, lowering his voice. Boss Jin, that girl's off. Too good. No background. Want me to? He made a grabbing gesture. Xinghao click Xinghao. The gun Jiang Jinci had been toying with swung around. The black muzzle aimed dead between Shensu's eyes. She tilted her head, her clear eyes still flat as a frozen pound. But her voice came out bone-chilling. You want to die? Shensu froze. Cold sweat broke out instantly. His hand grabbed for the holster behind his back. Jiang Jinci's eyes narrowed, and a faint, dangerous smile curled her lips. Let's see if you draw that before I paint the wall with your skull. Shensu's scalp prickled. Did this girl have X-ray vision? She knew. About the gun behind his back. The reaction speed. The ruthlessness. She wasn't normal. Just as the standoff hit its breaking point, Jinjibai spoke, lazy and unhurried, his voice low and magnetic. Little thing, this round's on me. He snapped his fingers. Menu. The waiter, already weak-kneed with fear, scrambled over and handed Jinjibai the menu with trembling hands. Jiang Jinci's gaze snapped to the glossy photos of grilled meat. The split second her focus shifted. Jinjibai's fingers flicked, casual as anything. A sleek silver lighter shot through the air and struck Jiang Jinci's gun hand square on the wrist. A numbing jolt shot up her arm. She couldn't react fast enough. Her wrist went slack, and the pistol dropped. Shensu snatched it out of the air. He let out a shaky breath, then his face split into a smug grin and he shot Jiang Jinci a taunting look. She didn't spare him a glance. Her eyes, usually still water sharpened with real wariness, and locked onto Jinjibai. Before Shensu could even track the motion, the lighter was gone. He stared at the empty table, then scrambled to recover it from Jiang Jinci's hand, wiping it off like it mattered before offering it back with both hands. Boss Jin. A soft click. A flame flickered to life. Jinjibai took a slow, unhurried drag and let out a pale ribbon of smoke. Through the haze, his amber eyes looked lazy, half-lidded, relaxed but with just enough wicked amusement to keep things interesting. Shansu braced himself. He was sure Jiang Jinci was about to blow. Call them scammers. Lowlives. Something. She didn't. Jiang Jinci studied Jinjibai with sharp, cautious eyes for a solid few seconds. Once she decided he wasn't an immediate threat, her gaze dropped to the cigarette between his fingers. She watched him pull in a lungful of smoke, his expression twisting into something that looked like pure pleasure. She tilted her head. For the first time since she shone up, something flickered across that blank little face of hers. Curiosity, maybe. Her voice came out clear as a bell, dead serious. What are you eating? A bit of silence. Is it any good? Jinjibai choked. A man who'd seen everything, and this kid had just blindsided him with a completely straight face. He doubled over, coughing. Only Jiang Jinci understood why she asked. In her world, surviving was all that mattered. Food was scarce. Training and missions took up everything else. She'd never seen anyone waste time on something as pointless as a cigarette. She was simply observing a biological act. The man was consuming something, so she asked what it was. Still, she had to admit the way he smoked was weirdly mesmerizing. Jinjibai stopped out the cigarette and looked her over, clearly entertained. This. Gotta be an adult to have it. He arched an eyebrow. You an adult yet? Jiang Jinci shook her head with complete seriousness. Not yet. But in a week, I'll qualify. In a week, this body would turn 18. The corner of Jinjibai's mouth twitched like he was fighting a grin. He leaned forward slightly, eyes glinting. What's your name, little one? Jiang Jinci. She shot the question right back. And you? Jinjibai tapped his fingers against the table, slipping back into that careless, lazy posture he wore like a second skin. Just call me Boss Jin. Jiang Jinci's brow creased, barely a flicker. That's weird. She stared at his face, way too young and way too good-looking to pull off a title like that. Her clear eyes held nothing but genuine confusion. You're not old. Why would I call you boss? Shinsu had been mid-sweet from a beer bottle. He sputtered and sprayed it everywhere. He stared at Jiang Jinci like she crawled out of a UFO. Holy crap, are you, like, mentally disabled or something? Jiang Jinci turned to him, completely unbothered. No. I'm very smart. Jinjibai and Shinsu exchanged a look. Having decided these two weren't a threat for now, Jiang Jinci shifted her attention back to the menu. She ordered more grilled meat. A lot more. Then she dove back in, eating at a pace that was almost alarming. But she wasn't messy about it. There was something focused about the way she moved, like every bite had a purpose. When she cleared every last plate, she grabbed a napkin, wiped her mouth, and looked up at Jinjibai, who'd been watching her the entire time with open amusement. You're generous, she said, as if bestowing a title. I'll remember you. Shinsu's eye twitched. That tone. That casual, almost arrogant delivery, like she was doing him a favor. That was Boss Jin's signature move. And this slip of a girl had just stolen it right out from under him. Jiang Jinci stood up without another word, turned on her heel, and walked out. Jinjibai's gaze drifted to the mountain of empty plates on the table. That tiny frame had put away enough food for 5 grown men, and her stomach was still flat. He had no idea where it all went. He rubbed his fingertips together, something calculating passing through his eyes. Look into her, he said to Shinsu. Shinsu nodded fast. Jinjibai paused a bit, then added, and have someone follow her. From a distance. She's badly injured. Huh? Shinsu blinked. She's hurt. He replayed the night in his head. The girl had moved fast. Her presence was intense. Besides being a little pale, nothing about her screamed injured. How had Boss Jin spotted it? The meal had helped. Jiang Jinci could feel her body stabilizing, but this shell was still too fragile. Covered in wounds, she needed somewhere to recover. The rain hadn't let up. She was taking her time strolling through the food street under an umbrella when a frantic voice cut through the downpour. Shall see I? She turned. Through the curtain of rain, a young man was running toward her, urgency written all over his face. She sifted through the fragments of memory in her mind. Lin Yanqing. Her foster parents' son. Her cheap, no real relation brother. According to what she could piece together, he'd actually been good to the original owner once. But 3 years ago, when the original owner had chosen to go back to the Jiang family, she'd severed every tie with her foster family cleanly and without looking back. 幸好 idiot, 幸好 Jiang Jinci thought. Lin Yanqing stopped a few steps away, rain plastering his hair to his forehead, his chest heaving. The panic in his eyes vanished almost instantly, replaced by deliberate irritation. What are you doing out here alone in this weather? His voice was rough, almost a scolding. Jiang Jinci met his gaze evenly. You're out here too. Lin Yanqing's jaw tightened. I'm a guy. That's different. He let out a scoff, scanning her from head to toe. What? Can't cut it with the Jiang family. They finally kick you out. He meant it as a jab. A petty dig. But Jiang Jinci just nodded, her tone flat and unbothered. I wanted to leave anyway. Let's call it mutual. Lin Yanqing's eyes went wide, and then fury flooded his expression. I knew it. Those Jiang bastards are all trash. A shout cut through the rain from nearby. Lin Yanqing. Customers waiting. Get your ass over here. A flash of embarrassment crept up Lin Yanqing's neck. 3 years ago, their family had run a decent factory back in the countryside. Not rich, but comfortable. Then Jiang Jinci had been taken away, and the factory's profits had tanked for no clear reason. Last month, they'd gone bankrupt, buried in debt. His father's hair had gone gray from the stress. Lin Yanqing had ended up here, hustling odd jobs just to pay things off. He opened his mouth, trying to explain. But Jiang Jinci was already looking away. You're busy, she said, voice unchanged. I won't hold you up. She turned to go. Wait. Lin Yanqing sprinted around to block her path, arms out wide. Rain poured down his soaked shirt, outlining a lean but solid frame. His brows were knitted tight, his voice strained. You can't go back to the Jiang family. So where the hell are you gonna go? Where to? Jiang Jinci didn't have an answer. The world stretched out impossibly huge, and right now she couldn't think of a single place to go. Lin Yanqing saw the blank look on her face and something twisted in his chest. Wait here. Before she could react, he spun around and ran back into the blaze of light at the food stall. Boss, family emergency. I'll be back tomorrow night. He tore off his greasy apron, crumpled it, tossed it onto the counter, and stormed back out. The rain was coming down harder. He stood in front of her, soaked through, strands of wet hair plastered to his forehead, all mess and stubborn pride. Catching his breath, he forced a grin that tried hard for a smug and landed somewhere awkward. 3 years. Not one word. You cut us off the second the Jiang family snapped their fingers, and now you've got nowhere to go. The words came out harsh, but something flickered behind his eyes. Honestly, that kind of makes my day. I want mom and dad to see you like this, astray with nowhere to go. Come on. Follow me home. Jiang Jinci studied him in silence. He said he was happy, but underneath all that anger and bluster, there was something else. Concern. Worry. What a strange guy. Still, she was out of options and she needed a place to crash. Fine. Lin Yanqing blinked, clearly not expecting her to agree that easily. Jiang Jinci glanced at his dripping figure and added, but I'm not sharing my umbrella with you. It took a second to land. Then he realized he'd just been standing in the rain like an idiot. He'd flooded up his neck, all the way to his ears. He stiffened his shoulders, jamming his chin up in defiance. Who wants your crappy umbrella? I don't do umbrellas. I like getting wet. Got a problem with that? Jiang Jinci shrugged, face blank. Fine by her. Without another word, she held her umbrella steady and followed him out of the food street, turning into a narrow alley. The alley swallowed them whole. Deep, cramped, it cut off all the noise and light from the street behind them. Just as they reached the entrance of an old apartment building, Jiang Jinci's ears twitched, almost imperceptibly. Behind her muffled footsteps, suppressed breathing. Tails. She shifted half a step behind Lin Yanqing. Then, in one fluid motion, she crouched, pinched 2 tiny pebbles between her fingers, and flicked her wrist. 星号 SHHK 星号. The stones shot backward with surgical precision. MMPH. Ugh. 2 stifled grunts came from the shadows. The crawling sensation of being watched vanished. Jiang Jinci straightened up like nothing had happened and walked through the door after Lin Yanqing. 星号. Back at the barbecue restaurant, 2 bodyguards stumbled in, both clutching their heads. Blood seeped between their fingers. Sorry, Boss Jin. That young lady is too sharp. We barely got into the alley before she made us. Jinji Bai raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his deep-set eyes. His men were elite, handpicked from special operations trained in surveillance and counter-surveillance. And a slip of a girl had not only detected them, but wounded them. Interesting. Where is she now? His voice betrayed nothing. The bodyguard answered fast. After she left here, she ran into a young man at the intersection. The rain was heavy so we couldn't read their lips. But she followed him into Chinton Lane. Looked like she was heading to his place. Beside him, Shen Su frowned. She went home with some random guy. I thought she was Miss Untouchable, all ice and steel. Turns out she's not that hard to pick up after all. He let out a short laugh. Boss Jin, looks like we both had the wrong rat on her. Jin Jibai said nothing. His long fingers tapped idly against the tabletop. Those narrow, striking amber eyes churned with something dark, unreadable. Shen Su sighed and leaned forward. I figured with her skills and that ruthless streak, she might at least make the short list. But now. Cross her off. We'll find someone better suited for the position. No need. Jinji's voice was low, carrying an edge of absolute certainty. Keep watching her. Shansu's head snapped up. Boss Jin. A faint, ambiguous smile tugged at Jinji's lips. His gaze sharpened, hawk-like. That girl has killer instinct and quick reflexes, but she's still a blank slate. He paused, his tone slipping into something only he understood. And a blank slate is the easiest to mold, don't you think? 星号星号星号. Jiang Jinci had no idea she was still being watched. She followed Lin Yanqing up the stairs of the shabby apartment building, stopping on the 6th floor. The door opened onto a cramped living room. Tiny, but surprisingly clean, every surface worn yet tended, a place that someone still fought to keep alive. A small figure burst out of the bedroom, full of restless energy. Brother! You're home early. The kid skidded to a halt the second he spotted the figure behind Lin Yanqing. His eyes went wide. He stared at Jiang Jinci, rubbed his eyes with his little hands, as if making sure he wasn't dreaming. Sister! You're back! A bright, startled yelp, then he flung out his tiny arms and charged toward her. Jiang Jinci raised her umbrella instantly, flattening it across her chest, the handle extending out to block him. The pressure was feather-light, but the message was clear. Lin Xinyi. Lin Yanqing's younger brother. From her memories, this little guy had been no more than 4 when the original owner left the Lin family, barely able to string a sentence together, always toddling after her like a sticky shadow, babbling sis. She had never paid him much attention. In fact, the original owner had never been kind to this half-pint little brother at all. But 3 years later, the kid was still this excited to see her. Not a trace of resentment. Lin Xinyi looked at the cold umbrella handle. The light in his face dimmed, his eyes reddening on the spot. He stumbled backward several steps, little hands twisting nervously, head dropping. I won't get close, okay? Please don't be mad. Lin Yanqing watched the scene and let out a sharp, humorless laugh. Guess Miss Zhang's gotten used to the high life. This dump must be beneath you, right? His voice dropped, edged with a dare. If you don't like it, then leave. Jiang Jinci gave Lin Yanqing an odd look. You're the one who insisted I come back. Now you're telling me to leave. Lin Yanqing opened his mouth, then shut it without a word. He turned, poured a glass of hot water, and set it down hard on the coffee table. Without even a glance her way, he said, his voice gruff and stiff, then leave. But before you go, drink this water. Don't catch a cold and blame our family. Lin Xinyi watched her with anxious eyes, terrified his sister would actually walk out. Jiang Jinci took in their expressions, the awkward, tense set of their bodies. The Lin brothers. Interesting. She set her umbrella by the door and moved toward the couch. Since neither of you wants me to go, I'll stay. Lin Xinyi's face lit up instantly. He raised a little fist and cheered, yes. Sister's staying. Lin Yanqing said nothing. He just turned and headed for his room. Jiang Jinci sank onto the couch, not bothering to sit properly. Still too nervous to get close, his sister felt cold, maybe a little terrifying. Lin Xinyi dragged a small stool over and sat opposite her. A moment later, Lin Yanqing came out in fresh clothes and went into the kitchen. Lin Xinyi's eyes darted. He flicked on the TV. Sister, watch TV. I'm going to help brother. In the kitchen, Lin Xinyi picked at vegetables and whispered, brother, I think sister suddenly got scary. I'm kind of afraid of her. Lin Yanqing glanced toward the living room and lowered his voice. She's in a bad mood. Don't poke at it. He paused, then added, go clean out your room for your sister. Bed sheets and everything use the set mom washed. Lin Xinyi's grin grew even wider. If sister was staying here, then she really wasn't leaving. He dashed off to clean his room. For a little kid, he moved fast. The moment he finished, Jiang Jinci pushed the door open and walked in. Lin Xinyi flinched, his neck shrinking. Sister, you looking for the bathroom? It's outside. Jiang Jinci gave him a flat look. I'm tired. Going to sleep. She scanned the room, then her eyes landed on him. Out. Close the door. And don't disturb me while I'm sleeping. The kid immediately pressed himself against the wall and shuffled out in tiny steps like a startled rabbit. The second he cleared the door, he bolted so fast he forgot to close it. Then he scrambled back, grabbed the handle, and yanked it shut with a loud 星号半星号. Jiang Jinci just stared at the closed door. An hour later, the rest of the Lin family trickled in. Xing is so quiet tonight. Already asleep. Su Hui sounded puzzled. He's never this well behaved. Lin Ziyuan kicked off his shoes absent-mindedly. Lin Xinyi popped his head up from the small couch. Mom, Dad, sister's back. She's sleeping in my room. Tonight I'll crash on the couch with brother. Which sister? Su Hui asked automatically, then it clicked. Shao Xi. Lin Ziyuan froze, one shoe half off. When did she get back? Su Hui's voice dropped to a whisper, thick with disbelief and joy. Lin Yanqing stood and walked over, his face dark. She just got here. The Jiang family bullied her. Threw her out. He looked straight at his parents. Don't bring it up tomorrow morning when she wakes up. Pretend you know nothing. Su Hui's eyes filled with tears. She wiped them with the back of her hand. That child, she must have suffered so much in that house. Lin Yanqing looked silently at the closed bedroom door. He turned, went into the kitchen, wrapped the braised pork and steamed fish he'd just made in plastic wrap, and put them back in the fridge. Then he boiled noodles. The four of them ate a simple dinner. The next morning, Jiang Jinci didn't wait until 10. If she hadn't felt hungry after using the bathroom, she could have slept even longer. This body was too weak. Sleep was the only thing restoring her energy. The living room was quiet when she walked out. Only Su Hui was in the kitchen, bustling over food. At the sound of footsteps, Su Hui turned with a warm smile. Xiaoxi, you're awake. You must be hungry. Come, the food's all ready. Jiang Jinci glanced around but didn't see anyone else. She walked to the table and sat down. Where is everyone? Su Hui set the dishes out as she answered. Your brother went to look for a job. Xin is at school. Your father, she hesitated. He went to deliver food for an app. Jiang Jinci raised an eyebrow. From what she remembered, the Lin family had been comfortable. Stable. Not the kind where her father had to brave the weather for takeout deliveries and her brother, barely out of college, was already scrambling for work. A lot had happened to this family in 3 years. Xiaoxi, eat. Don't starve yourself. Your brother made all of this your favorites. Jiang Jinci's face stayed blank. She picked up the chopsticks, lifted the bowl of rice, and ate fast but neat. Su Hui's mouth opened to tell her to slow down, but the words died. In less than 30 seconds, the bowl was clean. Not a grain left. Su Hui hurried to fill a second bowl. A wave of sorrow burned in her nose, and her eyes turned red. What kind of life had that girl been living in the Jiang family? Starving like this. She piled Jiang Jinci's bowl high. Eat slowly, Xiaoxi. Don't choke. There's plenty of food. Plenty of meat too. Jiang Jinci paused mid-bite. She looked up, her clear eyes meeting the tearful woman across the table. She swallowed and said, I know I'm eating a lot. Don't worry too much. Once I'm back on my feet, I'll pay you back for the food. She thought for a second. 3 times the market rate. Is that fair? She was broke right now. This was just a verbal promise. The triple markup was interest and compensation. A perfectly reasonable arrangement. Su Hui stared at her, completely dumbfounded. Food money. 3 times. What was she even talking about? She wanted to say, Xinghao child, I don't care about the money, I care about you, Xinghao. She wanted to ask, Xinghao, did they even let you eat in that house? Were they cruel? Did they hurt you so badly that you price out kindness now, Xinghao? But the words caught in her throat. She remembered her eldest son's heavy warning the night before. All the questions, all the heartache, she swallowed them in a silent sigh. Full and satisfied, Jiang Jinci went back to the bedroom. Only Su Hui was left in the living room. She stared at that closed door for a long, long time. For the next few days, Jiang Jinci did nothing but eat and sleep. She also learned a lot from the tablet how this world actually worked. It was nothing like her old one. No law of the jungle. No power above all. The original owner's memories were hazy on the details. She only had a vague sense that you couldn't just take someone's life here. That was the only reason Jiang Jinci had pulled her punches multiple times. A single lethal strike was easy. She'd chosen harmless wounds instead. Now, staring at the legal articles on the screen, something rare flickered in her cold eyes. Interest. Outside the bedroom, hushed voices started up again. Is Xiaoxi still asleep? She hasn't been to school in days, has she? That was her foster father, Lin Ziyuan. Su Hui, her foster mother, sighed softly. She's hurting inside. Just let her rest a little longer. Lin Ziyuan's worry bled through. She's got the college entrance exam this year. If she just keeps lying around, how's she supposed to get into a good school? What kind of future is that? Lin Yanqing's school was cut in. Dad, what's so great about a good school? I went to one. Now I'm sending out resumes and no one's biting. Hey, you little punk, that's different. You're tough. You can handle hard labor. Xiaoxi's a girl. A good education is her way out. Su Hui jumped in. Alright. Both of you, enough. Lin Ziyuan shifted gears and aimed his orders at the youngest. Xiaoyi. You go. Get your sister out here. Tell her she has to go to school tomorrow. No more lying around. Even if the Jiang family won't support her, we'll sell everything we own if we have to. The usually quiet Lin Xinyi shook his head like a bobblehead. No way. Dad, you go. Lin Ziyuan. Little coward. Fine. I'll do it. He stood up like a man marching to his execution. then took exactly one step. Pulled out his phone, glanced at it, swerved, grabbed the delivery uniform by the door, and started pulling it on while talking toward the bedrooms. The platform just sent an urgent order. I've gotta go. You guys remind her if she keeps smoking and misses the exam, she'll have to repeat the year. Don't forget. Su Hui, Lin Yanqing, Lin Xin. Xinghao creak Xinghao. The bedroom door slid open. 3 heads turned in unison. Jiang Jinci stood in the doorway, expression blank. 3 days of rest had brought some color back to her face, but her eyes stayed as cool and still as a frozen lake. Su Hui blinked, then brightened. Shao Xi, you're up. How are you feeling? Jiang Jinci hummed flatly. I'm fine. I can go to school today. Yay. Big sister's going to school. Lin Xinyi bounced on the spot, then scurried over with her uniform and a new backpack. Look, sis. Big brother already got your uniform and bag ready. Jiang Jinci looked over at Lin Yanqing. He didn't look back. He just finished his fried dough stick, stood up, grabbed his black messenger bag off the chair, and slung it over his shoulder. I'm done. Heading out. Didn't spare her a single glance. Jiang Jinci. Big sister, don't be mad. Brother really cares. He just doesn't know how to say it. The little guy grinned up at her. Su Hui set a bowl of plain congee at an empty seat. Shao Xi, come eat. Your brother's been hitting dead ends with the job hunt. He sent out a ton of resumes and got nothing back. He's in a fall mood, so he's a little rough around the edges. Don't take it personally. Jiang Jinci walked over and sat down. The congee was thick, the rice grains fully bloomed, a faint, clean fragrance rising off it. She picked up the spoon but didn't move. Fragments of memory surfaced the original owners. 3 years ago, when the original owner was found by her biological parents, she'd been dead set on returning to the wealthy Jiang family. To prove she was severing all ties with her poor past, she'd used the cruelest words, taken the most ruthless stance, cutting herself off from the Lin family who had raised her for 15 years. Even now, listening as an outsider, Jiang Jinci found those words painfully harsh. A textbook ungrateful brat. So she looked up and asked Su Hui, is he angry because I insisted on cutting contact 3 years ago? To go back to the Jiangs? Su Hui froze. Pain flickered across her face. Silly girl, what are you saying? How could your brother blame you? We never blamed you either. Jiang Jinci stared at her. A bit. Too. Su Hui's eyes were sincere, gentle, nothing in them but heartache and warmth. No resentment. No grudge. As if the daughter who had ripped their hearts out 3 years ago had done nothing worse than a minor slight. Jiang Jinci's brow furrowed, almost imperceptibly. Strange. Very strange. This didn't align with human nature. Sister. Sister. Eat. Lin Xinyi was practically vibrating, watching her spoon hover in midair. Your school is super far. 6 bus stops. If you're late, the teacher makes you stand in front of everyone. It's so embarrassing. Jiang Jinci snapped back to the present. Fine. The things she couldn't figure out right now, she'd set them aside. She finished the congee in quick, efficient swallows. As she was heading out, Su Hui called her back. She folded a few bills and tucked them into Jiang Jinci's uniform pocket. Things are tighter now. I can't give you much, but take this. Pocket money. It's getting hot out. Buy yourself something cold, a soda or whatever. Don't go without. Jiang Jinci glanced down at her pocket. Before she could speak. Mom. Mom. I want some too. I want the big cream popsicle from the grandpa at the school gate. Lin Xinyi held out his chubby little palms, face tilted up, eyes sparkling. Su Hui pretended to frown and tapped his forehead. Eat, eat, eat. That's all you think about. She fished a single coin from her apron pocket and smacked it into his hand. Here. 1 yuan. Spend it wisely. No junk food. Lin Xinyi's face scrunched up into a pot. Humph. Mom's so biased. Don't think I didn't see you gave big sister at least 2 red bills. Su Hui's cheeks flushed. She shot him a scolding look. You little troublemaker. Your sister goes to an elite school. She needs the extra cash. You can get 2 ice pops at the school shop with that 1 yuan. That's plenty. Humph. Still biased. Lin Xinyi stuck out his tongue, made a face, then spun around and pattered down the stairs. Jiang Jinci watched the mother and son, and that strange feeling crept back in. Especially when she compared it to her memory how the original owner had shredded their hearts with those cruel words. This near unconditional acceptance felt jarring. She suppressed the flicker of unease. Her voice stayed flat. Unreadable. Consider this alone. When I earn my own money, I'll pay you back 3 times over. She turned, picked up her backpack, and walked downstairs. Su Hui watched that slender, straight back disappear and finally let out a helpless sigh. After days of relentless rain, it finally cleared. The air hung thick with that damp, electric clean scent that only comes after a storm. On Chinton Lane, ivy climbed the walls in dense green curtains, every leaf scrubbed spotless by the downpour. Jiang Jinci drew a slow breath, letting the cool, plant-soaked air fill her lungs. It sharpened her focus. She loved this feeling. Lin Xinyi bounced ahead of her, his little backpack jostling, his voice bright as a sparrow on a fence. Big sis. Bus stops right past the alley. $2 and you can ride forever. 6 stops and you're practically at your school. So easy. My school's just a little before that stop. I'll wait for you after class and we'll head home together. Jiang Jinci listened, mostly silent, offering the occasional Then, a black can rolled slowly down the street. The storm had left deep puddles pulled along the curbs, and the SUV crawled forward, cautious. In the driver's seat, Shensu gripped the wheel, his gaze drifting. He spotted a figure up ahead. Spine straight. That fierce, sharp-edged girl from the barbecue restaurant a few nights ago. No mistaking her. Shensu twisted toward the back seat. Boss Jin, that's the girl from the barbecue spot. Looks like she's headed to school. In the back, the man lounged low against the ladder, legs crossed, head tipped ever so slightly. A few strands of dark hair fell across his brow, making his amber eyes look even more hooded and dangerous. At Shensu's words, Jinjibai lifted his eyelids. Lazy. Indifferent. The pose was careless. It still dripped arrogant mischief. He caught sight of the slender figure ahead, and a cold smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. Speed up. Hit the puddle. Shensu froze. He'd been about to slow down. Splashing pedestrians was a dick move, plain and simple. But Boss Jin gave the order, and whatever conscience Shensu had left got shoved aside by pure impulse. Got it. When Boss Jin said go, you went. The can lunged forward, tires aimed straight for the curbside puddle. The second the wheels were about to hit water and send up a filthy wave, Jiang Jinci's instincts screamed. She felt the malice from behind, to the side, before she even heard it. No time to look. Her body moved before her brain caught up. She threw herself against the wall. At the same time, she yanked Lin Xinyi with her. Whoosh! The black Cayenne sliced through the puddle like a howl through surf. Even with her lightning reflex, cold, gritty water soaked the hem of her pants. Lin Xinyi, pulled a half beat slower, wasn't so lucky. Oh! The kid got drenched head to toe. He screeched, hopping furiously on the spot. Who's the jerk driving that thing? Jiang Jinci lifted her gaze to the black Cayenne, now several yards ahead. A cold fury detonated behind her eyes. Without thinking, she bent low. Her right hand closed around a brick with a jagged edge, ripped from the broken border of a floor bed. In the next breath, she drew back her arm, engaged her core, and channeled every ounce of strength through that shoulder. She hurled it at the Cayenne's rear window. Crash! The reinforced glass shattered on impact. A ragged hole gaped in the back of the car. It all happened in a blink. Lin Xinyi's scream died in his throat, his mouth hanging open as he stared at the busted rear window, one small finger pointing. Screech! The black Cayenne skidded to a dead stop at the curb, tires nearly sparking. Jinjibai turned his head, slow. His gaze settled on the passenger side. The filthy brick sat viciously lodged in the smashed window. Its sharp edge had stopped less than 2 inches from his skull. Jinjibai's amber eyes narrowed. A rare flicker of genuine surprise crossed his face. The aim. The power. To shatter specially reinforced glass with a chunk of brick. Boss Jin. You okay? Shensu finally found his voice, whipping around, his own voice cracking. Holy shit, that girl is certifiable. Everyone said Boss Jin was ruthless, unpredictable, a top-shelf psycho. Shensu had been at his side for years, through fire and blood, and he'd never seen anything like this. A little muddy water, and she grabs a brick and smashes a 7-figure car in broad daylight. That was the real crazy. Fierce. Wild. Unhinged. And the supposed lunatic herself. Jiang Jinci was already striding toward the Cayenne. She wasn't moving fast. But the aura rolling off her was that sentence terrifying, like the Reaper herself coming to collect. Shensu caught her in the rearview mirror and his heart lurched. Then his own temper flared. He shoved his sleeves up, cursing. She wrecks the car and now she's coming for more. I'll go deal with. Go. Jinjibai cut him off. He had already pulled the brick free. His knobby fingers gripped one rough corner, testing its weight, thumb dragging across the mud and grit along its edge. Shensu blinked. Huh? Then he understood. Right. Yeah. They needed to get back to the old mansion and see the old man. No time to waste on some street punk. The Cayenne accelerated away, wind howling through the gaping hole in the rear glass. It annoyed Jinjibai. So he did the only thing that made sense. He picked up the brick that had nearly split his head open and jammed it right back into the hole. Shensu said nothing. That little thing. What did you find? Jinjibai's voice dropped, cold. Shensu was already dialing. The report came back fast. Boss Jin, got it. Miss Jiang Jinci is the youngest daughter of the capital's Jiang family, but she was only brought back 3 years ago. 3 days ago, someone accused her of breaking a family heirloom jade bangle. She refused to take the blame, broke her father Jiang Shuating's wrist on the spot, and got thrown out. She's back at her foster parents' home now. The young man who picked her up from the food street the other night. That's her foster brother, Lin Yanqing. She's a senior at Daijing Noble School. Report done. Jinji Bai raised an eyebrow, lazy. Oh. So some random guy didn't scoop her up. Shensu kept his mouth shut. In the next breath, Jinji Bai's voice sliced cold through the car, pressure slamming down. Days to dig up basic intel on one person, and you report just now. Everyone reports to the punishment hall. He wasn't done. His foot kicked the back of the passenger seat. You too. You didn't know, but you ran your mouth. Vacation this month cancelled. Wait, what? Shensu let out a miserable wail. Boss Jin, I'm sorry. I screwed up. It was just a wild guess. You can't punish me just because you made the same mistake. He only screamed that inside his own head. Jinji Bai ignored Shensu. His gaze drifted back to the brick that had been wedged against the air vent. If he hadn't actually believed that little girl ran off with some guy, if he hadn't been annoyed and decided to teach her a lesson, he never would have told Shensu to speed up and hit that puddle on purpose. TCH. And look how that turned out. The lesson didn't land. He nearly got taken out by a brick instead. Damn. Ruthless. Something clicked. He spoke, lazy and low. Imperial View Academy. Didn't they submit a request recently? Something about a new chemistry building. Shensu cut off his groaning and snapped right back into professional assistant mode. Boss Jin, you already donated an entire stadium. All they do in return is send you a list of top students once a year. You don't even have to hire any of them. And now they want a chemistry building. That's bold. Jinji Bai shot him a sideways glance. One more building won't kill me. But the terms are about to change. Let's go. Imperial View Academy first. Shensu hesitated. Boss Jin, the old man's expecting you. If he showed up late, the lectures would never end. Jinji Bai let out a cold, quiet laugh. He's got plenty of relatives besides me. All those useless branch family climbers would trip over themselves to entertain him. Shensu shut his mouth. Xing Hao fine. You're the boss, Xing Hao. He flicked the turn signal and smoothly changed direction. Jiang Jinci parted ways with Lin Xingyi at the bus stop. She found a window seat and watched the streets blur past, her eyes calm but her mind working fast. Imperial View Academy. She pulled from the memories of the original owner and quickly pinpointed exactly where she needed to go. As a top-tier private school, Imperial View ran its senior year with brutal pragmatism. In blunt terms, a strict class hierarchy. 3 classes. The elite class, true grinders clawing for every point, plus a handful of students with guaranteed admissions who still wanted to prove themselves on the college entrance exam. The honors class, mostly the science of wealthy families who didn't need test scores. Their futures were already paved. The troublemaker class, rich kids with money and influence but zero discipline. Some just weren't valued at home. A collection of delinquents with abysmal grades and endless drama. The original owner's pathetic scores naturally disqualified her from the elite class. But thanks to the Jiang family's pull, both she and Jiang Wangxin had been granted guaranteed admission slots. Jiang Wangxin chose the elite class. She wanted to earn it through the exam. The original owner stayed in the honors class. Lost in thought, Jiang Jinci reached her stop. She followed her memories along the campus path, plane trees lining the way, and headed straight for the senior building. When she stepped into the honors class, it was chaos laughter, loud talk about designer bags and parties, all the restless noise of privileged teenagers. Then her tall figure appeared in the doorway. The room went dead silent. Dozens of eyes locked onto her. Shock. Curiosity. Contempt. Barely concealed glee. Under all that scrutiny, Jiang Jinci swept a cold glance across the room and walked straight toward where her seat should have been. Steady steps. Unhurried. She stopped short. Her desk was there. No chair. And the surface was bare. The drawer was completely empty. Jiang Jinci frowned. She remembered the original owner hated lugging a heavy bag around. Aside from that day's homework, all her senior year textbooks and review materials had been stored in the desk drawer. Now there was nothing. Well, if it isn't Jiang Jinci. Skipping school for days, I didn't think you'd have the nerve to show your face. What, you haven't heard? Your guaranteed admission got revoked. You really didn't know. This is the honors class. Nobody wants trash hanging around. The voice was sharp with mockery, wet with schadenfreude. Jiang Jinci followed the sound. A girl in the latest Chanel set, makeup flawless. Class monitor, Tao Yingying. Jiang Jinci didn't even twitch. Her voice came up flat. Where are my textbooks? Tao Yingyin's smug smile froze. Xinghao what? Xinghao? This reaction was all wrong. Before, a couple of jabs would have made Jiang Jinci flush red, eyes welling up, looking like she wanted to sink through the floor. Easy prey. Today, she was a completely different person. Tao Yingying crossed her arms and lifted her chin. Jiang Jinci, let me catch you up. Your guaranteed spot has been cancelled. Days of absence, the Jiang family kicked you out, you're done. You're not a student in this class anymore. Those useless books of yours. Eyesores. I threw them out. Threw them away. A ripple finally crossed Jiang Jinci's placid eyes. Her brow creased barely. Those books had belonged to the original owner. And she needed them now. In the next breath, Jiang Jinci strode over to Tao Yingying's seat, grabbed her backpack, and set it on Tao Yingying's designer desk. Then she started grabbing the textbooks and study guides piled on Tao Yingying's desk and stuffing them into her own oversized bag. The entire classroom went silent. Was she seriously robbing the class monitor in broad daylight? Tao Yingying was frozen. It took her several seconds to process what was happening. Jiang Jinci. What the hell are you doing? Her voice pitched high with shock and fury. She lunged for the book in Jiang Jinci's hand. Jiang Jinci twisted her wrist just slightly. Sidestepped. Easy. Tao Yingying overreached, missed, and nearly cracked her head on the desk corner. Are you insane? Those are my books. Give them back. Her finger trembled as she pointed at Jiang Jinci. Jiang Jinci shoved the last practice book into her bulging backpack and zipped it shut. She looked up. Her gaze was calm. But it carried a chill that crawled down the spine. Civil Code, Article 1184. Property damage compensation shall be calculated based on market value at the time of loss, or another reasonable method. You destroyed my study materials. That made it impossible for me to attend class normally. That's an infringement. My books were lost through your actions and can't be restored. Taking your books as compensation under the principle of equivalent value is the most direct, effective remedy. She paused, taking in Tao Yingying's gaping expression and the equally stunned faces of their classmates. She tilted her head slightly. Am I wrong? Tao Yingying. The entire class. Wrong. No, she wasn't wrong, she was insane. Who the hell compensates someone by stealing their stuff? Since when is the law licensed for robbery? This was straight up theft. No question. Jiang Jinci ignored the stunned faces around her. She swept every notebook and workbook from her desk with surgical precision. What wouldn't fit in her bag, she shoved under her arm. Then she turned. Spine straight. She walked out without a backward glance. Behind her, Tao Yingying's shriek sliced through the room. Stop! Jiang Jinci, I said Xinghao, stop Xinghao. Give me back my books. Jinci didn't even slow. If her guaranteed admission slot was gone, there was no point staying in the honors class. Her foster father Lin Ziyuan's words flashed through her mind. He was right. The Gaokao, the national college entrance exam, was the only real way to rise. That was how the world worked. If she wanted to climb, if she wanted the people who looked down on her to finally look up, the Gaokao was her clearest path. She'd make the Jiang family realize one thing. It wasn't that she couldn't measure up to them. It was that soon, Xinghao Dai Xinghao wouldn't measure up to Xinghao her Xinghao. The warning bell rang. She reached the door of the elite class right on time. She pushed it open and walked in. Unlike the smug superiority of the honors class, here almost every student was buried in work, scribbling furiously, mouthing silent memorization. Jinci scanned the room. Back row, empty seat. She headed straight for it. Heads lifted as she passed. A figure rose from the front row and hurried over, wearing the school's tailored uniform skirt. Her face was fixed in perfect surprise and carefully measured concern. Little sister. Jiang Wanxin stopped beside Jinci's desk, her stage whisper pitched for everyone nearby. You finally came back to school, that's great. But this is the elite class. Your classroom is Class C. Class C, the troublemaker class. The dumping ground for failures. Jinci lifted her ink-black eyes, flat and unreadable. I'm taking the Gaokao. Wanxin's brow furrowed deeper, her voice turning urgent. But sis, your grades are really, even if you work hard, you don't have the foundation. The pressure in the elite class will crush you. She paused, her tone dripping with faint concern. Honestly, you don't have to grind yourself into the ground. Just go home, sweet talk Dad, apologize properly. Dad adores you, he'll get your guaranteed admission slot back, no question. Jinci stared at her. A faint flicker finally surfaced in those calm black eyes. Something like, Xinghao, what the hell are you even talking about, Xinghao? Was I not clear? You need me to repeat it. Wanxin's sweet mask nearly cracked. She opened her mouth, but a boy shot up from his seat nearby, jabbing a finger at Jinci with righteous fury. Hey! Jiang Jinci. You skipped 3 days without permission and nearly got expelled. Zhou Hao's voice rang out. If Wanxin hadn't begged the academic office, you'd be out on the street, not just in Class C. And you Xinghao dare Xinghao talk to her like that. No gratitude at all. Country bumpkin. No manners, no heart. Wang Xin reached out and tugged his sleeve lightly, her voice laced with fake helplessness. Zhou Hao, stop. She's lost the family's backing. She's pitiful enough already. If I, as her big sister, don't help her, how will she ever get by? The students who'd been watching melted. Jiang Wang Xin, you're way too good. Gorgeous, top of the grade, and such a sweetheart. Exactly. Jiang Jinci is so lucky to have a sister like you. Right. A girl from the sticks. If it weren't for Wang Xin looking out for her, she wouldn't last a day at Imperial View Academy. Some people just don't know when they're well off. Kicked out of the house, lost her slot, and instead of clinging to Wang Xin's coattails, she talks back. Whispers spread. But Jinci didn't even blink. Her dead flat eyes stayed locked on Wang Xin's face. A cold trickle crawled up Wang Xin's spine. A sharp reprimand cut through the noise. What's going on back there? The middle-aged teacher strode in on clicking heels, gray suit, pencil skirt. Li Yun, the elite class's Chinese teacher and deputy director of the academic office. She saw the cluster of students at the back and her face hardened. This is morning study hall. Why are you clustered back here? No work to do. The onlookers scrambled to their seats. Jiang Wang Xin pasted on an awkward smile. Sorry, Teacher Li, we didn't mean to disrupt. It's my sister, Jiang Jinci. She just got back and must not know her assignment yet. She wandered into the wrong room. She paused, voice dripping with syrupy concern. I was telling her to go to her own class. The office assigned her to Class C. Li Yan's eyes snapped to Jinci, immediate disgust flaring. This is the elite class. Where this school's best fight for their future. Get back to Class C right now. If you waste a second of their study time, you answer for it. Jinci didn't even lift her eyelids. Her voice came calm and flat. According to Imperial View Academy's supplementary school regulations, Article 3, Clause 7, any senior who intends to sit for the Gaokao has the right to study in the elite class until the exam is over. Li Yun choked. Then a bitter, mocking laugh cracked out of her. Jiang Jinci, look at yourself. A bottom-feeding delinquent who got her slot revoked for misconduct. You think Xinghao can take the Gaokao? With what? She spat the words. Let me spell it out for you. You and your sister are worlds apart. A failure is a failure. You think you can change your fate through a test? Don't make me laugh. Jiang Wang Xin lowered her eyelids. The corner of her mouth twitched up barely before she smoothed it away. But the reaction they expected, Jinci breaking down, lashing out, cowering, never came. She just stood there. Thin frame, ramrod straight. Like a poplar sapling refusing to bend in the wind. Her voice came out terrifyingly composed. So what you're saying, Teacher Li, is that you intend to openly violate school regulations and deprive me of my right to study in the elite class? Li Yun choked on her own air. The calm in Jiang Jinci's voice knocked her completely off balance. What the hell was wrong with this girl? Nothing ever seemed to get through to her. Jiang Jinci didn't wait for an answer. She just nodded to herself. Fine. I don't love sharing air with disgusting people anyway. I'll go to Class C, but you, Teacher Li, you're going to own every word you just said. Something cold slithered down Li Yan's spine, but she crushed it under a fresh wave of contempt. Huh? Big words from a mongrel who just got kicked out. A worthless student like you're going to make Xinghao take responsibility. I'd love to see that. Jiang Jinci didn't bother replying. She turned and walked toward the back door. Zhou Hao. Li Yun jabbed a finger toward the door. Go. Lock it. From now on, nobody gets in without my say-so. This is an elite class, not a landfill. Zhou Hao rushed over, slammed the door shut, and twisted the lock with deliberate force. Satisfied, Li Yun drifted back to Jiang Wang Xin's desk. Her face softened instantly, melting into a warm, doting smile. Wang Xin, don't let someone like that rattle you. Your future is blindingly bright. She's not even in your orbit. Keep your head down and grind. The provincial joint mock exam is coming, and I'm expecting you to bring that #1 ranking home for us. Jiang Wang Xin tilted her chin up, sweet and obedient. Thank you, Teacher Li. I'll make you proud. But her gaze slid sideways, catching one last glimpse through the window. Jiang Jinci. You think you can compete with me? You're way out of your league. Jiang Jinci didn't go straight to the troublemaker class. She swung by the campus store first and picked up a pen and a few sheets of letter paper. 10 minutes later, she had a complaint letter drafted, tight arguments, airtight logic, every accusation backed with evidence. She folded the paper with care and headed for the principal's office. Inside that office, Jinjiba was sprawled across the buttery leather sofa, long legs crossed with a kind of lazy elegance that somehow made the whole room feel smaller. His posture might have read relaxed, but the air around him pressed down like a storm front, heavy, charged, impossible to ignore. Sunlight sliced through the blinds, scattering fractured light across the sharp planes of his face. His eyes, already deep-set, looked bottomless. Shensu stood half a step behind him, silent as a shadow. Behind the desk, the principal and vice principal sat bolt upright, foreheads gleaming with sweat, mouths stretched into stiff, anxious smiles. Boss Jin, the principal began, rubbing his hands together, with your schedule as packed as it is, we're deeply honored you'd carve out time to discuss the chemistry building project in person. The vice principal nodded so fast his jaws shook. Yes, yes. If I may be bold, none of the so-called elite families who donated buildings over the years could match what you built with a single word. The functionality, the equipment top tier doesn't even cover it. Jinci let his gaze drift over them, unhurried. When he finally spoke, his voice was low, each word landing like a gavel. My money doesn't grow on trees. If Daijin Noble School can't produce anyone worth my investment this year. He paused. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Not warmth. A warning. Then maybe this chemistry building and this entire institution doesn't need to exist anymore. Tear it all down. Pave it over. Make it a private helipad. At least that would serve a purpose. Color drained from the principal's face. The vice principal looked like he might be sick. A helipad. If this man said it, he meant it. Absolutely. Daijin Noble School had survived for years on the donations of wealthy families. Sure, but what really kept the wolves at the door was the protection of the Jin family's heir. A man who operated in the gray spaces between power and menace, keeping every rival faction in check. The principal practically launched himself out of his chair, stooping so low his spine creaked. Boss Jin, you have my word. This year's senior class is stacked. Top-ranked scholars, elite talents, every last one of them is exceptional. Someone will absolutely catch your eye. The vice principal nodded hard, cold sweat plastering his shirt to his back. The tension in the room coiled tighter and tighter, the air itself turning brittle. Xinghao knock, knock, knock Xinghao. 3 sharp raps on the heavy wooden door. The principal nearly jumped out of his skin. He barely swallowed a curse. Who in God's name had timed this terrible? Did they not understand he was in the middle of hosting the most dangerous man in the city? Knocking now, were they trying to get him killed? His mind was screaming, but his face held a stiff smile. He shot a nervous glance at Jinci, practically begging permission. Before he could speak, a clear female voice sliced through the door. Principal, I have a complaint letter. I'd rather hand it to you in person. A complaint letter. The principal's vision swam. He almost blacked out on the spot. Was this student insane? Complaint letters went to the academic affairs office. Or the drop box. Not the principal's door. And she had to show up Xinghao right in the middle of hosting Boss Jin. Did she want the whole school bulldozed with her inside it? He flicked a desperate look at the vice principal. The vice principal caught the signal immediately. He bowed slightly toward Jinci, then toward the principal. Boss Jin, please continue your discussion with the principal. I'll step out and handle this. Might be a student with an urgent issue. Through the door, Jiang Jinci heard the words Boss Jin clear as a bell. Her mind flashed instantly to the man from the barbecue restaurant, the one who forced her to swallow her pride with nothing but a letter. To confirm it, she reached out and twisted the knob. Her eyes swept past the vice principal rushing toward her and landed squarely on the man lounging on the sofa, legs crossed. So unfairly handsome he looked like something out of a dark fairy tale. Hey student, you can't. The vice principal nearly had a coronary. He lunged forward, white body blocking the doorway, trying desperately to shield her line of sight. But Jiang Jinci simply tilted her head, gaze locking back onto Jinci's face, that half smile still playing at his lips. So it really is you. Jinci went still for a beat. He watched the girl tilt her head, those clear, dark eyes somehow both sharp and detached. And the way she angled her chin, paired with that absurdly delicate, ridiculously innocent face. His Adam's apple shifted, barely perceptible. Damn it. He found it cute. A slow, meaningful smile spread across his lips. When he spoke, his voice came out low and rough, edged with something magnetic. Yeah. Small world. The principal and vice principal stared at the exchange like they just witnessed a magic trick, eyes bugging out of their skulls. This female student, she Xinghao knew Xinghao Boss Jin. The vice principal cleared his throat, forcing a smile that looked painful. Student, did you need something from the principal? Jiang Jinci finally pulled her gaze away from Jinci. She handed the folded letter to the vice principal. According to school regulations, if a student faces unethical teaching practices or unfair treatment, they can submit a written complaint directly to the principal's office. So I'm here to file a formal complaint against Li Yung homeroom teacher of the elite class and deputy director of academic affairs. The vice principal's scalp prickled the second he heard the word complaint. His first instinct was to bury it. Student, you can just drop that in the suggestion box downstairs. Jiang Jinci's brow furrowed, genuinely confused. Based on my review of the public notices posted on the school's official website and the average resolution window for student feedback cases over the past 3 years. She paused. Your suggestion box gets open exactly once every 31.4 business days. That's too slow. I want this addressed today. I prefer efficiency. The vice principal just stood there, mouth opening and closing like a landed fish. The principal looked like he was about to have a coronary right on the spot. A laugh sliced through the dead quiet of the office, soft, barely there, but razor sharp. Low and warm, the kind of sound that brushed against bare skin like a feather. Lazy and completely unapologetic. Jinci rested his chin in his hand, watching Jiang Jinci with open interest flickering in his dark eyes. Funny. His voice was a low murmur. I prefer efficiency too. He lifted his chin a fraction, gaze sliding toward the principal. Principal, why don't we handle this student's request first? Yes. Yes, of course. Boss Jin is absolutely right. Right away. The principal nodded so fast his head looked like it might snap off, dabbing cold sweat from his forehead. He spun toward Jiang Jinci. Student, give me your complaint letter. I'll review it personally. I promise you a fast and fair outcome. While the principal read, Jiang Jinci shrugged off her heavy backpack. The straps had been digging into her shoulders and the half-heeled steps on her back still stung faintly. She scanned the room. Her eyes landed on the empty single sofa right next to Jinci. Then she glanced at Shensu, who stood rigid behind him. You're not sitting. Shensu nearly jumped out of his skin. He shook his head like a pendulum on fast forward. In front of outsiders. Sit at the same level as Boss Jin. He wouldn't do that if someone handed him $1 million in cash. Only in private and only when Jin was in a really good mood did that kind of invitation ever come. So, under the collective, disbelieving stares of the principal, the vice principal, and Shensu three jaws practically on the floor, Jiang Jinci walked over and settled into the seat like it was nothing. The three of them, shocked. This was the principal's office. And right next to her sat Jinci, the untouchable monument no one dared even breathe too close to. How did this girl have the nerve? Jiang Jinci felt the heat of all those stares prickle against her skin. She lifted a hand, slender fingers brushing her pale cheek. Is there something on my face? Principal, speechless. Vice principal, also speechless. Shensu, someone please save us. Is Miss Zhang's brain wired completely differently from the rest of the human race? Another soft laugh came from the man on the sofa. Jinci watched her sideways, utterly entertained. He was starting to notice something. The colder and more logical this little thing acted, the more she radiated this indescribable, mismatched charm. Little one. His voice stayed low and lazy. Last monthly exam. Where'd you rank? Jiang Jinci thought about it seriously for a second. Third. Jinci raised an eyebrow and nodded, looking satisfied. Not bad. Imperial View Academy was a notoriously brutal pressure cooker. Ranking third in the whole grade was nothing to sneeze at. But, she added, third from the bottom. Jinci flat silence. The principal, vice principal, and Shensu, stunned silence. The room plunged into dead quiet. After a long beat, the principal finally finished choking on the complaint letter. Ahem. Student Jiang Jinci. Your complaint letter is very detailed, logically structured, and your chain of evidence is, he hesitated. Well, it's solid. He stole a furtive glance at Jinci. When he saw no detectable reaction, he pressed on. The entire incident was mishandled by Teacher Li Yun. The favoritism and verbal hostility clearly violate basic professional ethics for an educator. Since you're committed to studying for the college entrance exam, the elite class is always open to you. Go back and focus. No one's taking away your right to compete fairly. The principal wiped his forehead again and laid out the resolution. As for Teacher Li Yun, the school has decided once the facts are confirmed we'll immediately revoke her annual evaluation eligibility and require her to write a full written self-criticism. She will read it aloud in front of the entire school during next Monday's flag-raising ceremony. Would that be acceptable? Jiang Jinci listened quietly. She didn't know much about the school's evaluation system, but common sense told her this was a big deal for a teacher. Honor, benefits, the whole package. Revoking eligibility. Public apology. The punishment seemed fair. She thought for a few seconds and gave a small nod. Fine. The principal exhaled, scrambling to lock it in. Wonderful. Student Jiang, I'll notify the academic office immediately to formally transfer you back to the elite class. Jiang Jinci lifted her eyes. Her cool gaze held no emotion. No need. The principal's smile froze solid. No need. The vice principal looked just as stunned. Shensu felt his eyelid twitch. What was this now? Hadn't she fought this whole thing just to claw her way back into the elite class? Jiang Jinci's voice stayed flat. I don't like some of the people in that class. Principal, jaw tight. Vice principal, what in the hell did this demon child want? Jiang Jinci didn't spare their faces another glance. She stood, swinging her backpack over her shoulders with practiced ease. Sorry for the interruption. I'm heading back to class. She tipped her head once bare minimum courtesy, then turned and walked straight for the door. The principal and vice principal watched her leave like she was flicking lint off her sleeve. Their heads spun. Cold sweat dripped. Oh no. Oh no. That demon had just walked out like it was nothing. What if Boss Jean decided to punish the school for her audacity? Almost in unison, both men slid their terrified gazes over to the real power sitting on the sofa, bracing for the storm gathering on that cold, unreadable face. But instead, Jinci rose slowly. He adjusted his already immaculate cuffs, the faintest trace of a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Well, that was a pleasant conversation. My assistant will handle the follow-up. He moved toward the door. Shensu's eyes flew wide open. Boss Jean was just leaving. No pointed threats. No minimum pressure. That made zero sense. In the past, Boss Jean would grind down the other side's patience and bottom line, squeezing every ounce of value from the negotiation before backing off. Today he was being this easygoing. Weird. Too weird. Jinci took 2 steps, then paused. He glanced back over his shoulder at Shensu, still frozen in place. Shensu, discuss the remaining details with them a bit more. No need to follow me. Shensu, brain short-circuiting. Boss Jean was leaving him behind to wrap up and heading out first. Today, Boss Jean wasn't just weird. He was completely unrecognizable. Jiang Jinci had just stepped out of the administration building and crossed the small garden when a lazy, familiar voice drifted from behind her. Little thing. We meet again. She stopped mid-step and turned slowly. Under the shade of a tree, Jinci was walking toward her. He wore a simple white linen shirt, one hand tucked in his pocket, sleeves rolled casually to his elbows. His forearms were lean and sharply defined, bones prominent against the sun. Light filtered through the leaves, shifting across his face straight nose, thin lips curved just slightly. He carried himself with an effortless, expansive ease. Like a lion who'd just woken up. Relaxed on the surface. But the edge was there. She had to admit the man was good looking. Very easy on the eyes. If you hadn't followed me, we wouldn't have met again, she said flatly. Jinci strolled closer, bringing a faint, cool scent of pine wood with him. Still sharp-tongued, I see. He stopped in front of her, looking down slightly, his smile deepening. You know, being this blunt makes enemies fast. Jiang Jinci lifted her gaze. Calm. Unruffled. If telling the truth makes someone an enemy, then they've got a guilty conscience. That's why they can't handle it. Jinci paused. That logic was an iron wall, no cracks, no way through. He rubbed his forehead, resigned. Fine. I can't win with you. Do you know where the infirmary is? Yes. She nodded, then scanned him with a flicker of doubt. You're not injured. Why do you need the infirmary? Who said I'm the one who's hurt? A roguish grin tugged at his lips. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers in front of her face. Lead the way. Jiang Jinci stared at him. This guy was completely random. But she didn't ask questions. She turned and walked toward the infirmary. Jinci followed at an unhurried pace. They reached the door. Here. She turned to leave. Wait. He called her back, pushing the door open and addressing the female doctor in the white coat. Could you check the injury on this student's back? Jiang Jinci's head snapped up. Surprise flickered through her cold eyes. Scabs from the whip had cracked in a few places, but how the hell did this man know? Her gaze dropped to his straight nose. Was his sense of smell that sharp? Could he actually detect blood through the fabric? The doctor walked over. Come here, dear. Let me take a look. But Jiang Jinci stepped back, avoiding the doctor's reach. No need. Just give me iodine, cotton swabs, and gauze. I'll handle it myself. She took the supplies, turned, and disappeared into the small treatment room behind the curtain at the back of the infirmary. She worked quickly. Cleaned the cracked wounds. Re-bandaged them. In under 5 minutes, she was done. When she came out, Jinci was still standing by the door, posture relaxed. Thanks. I don't accept verbal thanks. His laugh was light, drawn out. Funny thing, I haven't had breakfast yet. How about you treat me at your school cafeteria? Call it your thank you gift. Jiang Jinci considered it a moment, then nodded. Fine. They walked one after the other down the tree-lined path to the cafeteria. Sunlight was just right. Breeze gentle. Jiang Jinci let her gaze wander. Then her attention snagged on something. A black car parked by the roadside. It looked strangely familiar. She walked straight over, circled around to the back. There it was. A brick wedged at an impossibly precise angle between the rear window glass and the frame. This was the same car that had splashed mud all over her pants an hour ago. The one she greeted with a flying brick. Her face went cold in an instant. She turned to Jinci, who had followed. Do you know whose car this is? Innocent face. No clue. Definitely not mine. Jiang Jinci's gaze locked back on the car. The owner did something dirty this morning and ran. Thought he actually got away. She dropped her school bag to the ground without ceremony, crouched down, and twisted the valve cap of the rear tire with practiced skill. 星号 PSSSHH 星号. Jinci's eyebrow twitched hard. Damn. This little one. If someone crossed her, she didn't just pay them back tenfold on the spot, she came back later for another round. Ruthless. Thorough. He liked that unapologetic streak. Just then, Jiang Jinci turned her head and looked at him. Jinci's heart gave a strange jolt. Without another word, he strolled over and crouched down beside her. I'll help you with this one too. 星号 PSSSHH 星号. The front tire began to hiss. Jiang Jinci watched his efficient movements. The weariness in her chest eased. She planned to warn him to keep his mouth shut. But since he volunteered this little act of solidarity, he was an accomplice now. Soon, all four tires sat flat. They continued on to the cafeteria. The Imperial View Academy's cafeteria was decked out like a five-star hotel buffet. Dishes spread everywhere, Chinese, Western, from home-style stir-fries to delicate desserts. Everything you could want. And of course, the prices were just as stunning. Her entire net worth right now could cover exactly 2 bowls of beef noodles. And every counter only accepted meal cards or mobile payment. Her meal card and phone were both back at the Jiang residence. Jiang Jinci stood there, and for the first time, a hint of awkwardness crossed her face. She looked at Jinci. How about? Done. Before she could finish, he misread the pause and pulled out his phone, scanning the QR code. Jiang Jinci. Jinci curled his lips lazily. You owe me 2 meals now. Jiang Jinci. She'd been about to say 星号, maybe next time I'll treat you 星号. Never mind. Since arriving in this world, except for that one time at the barbecue joint, she hadn't had a proper full meal. During her days at the Lin family's, she'd never mentioned it. Didn't want to add to their financial burden. Now, looking at Jinci's 星号, I am rich, don't care 星号attitude. She paused 2 seconds, then turned back to the counter. Give me 2 more bowls of beef noodles. Then, politely, Boss Jin, thank you. Please scan. Jinci. After scanning, he let out a short laugh. Little thing, you really don't hold back. Once they finished eating, Jiang Jinci grabbed her bag and headed for the classroom. Jinci walked toward the parking lot. He wasn't even close yet when he heard Shensu cursing at full volume. Which bastard did this? Asshole. If I find out who it was, I'll skin them alive. The second Shensu spotted Boss Jin, he rushed over to vent. Boss Jin, check it out. Some scumbag slashed all 4 tires. I'll pull the security tapes right now. I swear I'll find the bastard. Jinci glanced at the 4 pancake tires, touched the bridge of his nose, and cut the guy off like it was nothing. Drop it. It's minor. No need to roll the cameras. Besides, were you seriously going to drive this piece of junk back to the old home? Shensu froze. Wait. Boss Jin, but... Did he hear that right? Boss Jin was letting it slide. That wasn't like him. Not even close. Anyone stupid enough to cross Boss Jin usually ended up skinned alive, or, if he was in a decent mood, he'd dig up 3 generations of your family tree just for fun. Today? Way too weird. Jinci didn't give him time to stand there gaping. He was already walking. Let's go. I've got something to tell you. Shensu. Meanwhile, Jiang Jinci had arrived at the troublemaker class. She could hear the chaos before she even stepped through the door. Kids chasing each other, shouting over one another, teeny music blaring from someone's phone. At the podium, a middle-aged teacher with glasses had his head buried in lesson prep, completely checked out like he'd made peace with the circus a long time ago. The whole room hummed with a lawless energy, one breath away from a full-on riot. Jiang Jinci walked in, face blank. She was tall, and even in that plain school uniform, her striking looks were impossible to ignore. She carried a cold stillness that made heads turn. The room tripped into silence for half a beat. Then some guy with bleached hair let out a holler and whistled. Yo, check it. A hot one just transferred in. Every kind of look landed on her, admiring, curious, sizing her up, outright nasty. The troublemaker class had a brutal gender ratio. Out of 50-something students, only 6 or 7 were girls. Those girls leaned out uniform jackets scribbled over with cartoon graffiti, and right now they stared at Jiang Jinci with a mix of jealousy and unfiltered contempt. Jiang Jinci ignored every single one of them. She spotted an empty desk in the front row immediately. She walked straight over, dropped her bag, and sat down. A collective inhale. Everyone stared at her like she'd just signed her own death warrant. That seat was the designated throne of their class's head punk. When class let out, a pack of guys swarmed her desk. Hey, new girl. Aren't you Jiang Wanxin's sister? What are you doing in our troublemaker class? Get lost on the way here. TCH, she's actually kinda fine. Someone whistled, low and suggestive. Another guy, bold and dumb, reached out and grabbed for her ponytail. Let's find out if it's REA. He never finished. Jiang Jinci's eyes went glacial. Her hand shot up, clamped his wrist, and wrenched it back. Ah! His scream ripped through the air like a stuck pig. The surrounding guys scrambled backward. Holy shit. This chick was brutal. Jiang Jinci let him go and swept her icy gaze across the group. Her voice stayed low, but the chill in it cut clean through the noise. Don't bother me again. She dropped her head and went back to sorting her things. Dead. Silence. For the rest of the day, nobody dared try her. A few idiots attempted the old classics, sneaking glue onto her chair, dropping bugs into her bag. She spotted every single setup and returned the favor with interest. Nastier. More direct. After a few rounds, the whole troublemaker class got the message. The hot new girl was more feral than the lot of them combined. And 100 times scarier. A demon wrapped in a pretty face. Around lunch, someone tossed an envelope onto her desk and bolted before she could look up. Jiang Jinci opened it, frowning with curiosity. No prank. No threat. Just a brand new campus meal card. Who sent it? Couldn't figure it out. Didn't matter. Jiang Jinci was practical. Someone offered, she'd take it. Solve her lunch problem. But when she swiped the card at the cafeteria register and the balance flashed up, she froze. 星号 balance, 10万元点00星号. 100,000 yuan. That was enough to eat at this school until graduation twice over. Jiang Jinci. The day passed fast. She shoved half the textbook she'd been reading into her bag, then grabbed 2 thick workbooks for good measure. She stepped out past the school gates, planning to catch the bus back to the Lin house. But as she passed an alley near campus, she caught the sound of revving engines and shouted curses. 5 or 6 guys in wannabe thug gear sat on modded mopeds, cornering a boy in the same school uniform against the grimy wall. Jiang Jinci kept walking. Not her problem. She didn't look. But then, Jiang Jinci. The trapped kid spotted her like a live raft and screamed her name at full volume. I'm right over here. Come help. Jiang Jinci. The boy whipped his head toward the gang, voice cracking as he bluffed. See that? She's my girlfriend. My girlfriend's terrifying. Just try touching me. Jiang Jinci. Every thug turned to look at her. When they registered the girl at the mouth of the alley, their eyes lit up like they'd struck gold. She wore the plainest blue and white uniform, zipped to her throat, showing just a sliver of pale, delicate neck. Her features were almost unreal, especially those eyes, black and white like polished marbles, staring back at them with zero feeling. She looked impossibly pure, but the frost bleeding from her bones made her feel untouchable. Forbidden. Hot. Really hot. Way out of league for anything they'd ever seen around this block. Well. The bleached hair ringleader smirked, spitting on the ground. Kid, not bad. Hiding a girl this fine. Lucky little bastard. The mopeds revved and fanned out, forming a half circle around Jiang Jinci at the alley's mouth. Bleached hair killed his engine, kicked a leg down, and whistled low. Hey, girl. Why waste your time with that loser? Come hang with our boss instead. We'll protect you around here. You eat good, drink good, live better. Jiang Jinci's brow pinched. So annoying. Xiao Badian was waiting at the bus stop. She didn't want him standing there alone too long. Time to end this fast. So she asked flatly, who's your boss? The thugs froze for a second, then burst out laughing. The one straddling the flashiest ghost fire motorcycle laughed loudest. He clearly took Jiang Jinci's question as a sign she was scared. Grinning wide, he patted the back of his bike. I'm their boss. Hop on, sweetheart. I'll give you a ride that'll make that pretty boy you're with look like a joke. The smirk never had a chance to land. Jiang Jinci didn't hesitate. She stepped forward, her right leg slicing the air with a sharp whistle, and delivered a brutal flying kick. The self-proclaimed boss didn't even get a sound out. He flew backward off the motorcycle. 星号 thud 星号. He hit the ground 2 meters away. Dust plumed around him. For a moment, there was only silence. The thugs stared, mouths hanging open. 星号 what the hell, 星号? Did that girl just launch their boss into next week? 2 full seconds passed. Boss. They snapped out of it, dumping their bikes as they scrambled toward him. Cough, cough, he clutched his chest, sputtering. It felt like his organs had been rearranged. Pain twisted his face. He couldn't push himself up. Damn it. Get her. Kill her. The thugs spun around, rage blazing in their eyes as they locked onto the girl standing at the alley entrance. You bitch. You're dead. Grab her. 5 or 6 of them charged. Her body wasn't as flexible as she wanted, and her strength was still lacking. But dealing with street punks, that was more than manageable. A few fast moves later, the thugs who'd been all bravado seconds ago lay crumpled on the ground, groaning and crying. The classmate pressed against the wall stared, eyes wide. Finally, he couldn't hold it in. Holy crap. Holy crap. That was insane. Jiang Jinci. You absolutely rock. At the mouth of the alley, a bus pulled up to the stop. Jiang Jinci ignored him. She grabbed her bag and walked toward it. Hey! Jiang Jinci, wake up. He scrambled after her, slipping through the doors just before they closed. The bus was nearly empty. Not many people took public transit around the wealthy neighborhoods. Jiang Jinci slid into a window seat. The classmate dropped into the seat in front of her and twisted around, eyes lit with excitement. Hey, you don't know me, right? Tenchi, she said, her voice flat. Head of the troublemaker class. Her memory served up the details without effort. He spent most class periods sleeping like a log. Then, right before the bell, he'd spring to life and buzz around like an annoying fly. Right. That's me. He launched straight into an explanation. Total misunderstanding back there. Those jerks I snagged a delivery order from them, and they cornered me when I was by myself. He leaned in, lowering his voice with a conspiratorial grin. But seriously, you're amazing. The tiger head gang loves starting crap, but today, they picked the wrong fight. His eyes sparked. So, wanna join my crew? Jiang Jinci's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. She didn't offer a single word. Tenchi's grin froze. Hey, don't write off the troublemaker class just because of the name. We've got serious talent. Zhao and Mo remember him. Hacker-level computer skills. Can crack any website. And that quiet guy, Lu Chen. Master of chess, go, poker. He's basically a gambling king in the capital scene. He rattled off a few more impressive names from their class, then puffed out his chest with a strange kind of pride. And me. Tenchi. Little boss of miracle intelligence. The company's on fire right now. Soon we'll be bidding on projects against your family's Jiang group. So, interested in joining my company? Let's build something together. AI. Something flickered in Jiang Jinci's cold eyes. During her recovery, she'd gotten a clear picture of the Lin family. Her eldest brother, Lin Yanqing, was a senior this year. His major? Intelligence science and technology AI. Top of his class, the kind of talent any AI company should be fighting over. But lately, his interviews kept hitting dead ends. The defeat was written all over his face. Her dark pupils shifted as she turned to Tenchi. Does your company need an AI algorithm engineer? Tenchi had mostly been blowing smoke to show off. He hadn't expected her to actually engage. He slapped his thigh. Do we ever? We're desperate. Talented AI engineers have their heads in the clouds. They only want the big companies. They look down on startups like mine. He grinned. So if you got someone good, forget just hiring them. If their skills are solid, I'll even offer technology shareholding. Jiang Jinci said, I can recommend someone. I'll send you their resume tomorrow. Tenchi nodded eagerly, but he still wanted her. And you? Sure you won't come work with me. Work with you, then get cornered in an alley begging for mercy. Tenchi winced. I ran into you, didn't I? She considered it carefully. I prefer collecting followers. Not being one. Tenchi. Jiang Jinci added, I wouldn't mind taking you on as one. Tenchi. Xinghao. Jiang Jinci met Lin Xinyi at the bus stop, and they walked back to the Lin house together. Ever since that morning's spectacular break incident, Lin Xinyi had transformed into Jiang Jinci's #1 fanboy. The moment she stepped through the door, a clean pair of slippers was already waiting at her feet. She swapped shoes, and before she even reached the couch, a glass of perfectly warm water was pressed into her hand. He orbited her like a little shadow, working hard to impress. After dinner, Jiang Jinci spoke to Lin Yanqing. Brother, can I have a copy of your resume? He froze. Then he forced a bitter smile. He pulled a crumpled resume from his backpack. The edges were curling and handed it over. Doesn't matter anyway. No one's hiring me. Just toss it after you're done looking. She gave a quiet, Am. At that sound, the light in Lin Yanqing's eyes died like a candle snuffed out by the wind. He stood without another word and walked out. Probably heading to another cheap hourly job at some restaurant. Jiang Jinci stepped into the classroom and got hit by a wall of noise. Tenchi was perched on a desk, holding court with a cluster of gas, spit flying as he reenacted yesterday's beatdown. You missed it. Seriously. Jiang went full beast mode. Took down a whole crew in seconds. Clean. Not a wasted move. Those tiger head gang punks were crying, running for their lives. Best thing I've seen all year. Another boy jumped in, just as hyped. I had no clue Jiang had that in her. And then she marched Li Yun from the advanced class straight to the principal. No way. You serious? Swear. It's posted. Li Yun lost her annual eval bonus. Crying right there in the office. Dude, she's won that thing for like a decade. Gone. Huh? Jiang just gave us misfits some real credibility. A kid spotted the figure in the doorway and elbowed the others. Jiang Jinci's here. Tenchi vaulted off the desk. He snatched a fancy imported juice bottle from his spot, scrambled to the front row, and set it on her desk. Zhang, thanks for yesterday. Jiang Jinci didn't answer. She pulled a resume from her bag and handed it over. AI talent, she said, flat. Tenchi took it and flipped the page. When his eyes hit the name field, his head jerked up. He stared like she'd just grown antlers. You're recommending Lin Yanqing? To me? Jiang Jinci frowned. You know him. Tenchi leaned in, voice dropping. Jiang, did you hit your head? You blacklisted Lin Yanqing ages ago. Rule number 1, anyone who hires him goes against the Jiang group. Jiang Jinci went still. She had blacklisted him. A string twanged in her brain, and a blurry memory flickered past. She had. The original host had discovered her adoptive family had moved to the capital. Instead of a shred of gratitude for 15 years of care, she'd seen them as an embarrassing stain on her polished life. So she'd used the Jiang family's influence to crush them. Drive them out. Push them to the edge. Even the Lin family's small company collapsing, maybe she had a direct hand in that. She drew a quiet breath. Classic ungrateful little brat. But then a sharp flicker crossed her eyes. Could the original, who wasn't exactly a mastermind, really have pulled off something that vicious? Something didn't fit. Every time the original had that poison thought, Xinghao, I want the Lin's gone. I never want to see them again. Xinghao, there'd been a force nudging her forward. Pushing those nasty little ideas until they became cold, hard reality. Like someone else was pulling the strings. Someone who wanted the Lin family erased for good. She shook off the thought and refocused on Tenchi. I'm not a Jiang anymore, she said evenly. So whatever I said before doesn't count. Tenchi lit up. Then I'm calling HR right now. Lin Yanqing's a top capital university grad. Miracle intelligence just hit the jackpot. We never land talent like this. The big companies always poach them first. Zhang, you're my lucky charm. She gave a small shrug. Xinghao, ding ding ding, Xinghao. The bell rang. A middle-aged man with black-rimmed glasses walked in. Oh Wang, the homeroom teacher for the misfit class. He did his usual scan, and his eyes hung an extra bit on the front row girl quietly reading. Xinghao playing the part real well, Xinghao, he thought. Xinghao, nobody would guess she's the one who cost the teacher her bonus yesterday, Xinghao. He cleared his throat and tapped the podium. Everyone. Settle down. Announcement. The class half listened, still murmuring. Old Wang adjusted his glasses, resignation creeping into his voice. Provincial joint exams start next week. As usual, anyone who doesn't want to participate can sign out. Hands shot up. All of them. Old Wang's eye twitched. Tenchi, write down the names. Tenchi just lifted his phone, snapped a photo, and said, Old Wang, send the pic. You can do it yourself. Old Wang sighed. Through it all, Jiang Jinci kept her head down, reading. When the dismissal bell rang, Tenchi was at her side instantly. Jiang, wait. You're not signing up from the exams. She looked up, confused. Why would I? Tenchi laughed. Hold on. You don't know. Every year, the provincial joint exams come around, and this school of Fat Cat private academy gets roasted if our scores tank. So our class, you know, the ones who aren't exactly on a roll, voluntarily skip. Saves face. He winked. Besides, way better uses of that time. Gaming, chasing girls, side projects. Way more fun than zoning out in an exam hall. Jiang Jinci nodded slowly. Then, dead serious, she said, I've taken a lot of notes. I don't think I'll embarrass the school. Tenchi's eyes bugged. He burst out laughing. Oh my god, Zhang. If you don't land dead last, we'll be burning incense and thanking the heavens. Don't get all serious on me. You're scaring me. She frowned, considering his words. You have a point. I'll do some extra practice problems. Tenchi's grin froze. Xinghao, wait. She's serious, Xinghao. Xinghao, poor thing. In our class, if you're not last in the whole school, you're already a legend. Studying won't change that, Xinghao. The rest of the morning, Jiang Jinci solved problem after problem. The classroom was chaos, guys playing cards, napping, streaming videos on tablets with the volume cranked. She blocked it all out. In her past life, she survived the worst conditions thanks to an extraordinary memory and a ferocious ability to learn. That had been her edge. And now, that edge cut even sharper. The thick workbook felt like a comic book, pages flipping, logic lines snapping clear. She hadn't met a single problem she couldn't handle. Friday's final period was cleanup. In the misfit class, the restless boys commandeered all the chores, so Jiang Jinci grabbed her physics textbook and headed to the rooftop. She found a quiet spot out of the wind, sat down, and opened the book. 星号在星号. A pack of girls swarmed up behind her. Tao Yinyin stood at the center of the rooftop, arms crossed, chin tipped up. Her voice held the particular poison of a girl who'd never been told no. You think you're tough now, Jiang Jinci? You steal my book? Fine. Today, I'll show you exactly what happens when you cross me. Jiang Jinci didn't look up. Her fingers turned the page. Her pen kept moving across her notes like the honors class president didn't exist. That broke something in Tao Yinyin. Her face twisted, and her voice shot up, shrill and trembling with righteous fury. Teachers are all in a meeting right now. You could scream your lungs out and nobody would hear a damn thing. She sliced her hand through the air. Grab her. Strip her. The girls nearest Jiang Jinci lunged with nasty, eager grins. Two others scrambled to the side, phones already up, cameras rolling. The first pair of hands reached for Jiang Jinci's collar. And then, her eyes snapped cold. 星号 slap 星号. The book slammed shut. What happened next was too fast to track. All anyone caught was the sound of fabric tearing, sharp and violent. 星号 riot 星号. The girls in front never felt the strike. They only registered the chill against their skin, the sudden breeze where cloth should have been. They looked down. Their blouses hung open, sliced clean through. Everything laid bare. Ow! They clawed at the scraps of fabric, faces burning between rage and humiliation. The two holding phones barely had time to process before Jiang Jinci was on them, moving like smoke. Two kicks, fast and surgical. 星号 crack, 星号. 星号 crack, 星号. The phones flew. They hit the concrete, screens shattering on impact, plastic and glass scattering like confetti. Dead on arrival. In under 10 seconds, the rooftop dissolved into chaos, screaming, sobbing, cursing, bodies scrambling backward. Tao Yinyin didn't get out clean either. Somewhere in the scuffle, 3 buttons had been torn off her uniform. The white lace of her bra peeked through the gap. She went pale, all the blood draining from her face. She had never, 星号 imagined Jiang Jinci could fight like this. Clutching her chest, she spun and ran for the rooftop door. And stopped dead. Yo, what the hell? I heard there was a show up here. No way. No 星号 way 星号. This beats the live stream. A wall of boys blocked the entrance, necks craning, eyes wide, phones already out. Word had spread fast. Tao Yinyin froze, shaking from head to toe, fury choking off her breath. 星号 damn it, 星号, she was the one who'd let the news slip. She wanted an audience. She wanted everyone to watch Jiang Jinci get stripped and humiliated in front of the whole school. But the scene they walked in on. It wasn't Jiang Jinci on display. Yo! Jiang Jinci is a beast. Holy shit, look at them. That's what you get. A knot of students from the troublemaker class hollered from the back of the crowd, howling with laughter. Tao Yinyin's face cycled from red to white to something close to purple. She looked like she might keel over. Then a soft voice cut clean through the noise. What's going on here? The crowd parted. Jiang Wanxin stepped through, composed and serene, her expression carefully arranged into concern. The perfect picture of the Jiang family's eldest daughter. Wang Xin. Tao Yinyin scrambled behind her, jabbing a shaking finger at Jiang Jinci. It was her. She's insane, she's so fast. Look what she did to us. Jiang Wanxin's gaze landed on Jiang Jinci, and for a split second, something flickered behind her eyes. A memory surfaced, unbeaten Jiang Jinci, backstrapped with whip scars, snapping their father's wrist in the space of a blink. When had she learned all this? Jiang Wanxin shoved the unease down and arranged her features into weary sisterly disappointment. Jinci. Her voice was soft, dripping with wounded patience. I went out of my way to beg the teachers to let you stay in class C, can't you just behave? You're not a Jiang anymore. You don't have the family to protect you. These girls come from families you can't afford to offend. Jiang Jinci finally looked up. Her eyes were dark and flat, like ice over deep water. It's not that I can't afford to offend them. Her voice carried no heat at all. It's that they can't afford to offend me. A bit. You're so worried about them. Come here. I'll strip your clothes off too. The air died. Every voice on that rooftop cut off like a radio switched mid-song. Jiang Wanxin's mask cracked, just for an instant. Her mouth opened, but nothing came out. This stray dog the family had kicked to the curb was humiliating her. In public. In front of everyone. Her hands clenched and unclenched at her sides. She forced a breath, then another. Jiang Jinci, she managed, her tone trembling with high-minded grief. You're beyond hope. She turned to the crowd, and when she spoke again, her voice shifted into something large and generous and aching with grace. I'm so sorry, everyone. Jiang Jinci may have been removed from the Jiang family, but she was still my sister once. Whatever trouble she's caused today, please, let me apologize on her behalf. She gave a slight bow. Elegant. Humble. Perfect. Then she straightened, and her smile returned, confident and luminous. The Jiang family's true daughter. As an apology, and to celebrate my upcoming birthday, I'd like to invite you all. This weekend, my coming-of-age banquet will be held at the Jinci Grand Hotel. I sincerely hope every one of you will come. The silence broke like a dam. Jinci Grand Hotel. Wait, 星号的星号 Jinci. The 7-star one in the capital. I heard one banquet there costs 8 figures. Minimum. And it's impossible to book. The waitlist is backed up into next year. Oh my god. That's the Jiang family for you. A girl near the front blurted out, Jiang Wanxin, will your brothers be there? Every head swiveled. The anticipation was electric. The Jiang brothers, all of them at the apex of the capital's power structure. Wealthy. Stunning. And still, impossibly, single. Jiang Wanxin's smile didn't waver. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, demure and practiced. My brothers are usually so busy. She let the disappointment flicker across their faces. Then she added, with just the right shade of pride, but of course. For their sister's coming of age, such an important occasion, they wouldn't dream of missing it. Whoa! The crowd erupted. No way. Seriously. The eldest is supposed to be this cold, untouchable type, the second one's a total hardened soldier, and the third's a gentleman doctor. They're all unreal. Wanxin, you're so pretty and so sweet. We love you. The flattery surged, wave after wave, filling the rooftop. And then, at the peak of the noise, a quiet laugh cut through. 星号 hi 星号. Every head turned. Jiang Jinci stood with her arms crossed, the ghost of a smile on her lips and absolutely nothing warm in her eyes. The cuckoo takes the nest. And you're proud of it. Confusion rippled through the crowd. Faces turned to one another, brows furrowed. A cuckoo in the nest. What the hell was that supposed to mean? The students on the rooftop knew the Jiang family had 2 daughters. One was Jiang Wanxin, the golden girl, the one who had everything. The other was Jiang Jinci. Brought back from the countryside 3 years ago. Kicked out just days ago. Everyone assumed the drastic difference in their looks came down to them being fraternal twins. No one had a clue about the real secret, the truth behind the Jiang family's switched daughters. Jiang Wanxin's fists curled so tight her nails nearly bit into her palms. It took everything she had to keep her expression smooth. Little sister, I get it. Your upset mom and dad only threw a coming-of-age ceremony for me. She tilted her head, voice dripping with fake sympathy. But honestly, you're the one who pissed dad off that badly. So here's an idea. Come to the banquet Sunday. I bet mom and dad would love to see you. Play nice, apologize right, who knows? Maybe they'll soften up and let you come home. Jiang Jinci's lips curved into a cold smile. She shoved one hand into her uniform pocket, looking almost bored. I've got studying to do. No time. Pfft. Wait study. She said she's gonna 星号 study 星号. Oh my god, that's the funniest shit I've heard all year. Hey, you do know your midterm total, right? Dead last. Didn't even break 300. And now you're talking about studying. Please. 10 of you combined couldn't score half of what Wanxin pulls on a single test. Jiang Jinci's dark eyes swept over the jeering faces. Zero emotion. Then let's bet, she said. Bet what? Someone blurted. Her gaze landed on Jiang Wanxin. Voice flat. If I beat Jiang Wanxin in one subject, just one, on the provincial joint exam, I win. Deal. Let's set off another wave of laughter. Everyone knew Jiang Wanxin was the academic queen. Top of the grade, year after year. Jiang Jinci was the bottom feeder. Even if she dedicated every waking second to one subject, she didn't stand a chance in hell. But Jiang Jinci acted like she couldn't hear them. She fished 2 crumpled 100 yuan bills from her pocket and slapped them onto the concrete ledge. I'm betting on myself. The rest of you can throw in whatever you want. Everyone, 星号. 星号. She had to be insane. That's when Tanchi, who'd been watching the whole show, shoved a tall, skinny guy with glasses forward. If we're doing this, then Class C's own little gambling king of the Beijing Circle Lu Chen is running the board. King's in the house. Place your bets now. No take-backs once the money's down. Lu Chen pulled out his phone, calm as anything, and flashed a payment QR code. Holy shit, we're actually doing this. Hell yeah, we're doing it. She's running her mouth against Miss Jiang. Somebody needs to teach her a lesson. 500 on Jiang Jinci losing. 1,000. Only 1,000. What are you, broke? 5,000. 10,000. That's how much I bet Wanxin. Phones came out. QR codes got scanned. The air filled with chimes. 星号定, 星号. 星号定, 星号. 星号定, 星号. Payment notifications stacked up one after another. Some bets were as low as 500. Others pushed to 10 or 20,000. Cash flooded into Lu Chen's account. It wasn't really about the money. It was about putting Jiang Jinci in her place. Making her pay for daring to talk back to Jiang Wangxin. Jiang Jinci watched the numbers climb, fingers tapping lightly inside her pocket. A rough tally put the pot at nearly 100,000. 星号 tisk 星号. Rich kids at a private school really did have money to burn. Good thing she was short on cash lately. Jiang Wangxin stood off to the side, wearing that same helpless, indulgent look like she found the whole thing tiresome. She even threw out a half-hearted everyone, please don't. Only she knew how good it felt. All these people siding with her. All of them stomping on Jiang Jinci just for her. Jiang Jinci could never compare. Night settled in. Inside the Lin family's cramped but cozy living room, warm yellow light glowed. 星号 ding, 星号. Lin Yanqing's phone chimed mid-dinner. He glanced at the screen and froze. What's up, big brother? Lin Xingyi leaned over, curious. Did they remind you that you still owe the electric bill? Lin Yanqing swiped at his screen, checked it twice. His expression shifted from shock to genuine, wide-open excitement. A company called me in for an interview today. They just sent word. I passed. They want me to start Monday. Whoa! Lin Xingyi shot to his feet. That's huge. Big brother got a job. The kid spun in a little circle, then scooted closer to Jiang Jinci and announced in his piping voice, see? I told you. Sisters are good luck charm. The second she came back, big brother lands a job. The room brightened. Lin Ziyuan and Su Hui both smiled with relief, murmuring, that's wonderful, that's really wonderful. But when Lin Yanqing glanced at Jiang Jinci, his smile faltered. He dropped his gaze to his plate. Jiang Jinci caught it. That flicker. So he already suspected. The reason he'd been rejected everywhere, unable to find work no matter how hard he tried, it was because of her. But if he knew she'd been repaying kindness with cruelty, why was he still good to her? She couldn't figure it out. So she stopped trying. After dinner, Jiang Jinci retreated to her room. She dropped into her stretches and leg presses, eyes shut, silently reciting the classical poetry from the high school textbooks. Her movements were sharp, almost aggressive, like she meant to push every tendon to its limit. Lin Yanqing nudged the door open, carrying a glass of warm milk. He set it down. The job, he said. Thanks. Jiang Jinci paused mid-stretch. Opened her eyes and looked at him. Lin Yanqing pressed his lips together, visibly uncomfortable. His gaze wandered somewhere past her shoulder. During the interview, the recruiter mentioned someone had specifically recommended my resume. He stopped, then added, quieter, that was you, wasn't it? It was a question, but his tone said he already knew. Jiang Jinci didn't confirm or deny. She just watched him, dark eyes steady. Then she asked what had been nagging at her. You're not mad. Before this, you couldn't get hired because of me. She laid it out, plain and level. Lin Yanqing met her eyes then. His expression tangled into something complicated. His Adam's apple bobbed like 1,000 words were stuck in his throat. After a few seconds, he let out a bitter laugh. Mad? Yeah. I want to be mad. I spent 15 years spoiling my little sister rotten, gave her everything, and then one day she just became somebody else's sister. Then she came back and kicked me in the teeth. He shook his head. That's on me. Who else am I supposed to blame? Jiang Jinci pressed her lips together, staring at him. She didn't understand. But she was trying to. Lin Yanqing didn't say more. His eyes flicked to the steaming milk, and he forced his voice gruff. It's about to expire. If you don't drink it, I'll have to dump it. So just drink it, alright? He turned and walked out. At the door, he stopped. Didn't look back. Added stiffly, and quit picking at your food like you're trying to save the family grocery money. We're poor, but we're not so broke we can't afford a few extra bites for you. Jiang Jinci, 星号, 星号. The next morning, when Jiang Jinci came out, the small dining table was already crowded with breakfast dishes. Su Hui emerged from the kitchen in an apron, her face lighting up with an apologetic smile the instant she saw her. Shao Ci, you're awake. Come eat. Oh, it's all my fault. If your brother hadn't said something, I wouldn't have noticed you haven't been eating enough these past few days. I'm so sorry you went hungry in your own home. Lin Xingyi was noisily slurping his porridge. He lifted his little head and asked, Sis, why do you eat so much? Don't the Jiangs feed you? Did they starve you? Jiang Jinci's hand tightened slightly around her chopsticks. Eat so much? She couldn't explain it either. In her previous life, food had been scarce. A full meal was a luxury. Starvation had settled into her bones, etched into her very soul. So in this life, every single meal, her subconscious drove her to eat until she was completely, utterly full. She couldn't articulate that, so she just followed Lin Xingyi's lead and gave a faint ha-um. Su Hui's face practically overflowed with sympathy. Her eyes reddened. That Jiang family is too much. How could they treat a child like that? You're still growing. She looked at Jiang Jinci with tenderness and said, Shall see tomorrow's your birthday. Is there any special food you want? Or a present? Tell Mama. I'll buy you anything. Jiang Jinci thought for a few seconds. Can you buy me the newest college entrance exam practice books? The 53 exercise book version A and B, the 38 sets, and she rattled off a list of the hardest, most comprehensive practice books on the market. Su Hui blinked. Lin Xinyi's jaw dropped. Whoa. In the end, Su Hui handed Jiang Jinci 500 yuan in cash and told her to buy whatever she wanted. So on Sunday, Jiang Jinci took Lin Xinyi to the biggest bookstore in the city. She had a clear target. She headed straight for the high school test prep section. After stacking up a pile of books, she was about to pay when she realized her little shadow was gone. Lin Xinyi. She searched the area. Nothing. Jiang Jinci paid for the books first, then went outside to look. Just as she stepped through the bookstore doors, a heavy ghost fire motorcycle roared past, missing her by inches. A crumpled piece of paper hit the books in her arms and fluttered to the ground. She stopped, bent down, and picked it up. She unfolded it. Scrawled in big, crooked letters. Want to save your little brother? Come along to the abandoned factory in the west of the city. Call the cops and he dies. Jiang Jinci's pupils shrank. The air around her dropped to ice. She jerked her head up. The motorcycle was already 100 meters away, leaving only the rider's arrogant back shrinking fast. But that back, she recognized it. The same gang that cornered Tenchi a few days ago. The Tiger Head gang. Jiang Jinci didn't hesitate. She spun around, sprinted to the curb, and threw up a hand to hail a cab. A black Maybach glided to a stop right beside her. The rear window rolled down, revealing a face that was ridiculously handsome, amusement dancing in his eyes. Little thing, where are you heading? Want a ride? Boss Jean. Jiang Jinci's eyes flared. No need. Lend me the car. I'll bring it back. She was already reaching for the driver's door handle. Before Shensu could process what was happening, she grabbed his arm and hauled him out. He stumbled, yelping, Sis, wait, I haven't even unbuckled my seatbelt. He jabbed at the release. 星号 click 星号. Shensu scrambled free, and Jiang Jinci slid into the driver's seat in one fluid motion. She slammed the door, buckled up, then twisted to face the back seat. Out. Jinjibai raised an eyebrow, amused by her outright robbery. The mischief in his eyes only deepened. Instead of getting angry, he leaned back against the seat, crossed his arms, and studied her with open interest. I never agreed to lend you the car. You're getting bolder, little thing. Jiang Jinci's fingers tightened on the steering wheel. Her gaze cut like a blade. Too late. You're lending it whether you like it or not. If you're not getting out, then hold on. She floored the accelerator. 星号 room, 星号. The Maybach shot forward like a bullet. Outside, Shensu had just managed to stand upright when he got a faceful of exhaust. Cough, damn it. He coughed and hopped on the spot. You don't even know how to drive. My boss is still in there. Slow down. Inside the car, Jiang Jinci was already doing 100 miles an hour. In the back, Jinjibai was thrown forward by the force. 星号 bang, 星号, his forehead cracked against the front seat. TCH. He sucked in a sharp breath and grabbed the overhead handle to steady himself. When he looked up, the amusement in his eyes had been replaced by pure shock. Jiang Jinci blew clean through a red light at the intersection, horns blaring from every direction. Jinjibai's heart lurched. Little thing, slow down. This is the city center. Relax. Hang on and you won't die. Another red light flew past. Traffic thickened. Horns screamed everywhere. The Maybach weaved through the dense flow of cars at breakneck speed, slipping past other vehicles with inches to spare. Jinjibai pressed his lips into a thin line. He'd been around cars for years. He'd seen plenty of reckless drivers. But even he had never seen anyone drive a luxury sedan like a race car straight through downtown traffic. This little thing. She wasn't playing with her own life. She was playing with his and with everyone else's on this street. In the few seconds Jinjibai was losing his composure, Jiang Jinci ran 2 more red lights without changing her expression, then yanked the wheel. The car's nose swerved into a narrow alley. The speed dropped, but in the tight space, it was still a blur. 100 meters ahead, the heavy ghost fire motorcycle appeared. It LED, and the Maybach followed close behind. Jiang Jinci spoke suddenly, hold on with both hands. I'm going to ram it. But the next second, the motorcycle fishtailed into a side alley barely wide enough for a single bike. The Maybach screeched to a halt at the entrance. Jiang Jinci stared at the back. The man on the back turned around as they entered the alley and flipped her off. Jiang Jinci turned back, expressionless. She closed her eyes. In her mind, a rough map of the old district formed. The next second, she opened her eyes, threw the car into reverse, and shot backward. Then she lined up the car with the stairway leading down to the lower street, and floored it again. The Maybach plunged straight down the stairs without a moment's hesitation. At this point, not even the top-tier leather seats could save Jinji's rattled backside. The man thought he'd finally shaken the tail. Then he rounded the next corner, and the car was already there like it had crawled up through the asphalt just to cut him off. His brain short-circuited. He stomped the brake on instinct, but the bike slid sideways and slammed him into the ground. Xinghao screeched, Xinghao. The sound ripped through the alley. The Maybach's grill stopped 1 centimeter from his nose, radiating a quiet, crushing menace. He lay flat on his back, a dark stain spreading fast across the crotch of his jeans. Jiang Jinci was out of the car before the echo died. She grabbed him by the collar and hauled him half off the pavement. The abandoned factory in the west of the city. Where exactly? Where did you take my brother? If so much as one hair on his head is touched, I swear your entire tiger head gang will be buried right alongside him. Her chest rose and fell, just slightly. The Lin family had been good to her. A warmth she'd never felt in her previous life. Even when she barely had enough to eat, leaving them had never crossed her mind. She loved that genuine care, the feeling of being treated like real family. And now, because of her, Lin Xinyi had been taken by these bastards. She would not let anything happen to him. Xinghao, absolutely not, Xinghao. The man was petrified by the pure, unhinged fury in her eyes. He stuttered out directions. Down that road, third turn. Jiang Jinci shoved him aside and was back behind the wheel in 2 seconds. Reverse. Hard crank. The Maybach spun on a dime in that narrow alley and shot toward the road he indicated. TCH. A soft click from the back seat. Jinji's voice cut through, lazy and edged. Just a kid. Worth all this. Jiang Jinci kept her eyes on the road. Her voice was iron. It's not about worth. He's my family. As long as I'm here, nobody touches my family. Jinji arched an eyebrow. He drawled, but you're not a Lin by blood. Her tone went sub-zero. I choose my own family. No one else gets to judge. Something jolted through Jinji's chest. He stared at the back of her head, the way she drove with absolute focus. In his amber eyes, emotions turned complicated, unsettled. Like an old memory had just kicked down a door. He lowered his eyelids. Thick lashes hid whatever moved beneath. A faint, almost imperceptible curve pulled at the corner of his mouth. Half self-mockery, half surrender. Yeah, family. You could choose it yourself. Jiang Jinci's voice snapped him back. Hold on. I'm taking you airborne. Jinji still somewhere else, what? Before he could process, she floored it. The Maybach growled and charged straight at the dirt mound outside the factory. The car went up. Jinji. Then, out of nowhere, Jiang Jinci asked, how much did this car cost? She was going to have to pay for damages. She wanted the number first. Jinji said, not much. Jiang Jinci did mental math. 100 grand. A million, maybe. If she saved hard enough. Only 50 million, Jinji added. Jiang Jinci. Pure reflex. Her right foot hit the brake. Too late. The Maybach carved a violent, brutal arc through the air. The next second. Xinghao boom, Xinghao. The factory's brick wall erupted as the front end punched through. Dust and debris exploded outward. In the center of the factory, Lin Xinyi was tied to a rusted metal pillar. Jiang Jinci's eyes went cold. She hit the gas. The Maybach surged at him, full speed. Holy crap, that car's insane. It's coming. Moo, moo. The thug's hood circled Lin Xinyi, scattered like roaches. Lin Xinyi's eyes blew wide with terror. Xinghao, it's over. My sister hasn't saved me yet and I'm about to get flattened, Xinghao. Half a meter from impact, Jiang Jinci yanked the wheel. The Maybach executed a perfect drift, its massive body sliding at an obscene angle to stop right beside him. The driver's door practically kissed his arm. Through the swirling dust, the window rolled down. Jiang Jinci's face was expressionless. And somehow that made everyone's blood run cold. She didn't look at Lin Xinyi. She turned her head and sent a cold glare at Jinji in the back. Get out. Free him. Jinji. She was ordering him. Let tongue. Directed at him. For the first time, a wicked smirk touched his lips. He pushed open the door, unfolded his long legs, and in one smooth motion untied Lin Xinyi. Then, like picking up a chicken, he dropped the still terrified kid into the back seat. The moment he was inside, Lin Xinyi's eyes lit up. Sister. It's really you. Sister, that was so cool. Jiang Jinci answered with a flat She shifted, ready to spin the car toward the exit. But the factory entrance was flooding. A black tide of bodies surged in. Every single one gripping iron bars and steel pipes that gleamed under the dim lights. At the same time, A carpet of triangular spikes scattered across the ground, blocking the only way out. In Jiang Jinci's as always so unreadable layer of cold, settled darkness finally showed. She turned her head and looked at Lin Xinyi in the back seat. Stay in the car. Do not get out. If you're scared, cover your eyes. She unbuckled, opened the door, and stepped out. Sister. Lin Xinyi's voice cracked with worry, his small face twisted tight. He spun toward Jinji, who still looked lazy and unconcerned, and his anxiety spiked. Big brother. Aren't you going to help my sister? Jinji shrugged. She didn't ask. But Lin Xinyi's face flushed hot. You should still go help anyway. You're a man. How can you let a weak girl face all those bad guys alone? Jinji stared at him flatly. Xinghao weak girl, Xinghao. The kid had no clue what those two words meant. Lin Xinyi was frantic now, his voice fraying with tears. Big brother. If you just stand there like that, you're never gonna find a wife. Jinji. He rubbed his fingertips together. Then he pushed the door open. His long legs touched ground. But he didn't walk toward Jiang Jinci. He shut the door, rolled his neck, rotated his shoulders. First time in a car that nearly rattled his skeleton loose. Then he leaned back, propped lazily against the door. He pulled a cigarette from somewhere, slipped it between his lips, and lit it. Pale blue smoke curled up, softening the sharp lines of his face into something casually indifferent. He narrowed his eyes and watched the distance. Detached. A spectator. Meanwhile, Jiang Jinci squared off against the leader of the Tiger Head gang Biaogu. The gang wasn't the biggest underground force in the capital, but they had a reputation. Strict code. Ruthless efficiency. Strength ruled everything, and that creed was carved into their bones. Biaogu was a retired taekwondo master. Championship titles on the international stage, supposedly. No one knew why he quit, only that he joined the gang and beaten every challenger into submission to claim the top spot. When word first came that some teenage girl had dropped one of his lieutenants, he laughed it off. Scare her a little and be done with it. But the girl was a menace. She put the first few guys who came at her on the ground in seconds. That got his attention. He decided to test her himself. Fists hauled through the air. Legs cut the dusty space between them. Biaogu came at her hard and aggressive classic taekwondo combinations. But Jiang Jinci's movements were something else. Cunning. Unnatural. Nothing like taekwondo, kickboxing, or any martial art he'd ever seen. No form. Just brutal precision. The kind of killing technique forged in real life or death fights. Xinghao thud Xinghao. Another heavy hit. They broke apart. Jiang Jinci hid one hand behind her back. Up close, that hand was trembling, barely controlled. Across from her, Biaogu shook out his numb arm and stared. The contempt was gone from his eyes now. Shock had taken its place and a flicker of respect. He grinned, rough and wild. Girl, you can't beat me. But you're damn good. Not many people in this city can last 50 moves against me. At your age, you're a once-in-a-century fighting prodigy. He jerked his chin at her. Come work for me. We'll wipe the slate clean. I'll even make you a lieutenant. What do you say? Jiang Jinci's dark eyes stayed flat. Lieutenant sounds boring. I'd rather be the leader. The grin froze on Biaoji's face. He stared at her like she just told the world's funniest joke. Then his expression twisted ugly, violence boiling up. Kid, you got some nerve. I could let you walk out of here, or I could put you in the ground. Believe me. Jiang Jinci didn't flinch. I know the Tiger Head gang rules. Anyone who successfully challenges the leader takes over. Today, I'm challenging you. She pulled 2 strips of dusty cloth from her pocket. The gang members traded baffled looks. Leaning against his car, Jinji stopped mid-motion, dark eyes narrowing. Jiang Jinci crossed the strips over her hands, wrapped them tight, and knotted them. Fast, blindingly fast but smooth. Practiced. Like she'd done it 1,000 times. Seconds later, the cloth covered the backs of her hands down to her wrists. Simple, effective protection. In her past life, fighting or killing wrapping her joints and pressure points had been basic survival. Even now, in this softer world, the habit was carved into her bones. She always carried cloth strips in her pocket. They made her feel safe. She'd never thought she'd actually need them today. She stood there in casual clothes, radiating lazy indifference. The moment she finished winding those strips, a killing aura erupted from her thin frame. It wasn't posturing. It was the death stench of someone who crawled out of mountains of corpses. Jinji's eyes snapped wide. Pale smoke blurred his handsome face, but it couldn't hide the shock flickering in his gaze. That look. That presence. He'd only ever seen it in that Xinghao place. Was she? A sharp burn bit his fingers. Jinji snapped back to reality. The cigarette had burned down to the filter, the ember searing his skin. He dropped the stub. When he looked up again, Jiang Jinci was already charging. They clashed. Her moves got weirder. No rules. No pattern. Elbows. Knees. Fingers driving at pressure points. BRG's punches were powerful, but against this vicious, close-quarters assault, he looked clumsy. Every gang member stood frozen, watching their huge leader get shoved backward by that small frame. Then, Jiang Jinci sidestepped a heavy punch. Her right fist shot out at an impossible angle. Solar plexus. 星号 flag 星号. Byogo staggered back. Blood burst from his mouth. Boss. You okay? The gang erupted. Men rushed to steady him, faces pale with shock and rage as they glared at Jiang Jinci. She lowered her fist and stood still. A cold smile curved her lips. Want to keep going? Chest heaving, Byogo stared at her with disbelief and a hint of fear he tried to bury. He wiped the blood from his mouth. His eyes narrowed. Everyone expected him to explode. To order his men to tear this arrogant brat apart. But, Byogo laughed. He shoved the man off him. In front of their confused stares, he reached into his pocket and pulled something out. A ring. Snarling tiger head on its face. The tiger head command ring. Symbol of the gang's leader. Boss, what are you doing? Boss, no. She's just a kid, she doesn't deserve that ring. The gang shouted over each other. Byogo raised a hand and silenced them. He looked down at the ring that had been his for years. His voice came out rough, hoarse. The tiger head gang was built on one rule, strength rules. The capable lead. It's time for new blood. He lifted his head, sweeping his gaze over every man there. Then he landed on Jiang Jinci's blank face. This time, I lost. No regrets. She's stronger than me. She deserves this more. He held the tiger head command ring out to her, offering up the highest authority in the gang. Dead silence. Every member stared at that cold-faced girl. Take orders from some kid. They couldn't swallow it. But then they remembered her terrifying skill. How she made Byogo spit blood. No one said another word. Jiang Jinci stepped forward. BRG's hand was still shaking a little as he offered the ring. It was heavy against her palm. Cool with metal and years of wear. She turned it over in her fingers. The carving was decent. But the style was old. She slipped it onto her index finger. The ring hung loose, wobbling a full size too big. Jiang Jinci frowned. It's a little big. Do you have a smaller one? Byogo. The tiger head gang members just stared at her, speechless. Wait. No way. That ring was the gang's heirloom. Passed down for generations. Supposedly over 100 years old. Men had literally fought tooth and nail over that thing. And this girl was complaining about the size. Did she think it was some cheap plastic ring from a street vendor? A dozen burly men stood frozen, their internal monologue screaming. Jiang Jinci caught their stunned expressions and put it together immediately. Oh. One-of-a-kind heirloom. She pursed her lips, slipped the ring off her finger, and shoved it into her pocket like loose change. Fine. It's a little big, but I'll take it. The tiger head gang member. Ma'am. Nobody begged you to be the leader. Why are Xinghao you Xinghao the one acting put out? Jiang Jinci couldn't care less about their inner turmoil. Her cold eyes swept across the room. The ones who grabbed my brother today and scared him tied them to the pillars. Nobody releases them until I say so. Everyone froze. The new leader's first move was a straight-up power play. Jiang Jinci might look lean and small, but the ruthless edge she just demonstrated was seared into every man's memory now. Who was going to argue? Did anyone want a repeat of getting punched until they coughed blood? Getting tied to a pillar was a mercy compared to dying. For a long moment, no one dared object. Jiang Jinci glanced down at the iron spikes scattered across the floor, her expression darkening. Instantly, a handful of the younger members scrambled to pick them up. Satisfied, she turned to leave. Boss. Byogo jogged after her, his voice careful. There's still a lot of game business to hand over. When would you have time? Jiang Jinci paused and tilted her head as if she were actually considering the question. Let me finish my exams first. Byogo. Exams. This girl was seriously still a student. The entire tiger head gang stood rooted to the ground like stone statues. Jiang Jinci ignored them, pulled open the car door, and slid inside. The window rolled down slowly. Her gaze swept over them one last time. A quiet warning threaded through her words. When I come back to check, if those guys have been released early, you're all in trouble. The black sedan sped off, leaving behind a group of men staring at each other, cold sweat sliding down their backs. Damn. That scared the hell out of me. That look in her eyes. I'm still freaked out. What are you standing around for? Get some rope. Tie those bastards up. Make it tight. Inside the car, Lin Xinyi shrank into the corner like a quail, barely daring to breathe. He'd never known his sister was this hardcore. Smashing a luxury car's rear end with a brick had already blown his mind. But he never imagined she'd become the leader of the Tiger Head gang. So cool. Absolutely epic. But he was only brave enough to cheer on the inside. After a long stretch of silence, Jiang Jinci finally noticed her brother's unease. She softened her voice, trying to reassure him. Don't be scared. Those bad guys who frightened you, I already took care of them. Lin Xin. No. Sis, right now, Xinghao the one scaring me. Jinci Bai, who'd been quiet for a while, suddenly spoke. Have you been to Death Island? Jiang Jinci, no. Jinci Bai pressed his lips together, his confusion deepening. His people had confirmed Jiang Jinci had never even left the country in 18 years. Yet her lethal combat skills, her razor-sharp instincts, that reckless, death-defying edge. She moved like someone who'd survived Death Island. He pushed further. Then who taught you to fight? Jiang Jinci, I taught myself. Jinci. The little thing had a tight mouth. If she didn't want to talk, he wouldn't force it. He switched topics. Your driving's impressive, too. Also self-taught. This time, Jiang Jinci paused for 2 seconds. No. The person who taught me is dead. In her past life, to take on more missions and secure more supplies, she learned everything and perfected it. Driving every type of vehicle was just the tip of the iceberg. Jinci Bai raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Jiang Jinci drove straight into a 4S dealership. The car had held up better than she expected. After all the chaos, it only had a few scratches and one shattered headlight. After the inspection, the staff quoted the repair cost. Jiang Jinci thought she'd misheard. How much? Miss, this is a Maybach Ghost Collector's Edition. Only 10 exist worldwide. The headlight, paint repair, and minor internal adjustments, our initial estimate is at least $50,000. The staff member paused, then added smoothly, of course, 50,000 is a conservative figure. But for someone who drives a $50 million luxury vehicle, this should be pocket change. Jiang Jinci. The air froze for 3 seconds. Beside her, Jinci Bai stood with one hand in his pocket, watching her with undisguised amusement. If she just asked him for help, he'd be generous enough to. Before he could finish the thought, Jiang Jinci reached into her pocket and fished around. She pulled out a few crumpled bills and some loose change. She held the money out to the staff member. This is all I have. Can I owe you the rest? Staff. Jinci. A low, helpless laugh escaped him. He stepped forward, his deep voice cutting in. Don't bother repairing it. My people will handle it. Just tow it and scrap it. Staff, scrap it. That was a $50 million car. And he wanted to scrap it. Jinci Bai turned to Jiang Jinci, towering over her, amber eyes glinting with amusement. Little thing, now you owe me not just 2 meals, but also a $50 million car. Jiang Jinci. Something about this felt off. Perfect timing. It's lunchtime. Let's go. Jinci Bai's voice carried a lazy smile. Jiang Jinci. She clutched the few $100 in her pocket. Lifting her gaze, her dark eyes met his evenly. How about I treat you after I make some money? Jinci Bai stared at her completely broke, yet dead serious about negotiating a repayment plan with him. Something in his chest twitched. Damn. That was almost cute. He instinctively raised a hand to ruffle her slightly messy hair. But the moment his hand moved halfway, Jiang Jinci flinched back a full step. Jinci. His hand hung frozen in midair, the breeze from the mist touch brushing his fingertips. A strange frustration washed over him. Had he just wanted to ruffle a girl's hair? No. Impossible. Jinci Bai didn't do ridiculous things like that. He was just eager for talent. Seeing a promising recruit made him want to get close. That was it. Pure appreciation for raw skill. Definitely. Jiang Jinci took advantage of his distraction and vanished from the 4S dealership with Lin Xin. Jinci. Watching the little thing bolt rather than treat him to a meal, the corner of his mouth twitched. On the way home, Lin Xin tilted his face up and studied Jiang Jinci with the kind of curiosity that had no off switch. Big sis, who was that guy back there? He was stupid hot, maybe. Is he chasing you or something? Jiang Jinci didn't slow her pace. Didn't even glance over. No. I barely know him. Lin Xin let out a long, drawn-out oath, face so innocent it was practically a felony. Jiang Jinci stopped mid-stride. Something clicked. She turned, dropping her gaze to meet his. Dead serious. Shaoyi. When we get home, you say nothing to mom, dad, or big brother about me losing you today. Got it. The last thing she needed was her foster parents and Lin Yanqing thinking she'd nearly gotten their son and baby brother killed. Lin Xinyi's head bobbed so hard it looked ready to unscrew. Don't worry, big sis. I won't tell mom or dad or big brother. I'll take this secret to my grave. He paused, then added with absolute conviction. Big sis is just scared they'll find out she took down the whole Tiger Head gang by herself and became the new boss. If they heard that, They totally lose it. That afternoon, a knock came at the door. Lin Xinyi pulled it open and hollered toward the back of the house. Big sis. Someone's here for you. Jiang Jinci was buried in math problems, pen still in hand. She set it down and walked out. The girl at the door had long hair falling past her shoulders, fair skin, and a nervous edge she couldn't quite hide. Jiang Jinci rifled through her memory fast. Wenran. Honors class. One of the original's few friends. Jiang Jinci's face stayed unreadable. What's up? Wenran flinched under that cold stare, fingers twisting together. She murmured, Jinci, could you come with me to your sister's coming-of-age ceremony? Jiang Jinci lifted a brow. Give me one good reason. Wenran swallowed. Panic and apology chased each other across her face. Tao Yingying gave me your address. She said, if I didn't bring you, they'd pull my guaranteed admission slot. I really don't want to hurt you. It's just... Her voice shrank to nearly nothing. You know I'm terrible at school. My mom spent a fortune to get me that slot. Without it, I won't survive in that family. Jiang Jinci watched her in silence. Wenran and the original were two of a kind pretty girls with nothing else going for them academically. But at least Wenran had a mother who'd throw down serious cash to pay her daughter's way. The original had nothing. A beat passed. Then Jiang Jinci nodded. Fine. A change of scenery for problem sets. Let's go. Wenran's whole body said with relief. Her eyes went glassy. Thank you. Jinci, seriously thank you. Jiang Jinci turned to grab her stuff, but Wenran pulled a sleek garment bag from behind her back and held it out like an offering. Oh, and this is for you. A new Valentino gown. I saved my allowance for months. Honestly, today should have been your ceremony too. She hesitated, voice cracking just a little. After everything that happened, I didn't know how to comfort you. This was the only thing I could think of. You have to wear it and totally outshine Jiang Wangxin. Ever since Jiang Jinci had shown up at the Lin house with nothing, her wardrobe consisted of the school uniform her big brother got her and a handful of casual clothes Su Hui had bought. And the casuals were already wrapped. So she didn't overthink it. She took the bag. Okay. I'll wear it. But Wenran's eyes went wide, fixed on Jiang Jinci's hands. Wait, Jinci, what happened to your hands? Jiang Jinci glanced down. The backs of her hands were bruised black and purple, thin bloody cuts still flecked with grime. Leftovers from her fight with the tiger had gained that morning. She hadn't even registered them. It's nothing. Scratches. Wenran stared at her. Scratches. They looked freaking agonizing. But Jiang Jinci was already moving, garment bag in hand, heading back inside like nothing had happened. A few minutes later, she stepped out in the dress, backpack slung over one shoulder. Wenran opened her mouth, closed it, stared for a solid beat, then finally found her voice and LED Jiang Jinci downstairs. The Wen family car idled at the curb. Wenran pulled the door open. Jiang Jinci ducked to get in then stopped cold. Her head snapped around, gaze cutting sharp and icy over her shoulder. There it was again. That feeling of being watched. It had been trailing her for days. Faint. Persistent. Almost invisible. A stalker she couldn't see. Too far. She could only get a general direction, not lock onto anything solid. She hated not being in control. Jiang Jinci's lips pressed thin. A chill radiated off her. Jinci? What's wrong? Wenran leaned out, worry all over her face. Nothing. Jiang Jinci pulled her gaze back, eyes dark, and slid into the car. The sedan pulled away from the old alley and vanished into traffic. Exactly where Jiang Jinci's stare had cut the dead-end wall of Qingteng Lane, heavy with ivy. 星号 BZZZ 星号. A micro-drone rose without a sound. It slipped around the alley mouth and zipped into an unmarked black car parked near the curb. The man in the passenger seat caught the drone and shot the driver a sharp look. Tail that white BMW. Don't lose it. The black car's engine hummed to life. It kept a careful distance behind the Wen family sedan the entire way. When the BMW finally rolled into the hotel parking lot, the man dialed. Boss Jin. Miss Jiang just entered Lu Jin Tianke. Our people confirmed tonight's Jiang Wangxin's coming-of-age ceremony. She's most likely here for the banquet. Somewhere else entirely. An underground room. Cold walls. No windows. Jin Jibai ended the call. His fingertips tapped the phone screen once. Twice. He was leaned back in a metal chair, legs crossed, posture almost lazy. But he radiated the absolute command of a man who held life and death in his hands. This cramped, suffocating room might as well have been his throne room. A few meters away, a man was strapped to an interrogation chair. Blood-soaked. Barely breathing. He'd clearly been through hell and back. Shen Su stood beside him, voice flat with frustration. Boss, this one's a hard nut. A full week and he hasn't given us a single useful thing. The assassin who tried to kill Jin Jibai a week ago. Failed. and paid for it every day since. Jinci toyed with his phone, a cool smile flickering at the corner of his mouth. Then stopped asking. Time to go find my little thing. He stood, smoothing the non-existent wrinkles on his bespoke jacket. Shensu blinked. Huh? Hadn't he already found her this morning? But that wasn't the point right now. Shensu scrambled after him. Boss. What about the assassin? We're just letting it go. Jinci steps paused. He turned his head, and his amber eyes were fathomless eyes. Leaked word that he broke under interrogation. Told us everything. Shensu's face lit up. He spun and kicked the assassin in the shin. You think keeping your mouth shut saves you? Once this gets out, your rap is ash. The whole circle will swear you sold out your organization. The assassin's face twisted. Veins bulged at his temples. But he ground his teeth. Pathetic. Pieceable. Shensu sighed and clapped the guy on the shoulder with mock sympathy. Buddy, if I were you, I'd just confess. Boss Jin's in a good mood right now, he might even take out the bastard pulling your strings. Otherwise. He drew a slow finger across his own throat. When this backfires, it takes your whole crew with it. And nobody scrapes what's left off the floor. The assassin's breath came in ragged gasps, his eyes practically bursting from their sockets. Shensu smiled, almost cheerful. You came for Boss Jin. You knew there was no walking away clean, didn't you? Relax. Next time I swing by, I'll have an update for you. Spoiler, we already torched your hideout. He turned and walked out. Behind him, the chair rattled violently as the assassin's mind finally snapped. He roared, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. At the end of the underground tunnel, Jinci adjusted his cuffs. Shensu jumped up. Boss Jin. He cracked. Just like you said, that person ordered the hit. If he had the time, he'd stand there marveling at his boss's genius. A full week of every interrogation trick in the book, and the bastard hadn't breathed a word. Then one casual line from Jinci shattered him completely. Shensu could study for a decade and never pull off a move like that. But Jinci didn't stop walking. No satisfaction. No next step orders. He just asked, flat, smell me. Do I have blood on me? Shensu blinked. Huh? What? Jinci frowned, annoyed. He tucked his collar down, sniffed, and shot Shensu a look. TCH, I'm changing. If that little thing catches a whiff of this, she might think I'm as ruthless as she is. Shensu. By dusk, the Lujin Tianke Grand Hotel blazed with light. The lobby swirled with guests, crystal glasses clinking. The entire elite of Jindu gathered under one roof. At the entrance to the main banquet hall, Jiang Wanxin stood in a floor-length blue gown that sculpted her waist and left her back bare. Elegant. Poised. She greeted every guest with a flawless smile and polished words. Beside her, her mother, Shen Suyan, wore a dark qipao. She scanned the crowd, frowning. Wanxin, did you give your sister the message? This grand coming-of-age ceremony was supposed to be a shared stage for both Jiang Wanxin and Jiang Jinci. The Jiang family had booked the hotel a year in advance. No expense spared. But a week ago, that ugly incident had happened. Still, Shen Suyan clung to a thread of hope. Jiang Jinci was a Jiang by blood. In her mind, if her daughter would just apologize to her father tonight, soften just a little, this could all blow over. Jiang Wanxin's smile stayed perfect, her tone laced with just the right note of reluctance. Mom, I gave her the message. But, it seems my sister is still angry. She won't come to the ceremony. In front of all those classmates, she framed it as an invitation to her Xinghao coming-of-age ceremony. How could Jiang Jinci show her face after that? And even if she did, with the Lin family's poverty, she couldn't afford a decent gown anyway. Tonight's dazzling ceremony belonged to Jiang Wanxin alone. Shen Suyan's face darkened. Her words, the flattery kept coming. Jiang Wanxin's smile grew more perfect. She nodded with practiced grace. Tao Yingyin squeezed past the others and leaned close to Jiang Wanxin's ear. Wanxin, I sent people to get Jiang Jinci. When she shows up in some cheap street market dress, and sees you in top-tier couture, center stage at the most dazzling ceremony in the city, basking in everyone's praise. TSK, her face is going to twist. She'll be so jealous she'll lose her mind. For a split second, Jiang Wanxin's perfect smile flickered. She gave Tao Yingyin a cool glance. This lackey was meddling a little too much. But honestly, standing alone at the peak of luxury and glory was its own pleasure, yes, but she really did want to see Jiang Jinci's ugly, jealous expression when she realized she had nothing and Jiang Wanxin had everything. That twisted craving for what she'd never have, it would be very entertaining. Jiang Wanxin's lips curved back into a flawless smile, her voice warm and helpless. Yingyin, don't say that. She is my sister, after all. If she does come, you all have to help me take good care of her. And remember, don't let her clumsily knock over that 9-tier gold leaf cake tart over there. Father had it made especially for me. If she causes a scene in front of all these distinguished guests, even I might not be able to protect her. A sharp gleam flashed in Tao Yingyin's eyes. Don't worry, Wang Xin. We'll take excellent care of your sister. She won't cause you any trouble. More guests were arriving. Shen Suyan checked the time and told Jiang Wanxin to lead her classmates inside. According to the schedule, before the formal start of the ceremony, there would be a talent showcase for the honoree, a chance to display the fruits of years of careful cultivation, and to let every guest, especially the families eyeing potential matches, see firsthand just how exceptional she was. Jiang Wanxin had prepared a piano solo. Wearing her ethereal Elisab gown, she walked gracefully toward the priceless Steinway grand piano at the center of the dance floor, under the gaze of hundreds. The guests instinctively stepped back, clearing the middle of the room. As she slowly said, the entire ballroom's lights dimmed. A single soft, bright spotlight fell on Jiang Wanxin, bathing her in a halo of pure light. Like a muse descended from heaven. The room went completely silent. Only gasps of admiration filled the air. So beautiful. This is what a daughter of the Jiang family looks like. The poise is incredible. Many young heirs and male students didn't even bother hiding the infatuation and admiration in their eyes. Jiang Wanxin savored the feeling of being the center of attention. She lifted her chin slightly, showing off the perfect line of her profile. Her long, pale fingers rose gracefully, poised to fall onto the black and white keys. In that breathless silence, everyone waited in anticipation. Xinghao bang, Xinghao. The two enormous doors of the banquet hall, which should have been locked, were shoved open from the outside with brutal force. The harsh glare from the entrance doors shattered the soft ambience in the hall. Jiang Wanxin's fingers froze above the piano keys, a frown tugging at her brow. Who the hell had the nerve? Shen Suyan's face tightened, irritation flaring before she forced it down and leveled a look at the manager. What's going on? This is Wanxin's opening performance. Even if guests are late, that's what the doormen are for. The manager, genuinely baffled, pressed his Bluetooth earpiece, demanding an answer from security. What the hell? Who told you to open those doors? Do you have any idea what's happening right now? Whatever crackled through the earpiece made his eyes go wide. Before he could relay it to Shen Suyan, a ripple of guests spread through the crowd. Whoa, whose daughter is that? I've never seen her in the Jingdu social scene before. She's so pure. Like she's lit from within. Is she a celebrity? The murmurs had barely settled when the crowd parted, pulled by something unseen. The spotlight that had been fixed squarely on Jiang Wanxin shifted almost involuntarily and landed on the girl standing in the doorway. She stood perfectly still, black hair cascading down her back, a simple white dress clinging to her frame like fresh snow. Her hair was held back by a cheap, plain hairpin, and somehow that only made her look more untouchable, more ethereal. Her features were sculpted, stunning but never harsh. White lace gloves covered her slender fingers, the fit seamless. She moved like she came with her own filter. No embellishment. She didn't need it. She already stole every gaze in the room. Who is that? One guy froze mid-sentence. Mom, I'm in love. An older socialite whispered behind her champagne glass. Now that is old money elegance. Like jade and as refined, pure, untouchable. Jiang Jinci's gaze was cool, her steps unhurried. She didn't scan the room for approval. No nervous smile. No desperation to please. She looked at everyone with the same detached indifference. On stage, Jiang Wanxin, who should have been the center of attention, suddenly felt like part of the backdrop. She stared at Jiang Jinci in disbelief. No makeup. No designer gown. So why did the impact hit this hard? She'd always known her sister's face was lethal. But showing up this unpolished, this casual, and still outshining Wanxin's meticulously planned look. It stung. Her fingers on the piano keys curled until the knuckles went white. Shen Suyan was just as thrown. She hurried over, her surprise genuine as her gaze swept over Jiang Jinci. Shao Ci, you look beautiful today. I almost didn't recognize you. She traded her shock for a soft, doting smile in an instant. Come on, let's go apologize to your father first. If you're sincere enough to calm him down, I'll have the crew put your photo on the big screen. Let everyone see how outstanding our Shao Ci really is. What do you say? Outside, the massive LED screen was still cycling through glamorous portraits of Jiang Wanxin. This coming-of-age ceremony had become Jiang Wanxin's personal showcase. Jiang Jinci's voice was flat. No need. I showed up. The agreement's fulfilled. I'm clearly not needed here, so I'll go. Shen Suyan blinked. Agreement? What agreement? Tao Yingying approached with a pack of girls behind her, a practiced smile fixed on her lips. Jiang Jinci, you finally made it. But this is Wanxin's performance right now. Even if you're jealous, you can't ruin this moment. Come with us to the lounge instead. Shen Suyan's understanding clicked into place. So Jiang Jinci had come to sabotage Wanxin's opening act. Her expression soured. Shao Ci, I was worried about you, and you're still this stubborn. She turned to Tao Yingying with a helpless sigh. Miss Tao, please look after Shao Xi for now. Don't let her disrupt the proceedings. Tao Yingying's smile went sweet and obedient. Don't worry, Auntie. We'll take great care of Shao Xi. She reached for Jiang Jinci's arm. Jiang Jinci's voice dropped to ice. You want to lose that hand? The air froze for 2 full seconds. Tao Yingying remembered vividly how Jiang Jinci had broken her own father's hand without hesitation. She yanked her arm back like she'd been burned and forced a stiff smile. Fine. Let's just go to the lounge. On stage, the spotlight slid obediently back to Jiang Wanxin. She exhaled a slow breath, placed her fingers on the keys, and began her prepared piece. The elegant melody flowed for less than a minute. Crash! A thunderous bang exploded from the catering area. The entire hall fell silent, broken only by one jarring long note from the piano and the collective gasp of the guests. Jiang Wanxin nearly snapped. She gritted her teeth. Damn it! Who was causing trouble now? Every head turned toward the catering section. The 9-tier gold leaf cake tart had toppled. 3 figures were sprawled in the wreckage, smeared with cream and shattered fondant. Tao Yingying and her 2 friends. And standing beside the debris, white dress still pristine, expression completely unbothered, was the girl. Jiang Jinci held a small slice of cake, eating it slowly. Before anyone could process what had happened, she commented, calm as ever. Not very sweet, but it'll do. Everyone stared at her, mouths hanging open. She frowned slightly, pulled the strawberry cake closer to her chest, and shot them a wary look. Why are you all staring at my slice? There are over 30 more over there. Get your own. The crowd just stared. Was this girl that territorial about food? Jiang Shuating stormed over, a cluster of senior executives and business partners in tow. He froze for half a beat at the sight of Jiang Jinci's appearance, then his face twisted into a furious scowl. Jiang Jinci, what are you up to now? Who gave you permission to come here? Any normal person would have crumbled under a father's fury like that. Jiang Jinci gave him a cold glance. Your wife, your daughter, and these people on the floor, they all wanted me here. At that moment, Tao Yingying, her face smeared with cream, scrambled to her feet, sobbing. Wow! Uncle Jiang, we were just trying to be nice and bring Shao Xi over to get food. And she shoved us into the cake tart. She ruined Wanxin's opening performance. She's so mean. The other 2 girls chimed in, voices overlapping. Yeah, we didn't do anything. She's the bully. She's just jealous that Wanxin is the star today. Jiang Shuating's face went from dark to thunderous. You fine. Just fine. He jabbed a finger at Jiang Jinci, teeth practically grinding. Then he whipped around and roared at the hotel security team rushing toward them. Security! Get her out of here. Now. This instant. His voice boomed across the silent hall. Starting today, I, Jiang Shuating, have no such disgraceful daughter. Shen Suyan rushed forward, desperation written all over her face. Jinci, apologize to your father right now. Tell him you didn't mean it. Tell him you were just messing around with your friends. Jiang Jinci took her time polishing off the last bite of cake. Then, under the crowd's disbelieving stares, she reached out and picked up a new piece matcha mousse. Her voice stayed flat, a statement of pure fact. You believe whatever anyone tells you. Let's just say, I really don't want to be related to people this gullible. Enjoy your evening. I'm leaving. She turned and actually started walking away. Stop right there. You've gone too far. Jiang Shuating's temper detonated. In front of all these guests, his authority had never been challenged so openly. He stepped forward, voice thundering. Where are your manners? Did you swallow them with breakfast? Fine. I'll teach you right here, in front of everyone. I'll show you respect. I'll show you discipline. Dad. Jiang Wanxin glided forward, gun shimmering, every inch the picture of grace. Dad, please calm down. Sister must have just been confused, causing trouble like this. This is my coming of age ceremony, so many people are watching. Do it for me. Don't make a scene here. We'll go home after the banquet and deal with her properly, okay? This was the Lujin Tianke Grand Hotel, after all. The capital's most exclusive luxury playground. Its rules were ironclad, reservations booked a year out, and the security system was the stuff of legend. Most importantly, Lujin Tianke prized decorum above everything. Any violence on the premises was strictly forbidden. Break that rule and you got a permanent blacklist. No exceptions. Rumor had it even the country's top-tier power players kept their heads low here. Jiang Shuating's fury cooled a few degrees at his daughter's reminder. He couldn't afford a scene. It would humiliate the Jiang family and risk offending the hotel, derailing future deals. He swallowed his volcanic rage. But the look he shot Jiang Jinci still dripped with disgust. Look at your sister. Now look at yourself. If you had half her grace, half her sense, I wouldn't be threatening to throw you out every other day. Go home. Now. We'll discuss this tonight. To the onlookers, his deference to Jiang Wanxin only cemented her standing. Just as the whispers began to ripple through the room, the massive LED screen on the far wall flickered to life. Every head turned. The feed showed the dining area's surveillance footage. Tao Yingyin and her two friends, LED Jiang Jinci, toward the cake tower. As Jiang Jinci reached for a small pastry, all three girls lunged forward to shove her. But Jiang Jinci dodged like she had eyes in the back of her head. The three of them hurtled face first into the cake tower, smashing the 9-tier gold leaf masterpiece into a wreck. Then the clip cut to guests rushing over at the sound of the crash. Silence fell like a blade. So, Jiang Jinci had been set up. Someone's mouth twitched. Holy crap. Did not see that coming. No. Tao Yingyin shrieked. It's fake. Don't believe it, it's a deepfake. No one listened. A squad of black-suited security burst through the main doors, seized Tao Yingyin and the other two girls, and dragged them out. The hotel manager strode in, suit immaculate, expression glacial. He gave the guests a crisp bow. Ladies and gentlemen, apologies for disturbing the evening. After review, these young women initiated the disruption. Effective immediately, they and their families are permanently blacklisted from Lujin Tianke. Please continue enjoying your night. Pay this matter no mind. Jiang Shuating's realization hit like a freight train. He'd been dead wrong about Jiang Jinci. She called it. They were so gullible they believed anything anyone told them. His face drained of color, then flashed a sickly red. He looked 10 times worse than before. Jiang Jinci let her gaze sweep the room, was cool and steady. I'm not going back to the Jiang family. You take your narrow bridge, I'll take the broad road. From now on, we go our separate ways. With that, she turned and walked out, eating her small cake as she went. Composed. Unhurried. Not a single trace of the shame or humiliation of being abandoned by her family, publicly rebuked by her father. Hundreds of eyes tracked that slender figure in white pride, defiant until she vanished through the doors. Inside the ballroom, the Jiang family's faces were ashen. Especially Jiang Wanxin's. She had schemed to drive Jiang Jinci away, orchestrated a flawless coming-of-age ceremony for herself. And it had become the stage for Jiang Jinci to humiliate them all. Beneath her stunning gown, Jiang Wanxin's fists clenched so hard they shook. Jealousy and resentment nearly ripped apart the post mask she wore. A brief silence. Then murmurs rippled through the crowd. Was that the youngest daughter? The one they brought back 3 years ago? Yes. Her aura is unreal. That cold elegance, she practically outshines Jiang Wanxin as the capital's top socialite. Too bad she got kicked out right after being brought back. The Jiang family's logic is baffling. Jiang Wanxin drew a deep breath and forced herself back to the piano, picking up the interrupted opening performance. The notes poured out, polished and brilliant, drawing guests from the audience. But the guests' attention had already wandered. Raw rebellion, it seemed, held a deadlier allure than carefully crafted grace. Meanwhile, Jiang Jinci reached the elevator bank and nearly collided with a tall figure. The man was broad-shouldered, his face cold and sharply carved. Jiang Qingyi, the eldest Jiang son, just arriving from the company. He clearly hadn't expected to see her. He stopped short. When his gaze landed on her, a flicker of surprise registered barely there. A simple white dress. It made her look slender, her presence icy. Stripped of pretense, she was stunning. Jiang Jinci acted like she didn't see him. She walked past without a glance, tossing a cake box aside. Jiang Qingyi frowned. Jiang Jinci, the ceremony isn't over. Where are you going? She finally turned, her tone as distant as if she were speaking to a stranger. That's your sister's ceremony. Not mine. She paused, then asked directly. Was that surveillance video you? Jiang Jinci looked genuinely puzzled. What video? He just wrapped an international meeting and rushed over. He had no idea what had happened in the ballroom. Jiang Jinci read his blank expression and understood instantly. Not him. Of course. Why would he go out of his way to find footage and clear her name at a time like this? Strange. Then who had helped her? She shook off the thought and stepped into the arriving elevator. Her slim figure disappeared behind the slow-closing metal doors. Jiang Qingyi stared at the sealed doors for a long moment before turning and walking toward the ballroom. Wen Ran stood in the lobby clutching Jiang Jinci's backpack. The second Jinci stepped off the elevator, Wen Ran rushed her. Jinci, are you okay? That scared me half to death. What the hell happened? How did Tao Yingyin and her crew get tossed out like that? She'd been too scared to run into Tao Yingyin, so she waited downstairs. But watching those girls get humiliated, their entire families blacklisted, on the spot had left her shaken. And this was Lujin Tianke. That kind of power was terrifying. I'm fine. Jiang Jinci's voice stayed flat. They pissed off the wrong person. Even if the hotel hadn't stepped in, she had zero plans to let Tao Yingyin walk away clean. But when Ran heard the words and assumed it was bravado, she fell silent. Miss Jiang, wait. Jiang Jinci turned. Shensu, Jinci Bai's assistant, was jogging toward her. She fixed him with an unreadable stare. Shensu flashed a polished smile. Miss Jiang, Jinci Bai would like you to join him upstairs. No time. Shensu froze. Had she really just brushed off Jinci Bai that easily? In his entire career, nobody had turned down that invitation. This girl was something else. He stepped forward, blocking her path. Miss Jiang, do me a favor. Don't make this difficult. Jiang Jinci stopped and met his eyes. So you'd rather make it difficult for me? She had a stack of practice problems waiting. Not time for a social call. Shensu drew a slow breath, then forced a grin. Fine. What would it take for you to come upstairs with me? As long as she didn't ask for anything too crazy, he'd entertain it. Jiang Jinci actually considered. Then she looked up and asked something that completely threw him. Is Jinci Bai good at math? Shensu blinked. Excuse me. Math? What did that have to do with anything? Still, this was about his boss's reputation. He straightened his tie, letting a sliver of pride slip into his voice. Of course. Jinci Bai excels at everything, math included. The man's a natural at whatever he sets his mind to. Jiang Jinci nodded once. Fine. I'll go. Wait, that's it. One question about math. Before he could process it, she turned to Wenran. Want to come? Shensu cut in fast. Oh, Miss Jiang, Jinci Bai's invitation is for you alone. He didn't need some random tag-along. Jinci Bai would skin him alive. Wenran shook her head hard. Jinci, I shouldn't. I need to get home. Alright. Get back safe. Jiang Jinci followed Shensu to a private elevator concealed behind a marble archway. The doors slid open on sleek, understated luxury. She stepped inside, and as Shensu hovered by the panel, she asked, what floor? The penthouse. The doors sealed. Outside, Wenran's breath hitched. The penthouse. Her hand flew to her mouth. Lu Jintiang's penthouse was never open to the public. She'd heard the stories, the capital's biggest private helipad, a year-round glass garden unlike anything else. It was the sanctuary of the hotel's mysterious owner. And that man had called him Jinci Bai. Could it be Xing Hao, that Xing Hao Jin? The tycoon whose name the entire business world feared to speak aloud. A man with absolute power, a reputation for ruthlessness, a life shrouded in silence. A chill raced down her spine. If it was him, then Jinci was walking into far more trouble than she realized. Panic surged. She scrambled for her phone to warn her, then reality crashed down. Jiang Jinci didn't own a phone. On the 5th floor, inside the banquet hall, Shen Suan clutched her handbag and hurried toward Jiang Shuating and Jiang Chenyi, her expression strained. Honey, Chenyi, the hotel manager just told me Jinci Bai is in the building today. After that scene Tao Yinyin caused, what if word got back to him? What do we? Jiang Shuating's face darkened. Jiang Chenyi went still. Jiang Wangxin leaned in, voice soft. Mom, do you mean Xing Hao, the Xing Hao Jinci Bai? The one who restructured his whole family at 15, put his brother in power, and made their own president step down by 18. That financial titan. Jiang Chenyi nodded, his tone unusually heavy. The same. His whereabouts are a mystery. Ruthless and unpredictable, barely sets foot in the country, yet he controls the economic pulse of the nation from half a world away. Even the top brass can't touch him. Our family needs to steer clear. The last thing we want is to catch the attention of a man like that. Jiang Wangxin's lashes fluttered. A faint, breathless thrill stirred in her chest. Jinci Bai. A name that felt almost mythical. 3 years ago, when she first learned his story, she'd been overwhelmed by his sheer power, his cold, calculated dominance. Every elite school in the capital funneled its best graduates into his orbit, quietly feeding his network. That was why, even after securing early admission to Capital University, she insisted on taking the college entrance exam. Only by topping the national rankings could she hope to enter that rarefied circle, maybe catch a glimpse of the legend himself. Shen Suan didn't notice the glint in her daughter's eyes. She pressed a hand to her chest, still agitated. At least the noise wasn't too loud. Let's leave as soon as the ceremony's over. Jiang Wangxin composed herself and offered a steady smile. Mom, don't worry. Even if Jinci Bai is here, he'll be in his private quarters miles away from our little banquet. Still, she couldn't help glancing upward, her gaze freighted with longing. What kind of man could shift the world with a single gesture? If only she could meet him, just once. She had no idea the very man she dreamed of was, in that exact moment, lounging in a rattan chair in the rooftop garden, waiting for Jiang Jinci. Jiang Jinci stepped out of the elevator at Shensu's direction and followed a spiral glass staircase upward. Shensu stayed behind, it wasn't his place to interrupt. After several steps, the space opened into a vast rooftop garden that felt almost impossible. Rare flowers and improbable greenery burst in harmonious color. A slender stream threaded through the plantains, its soft murmur filling the air. Opulent, dreamlike, nearly unreal. Jiang Jinci lifted her gaze. Ahead, a man reclined in a white rattan chair. Jiang Jinci stepped through the French doors and onto the rooftop garden. The man in the rattan chair didn't bother to look up. His white dress shirt hung unbuttoned at the collar, sleeves rolled carelessly, revealing a sharp slash of collarbone. A snowy camellia twirled between his long fingers. Even at rest, he gave off a dangerous, untamed elegance like a panther pretending to sleep. As if sensing her stare, he lifted his gaze. Through the soft haze of blossoms and lamplight, his eyes found hers. Jinji's expression sharpened. For half a heartbeat, his fingers froze on the camellia petal. Then Jiang Jinci closed the distance, her crisp voice cutting through the hush. This place is gorgeous. Must have cost a fortune to buy it out, right? Jinji blinked. A low, amused laugh escaped him. She tilted her head, eyes curious. What's so funny? It's empty. You did rent the whole thing, didn't you? She remembered the barbecue spot he cleared the place then too. You seem to like buying places out. Jinji finally stopped laughing, pressing a hand to his temple, his voice still rough. Fine. If you say so. His lazy gaze raked over her, interest undisguised. Little thing, do you like it? Jiang Jinci's brow furrowed. Why do you keep calling me little thing? I'm not a thing. I'm a person. My name is Jiang Jinci. His lips curved into a rogue's grin. Heh. How was anyone this seriously funny? He rose abruptly. At 6'3", his presence was overwhelming, his shadow swallowing her whole. Jiang. Jin. C.I. He leaned in, savoring each syllable like he was tasting them. Then he reached out and tucked the camellia behind her ear, his voice a teasing, possessive drawl. Remember that little thing? Jiang Jinci instinctively stepped back to put space between them. She'd never liked anyone that close, and this man was acting borderline insane. Jinji saw her retreat, raised an eyebrow, and in a blur of motion, locked his fingers around her wrist. Her eyes went cold. Her free hand shot out to counter. But before she could brush his sleeve, he tightened his grip, pinning both wrists with one fluid move. Jiang Jinci reacted instantly, driving her knee up toward his midsection. She missed. He shifted his weight, bent his knee, and suddenly the space between them vanished. Before she could process it, she was pinned in the rattan chair. He twisted her arms behind her back, his knee trapping her legs. She was locked in place. Their breath mingled. The sharp, clean scent of cedar and something darker, masculine and commanding, overwhelmed her senses. Little thing, such sharp claws. Jinji's grin was wicked. All that for a handshake? You act like I'm trying to kill you. She glared at him, every nerve on alert. She'd already sized him up. His moves were too skilled, not normal. But oddly, he didn't feel hostile. If he were, there would have been blood by now. Maybe he really had just wanted a handshake. Let go, she said, eyes in her voice. He stared into those stubborn eyes, the corner of his mouth twitching. Then he released her. Jiang Jinci straightened fast, flexing her wrists. She kept her face neutral and offered her right hand. Now we can shake. He glanced at her lace glove, expression souring. Shouldn't you be honest with me? She pressed her lips together, stripped off the glove, and held out her bare hand. But when he saw her fingers, his face darkened. You haven't treated this yet. Purple bruises and tiny cuts crisscrossed her pale skin, leftovers from the brawl that morning. He'd assumed the little thing would patch herself up once she got home. But she hadn't bothered. Minor injuries. Not important. Her tone was flat, like she was used to it. Jinji said nothing. He studied the wounds, gaze deepening, then pulled out his phone and tapped the screen without a word. Since he wasn't going to shake, Jiang Jinci grabbed her bag and headed toward a low round rattan table nearby. Flowers swayed around her, their faint perfume filling the air. Perfect for grinding through practice problems. She just sat down and cracked open her workbook when a shadow fell over her. Jinji had put his phone away and stalked over. He dragged out a rattan chair, sprawled lazily, and draped his arms over the back. The pose screamed lazy, lethal confidence. Your back healed. He tilted his head. A week ago, she'd been badly hurt. But facing the tiger head again today, she'd shown zero sign of injury. And just now not a flicker of hesitation. Her recovery speed was almost freakish. Even with all his experience, he found it hard to believe. Jiang Jinci flexed her shoulders instinctively. It really didn't hurt. Not even an ache. She blinked, surprised. I think so. It doesn't hurt anymore. Jinji studied her blank expression, his gaze darkening. He drummed his fingers on the rattan arm. Where did this weird prodigy come from? Freakish fighting skills. Insane recovery. A cold, hard personality hidden behind that deceptively innocent face. The secrets she carried probably ran deeper than anything he'd dug up. Then Jiang Jinci spoke again. Can you solve this problem? He blinked. What? Her finger tapped a tricky multivariable calculus problem at the end of the book. A laugh escaped him. Oh! The perennial bottom three finally hitting the books. Jiang Jinci didn't flinch. That was before. From now on, I'm top 3. Jinci raised an eyebrow. Bold. But why top 3? Why not aim for first? She gave a small shrug. Said Fred because it rolled off the tongue. I'll take first, too. Jinci let out a soft laugh. This little thing just kept getting more interesting. He stopped teasing and leaned closer to her workbook. As he did, his clean cedar scent tinged with a hint of tobacco washed over her again. Stronger than before. More invasive. The gap shrank until his warm breath nearly grazed her ear. At that distance, every instinct in Jiang Jinci screamed. She frowned and leaned back on instinct. Before she could move far, his knuckle tapped her forehead light, but pointed. TCH, wrinkle your brow at me again, and you can find someone else to explain the problem. Jiang touched the spot. Cool. Not painful. Her blank eyes shifted to Jinci. Under his warning stare, she snapped the 53 exercise book shut. Fine. I'll ask a teacher tomorrow. Jinci's jaw clenched. A muscle twitched beside his brow. This little thing was impossible to get through to. He snatched the 53 exercise book from her hands and flicked it open, his voice fraying with irritation. Little thing. Ever hear of Capital University Tianshu Institute? Jiang Jinci shook her head. He scoffed at her ignorance. It's where the world's top students claw their way in. A Capital University degree is the bare minimum. Without an international level achievement, you can't even touch the application. Everyone inside is the elite of the elite. One-on-one mentorship, top-tier resources. And the best of them they get pulled straight into the Yeshu organization. Most prestigious outfit on the planet. Jiang Jinci answered with a flat, oh. Then, entirely uninterested, she asked, what does that have to do with this problem? Jinci drew a long breath, suppressing the urge to strangle her. His dark eyes narrowed on her too calm face. Was she actually that clueless, or just faking it? Teeth grinding, he spelled it out. I want you to earn your way into Capital University Tianshu Institute. Can you do it? Jiang Jinci gave him an odd look. Why should I listen to you? He choked on his frustration. Jinci forced his temper down and tried again, gentler. It's the pinnacle everyone dreams of. The temple of academia. The ladder to power. You don't want to see it. She shook her head again. No. I just want to graduate fast and make money. His patience snapped. He smacked the 53 exercise book lightly against her forehead. No ambition. It came out almost like a curse. He bit out the next words. Get into Capital University Tianshu Institute, and the scholarships alone would set you up for life. Jiang Jinci rubbed her forehead, tempted to hit him back. But she knew she couldn't take him. Still, the words Xinghao scholarships set you up for life Xinghao made her usually empty eyes flicker. Without hesitation, she said, then I'll consider it. Jinci stared. Fine. A little money grubber. Honor, status, opportunity, all of it meant less to her than 5 words. Just then, Shensu burst onto the rooftop garden with a first aid kit. Boss Jean. I got all the trauma supplies. Then he saw them Boss Jean and Miss Jiang sitting close together on the rattan chair, close enough to look intimate. Shensu's eyes went wide. The kit nearly slipped from his hands. God. Was he walking in on something he shouldn't see? When his gaze landed on the wound on Jiang Jinci's hand, he was even more shocked. Since when did Boss Jean care about somebody else's injury? A woman, at that. Rarer than the sun rising in the west. Boss Jean, I'll just leave this here. He set the kit on the table and turned to Bolt. Carry on, you two. I didn't see a thing. I'm gone. Jinci ignored the dramatics. He opened the kit and pulled out antiseptic, cotton swabs, and a tube of imported healing ointment. Then, with practiced ease, he lifted her small hand from the table. The moment his warm palm wrapped around her wrist, Jiang Jinci tried to pull back. His grip tightened. His voice dropped, low and dangerous. Don't move. She stilled. His fingers were long and well-defined, his palm warm and dry against her wrist bone until the spot tingled. She looked up at him, her dark eyes quiet. He kept his gaze down, long lashes casting shadows over pale skin. His expression was arrogant, almost lazy, but his movements were meticulous as he cleaned the wound. Do you have any idea what these hands are worth? Stop treating them so carelessly. Next time, I'll lock them up so you can ruin them. Jiang Jinci blinked, genuinely confused. What did her hands have to do with him? Why did he care more about her wound than she did? Strange. Once he finished one hand, he pulled out gauze. A few reps later, a neat little bow sat on the inside of her wrist. Other hand. She obeyed, offering her other small hand. When her fingertips brushed his warm palm, she almost paused. It was a strange feeling. She always hated being touched. But this man. He was the first person who put his hands on her this many times without triggering revulsion or the urge to kill. Maybe because she could sense he meant no harm. Maybe because he carried a kind of genuine concern she couldn't quite understand. Jiang Jinci pressed her lips together. After a long pause, she said, "Thank you." Then, with absolute sincerity, she added, "If you get hurt next time, I can bandage you, too." She didn't like owing favors. He helped her, so she had to pay him back in kind. Jinci looked up, a smirk curling his lips as he studied her earnest little face. He pressed the cotton swab just a little harder against her wound. She winced. His voice came from above, carrying that same frustrated, amused edge. "You little thing. Can't you wish me well for once?" Once the bandaging was done, both hands were wrapped in gauze. Her fingers could still move freely. Jinci pushed the kit aside and tapped the 53 exercise book with his long fingers. "Watch carefully. I'll only explain this once." His low, magnetic voice flowed across the pages. His fingertips traced the problem, cutting straight to the core in just a few words. Jiang Jinci listened intently. When that problem ended, she pointed to another brutal one. Jinci took in her hungry expression and sighed, continuing the explanation. Night had fallen without either of them noticing. Stars pricked the velvet sky like scattered diamonds. Jinci checked his watch. "It's late. Let's eat first." He closed the 53 exercise book. Only then did Jiang Jinci realize she was hungry. She stood and followed him. The dining room held a single long table, set before floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked the entire city skyline. Every detail whispered luxury, cut crystal, silver flatware, the soft glow of recessed lighting. Dinner was extravagant dishes she'd never seen, much less tasted. She didn't hold back. She ate with open contentment. As the meal wound down, Jinci dabbed his lips with a napkin and asked, almost casual, "Today's your 18th birthday?" She nodded, a hint of excitement creeping into her voice. "Yeah. After tonight, I can legally smoke, drink, and gamble. 星号 more ways to make money, 星号." The easy smile vanished from Jinci's face. His deep, ocean-dark eyes narrowed. He spoke slowly, each word dripping with ice. "You. There." Jiang Jinci blinked, her whole face a question mark. Jinci leaned forward, his presence closing in like a wall. "Jiang Jinci, if you touch anything you shouldn't, I'll break your legs." She stared, baffled. Who gave him the right to control her? He caught the question in her eyes and smiled coldly. "The same right that says you can't beat me. Want to test that theory?" The standoff stretched a bit. Then Jinci straightened lazily and snapped his fingers. 星号 snap 星号. In the next second, the night sky shattered. 星号 boom, 星号. Gold and red burst, raining light over the entire city. Silver willows cascaded, peacocks fan open, a river of stars poured down. Finally, a brilliant crown exploded overhead, as if the heavens themselves were crowning her. Jiang Jinci froze. For the first time, her eyes blazed with vivid, burning color. Half a second later, she bolted to the window, pressing her bandaged hands against the glass, eyes wide. "Whoa." Jinci strolled up beside her and looked down. Her pupils reflected a storm of fire, impossibly bright. Her lips parted, breathless. He let out a low laugh. Speechless, ha! She'd never seen fireworks like this. It took her a moment to tear her gaze away and look at him. He was smirking. When she glanced over, his lips moved but the roar of the explosion swallowed the words. "What?" she asked. He just shoved one hand into his pocket, lazy and silent. Downstairs, the main hall was packed. Jiang Wanxin had just finished her coming-of-age ceremony and was being swarmed by classmates at the hotel entrance when someone screamed, "Look! Oh my god, what is that?" Everyone craned their necks. Above the Lujin Tianke Grand Hotel, the sky blazed with fireworks, a river of silver spilling across the night. Holy crap, that's insane. How much did that even cost? Millions? No, maybe tens of millions. One girl clutched her chest. "Wanxin, is that for you? Did one of your admirers do this? With a show like that, I'd marry him 3 times over." Jiang Wanxin fought to hide her smugness. She was stunned too. To pull off a fireworks display like this at the hotel custom designs, perfectly legal, you'd have to be crazy or the heir to a fortune. She grabbed a friend's arm. "Find out who did this. Now." A moment later, someone came running back, gasping. "I asked around, it was Boss Jin. He approved the permits himself." The crowd went silent for 2 seconds, then erupted. "Boss Jin. The mob boss who supposedly controls everything. The ruthless one." The girls shrieked. "Oh my god, Boss Jin must be into Wanxin." Jiang Wanxin's heart hammered. She gripped her skirt, face flashing pink, struggling to stay calm. Then the next round of fireworks boomed. A massive message blazed across the night sky. 星号星号 Happy 18th birthday, 星号星号. The crowd went wild. Jiang Wanshin, you're about to become a phoenix. I'm so jealous. Boss Jin personally set off your birthday fireworks. This is like a fairy tale, a prince surprising his princess. Jiang Wanshin's composure cracked. She clutched her chest, heart pounding. Was this a birthday gift from Boss Jin? Shen Suian, Jiang Shuating, and Jiang Jinci all saw it. Disbelief flickered across their faces. Jiang Jinci was the first to guess. Maybe Wanshin impressed him at school. He's noticed her. Jiang Shuating, ever practical, pulled his daughter aside. Listen to me. From now on, watch your every word and action. Excel at school. Our family's future rests on you. Jiang Wanshin blushed. Don't worry, Dad. I'll do my best. Whatever Boss Jin asks, I'll be perfect. This was her chance. If she married Jinci Bai, she'd be at the top of the pyramid higher than the president's wife. All those noble daughters who once looked down on her. She crushed them under her heel. She had to work harder, be more perfect, more dazzling. Make sure Boss Jin's gaze stopped only on her. At the top of the Lujin Tianke Grand Hotel, the final golden words Xinghao Happy 18th birthday Xinghao faded into the night, leaving only the scent of smoke. After the noise, a profound silence. Jiang Jinci finally looked away. The fire that had danced in her eyes settled back into its usual cold stillness. She turned to the man beside her. It's late. I should go. Jinci Bai watched her, this cold-hearted girl who used him and discarded him. Ungrateful little thing. What's the rush? Come here. She paused, puzzled. He walked to the table, picked up a black velvet box, and opened it. Inside was the latest flagship phone, its sleek body gleaming under the lights. He slid in a brand new SIM card, his long fingers moving quickly across the screen. Then he looked up and tossed it to her. Here. She caught it. The phone was cool in her palm, still holding a trace of warmth from his fingers. She looked at him, confused. Jinci Bai leaned against the chair, all lazy arrogance. My contact's already saved. If you have a problem you can solve schoolwork or otherwise you can ask me through that. Jiang Jinci glanced at the screen. The corner of her mouth lifted almost imperceptibly before she pressed it flat. She met his eyes. Even though I couldn't hear you over the fireworks, I read your lips. You said, little thing, happy birthday. A beat. Thank you. For giving me a birthday that's different. She didn't say that it was the first time anyone had celebrated her birthday or that in that wild, blazing moment, she wanted to hear him say it again. So she pretended not to catch it, just to make him repeat it. Jinci Bai's eyes deepened with amusement. Want me to give you a different birthday every year from now on? Then make it count. Get into Tianshu Academy. Got it. Jiang Jinci didn't answer. She tucked the phone away and said, since we can contact each other anytime now, shouldn't you call off the stalker you planted on me? Surprise sparked in Jinci Bai's eyes. A low chuckle rolled through his chest. Heh. Not bad counter-surveillance skills. Fine. From now on, nobody tells you. Jiang Jinci gave a satisfied nod. Then, like something had just slotted into place, she looked at him with absolute certainty. That hotel surveillance footage today, the one that cleared my name. That was you too, wasn't it? You really are. She hunted for the right word, gave up, and settled on a promise instead. Once I'm strong enough, I'll have your back. Pfft. Shensu couldn't hold it in. He burst out laughing. Xinghao Boss Jin needing someone to watch his back, Xinghao. Funniest thing he'd heard all year. Jiang Jinci asked him with a single glare, the kind you reserve for someone who just doesn't get it. Dead serious, she said, I'm not joking. Just wait. Shensu. Jinci Bai. Without another glance at either of them, Jiang Jinci slung her backpack over one shoulder, turned, and walked to the elevator. The doors slid shut, the cold metal cutting off the side of her that slim, rigid spine, that unshakable composure. Jinci Bai's amber eyes stayed fixed on the sealed doors. His gaze was deep, unreadable, like a sky holding stars no one else could see. Beside him, Shensu studied his boss's expression. After a long hesitation, he muttered under his breath, Boss Jin, you're seriously off today. Xinghao off, Xinghao, that was putting it mildly. Shensu's brain was screaming, Xinghao, ever since you crossed paths with that Miss Jiang, you've been a completely different person, Xinghao. Jinci Bai slid him a sidelong glance. Wordless. But the pressure behind it made the back of Shensu's neck go ice cold. Survival instincts kicked into overdrive. No, Boss Jin, that's not what I meant. What I'm saying is, you don't even bother twisting the knife when someone's already bleeding. But today, you personally bandaged Miss Jiang's hand. Jinci Bai pulled his gaze away, his tone flat, like he was stating the most obvious fact in the universe. If a scar stayed on her hand and cost her that position, would you take responsibility? Huh? Shensu froze. Then it clicked. The competition for that spot was brutal. Candidates had to be flawless. Head to toe. Inside and out. No opening for anyone to exploit. Even with Boss Jin backing her, Jiang Jinci still had to stand out on her own merits. A visible scar on her hand. That would be a real mark against her in the final selection. It could cost her everything. So, Boss Jin's actions were completely logical. Shen Su scratched his head. Something still felt off, but he gathered his courage and pressed on. Still, couldn't you have at least saved the fireworks for third Mrs. coming-of-age ceremony? You set them off early for Xinghao her Xinghao. Third Miss Jin Longhua was Jin Jibai's half-sister, one of the granddaughters old Master Jin actually paid attention to in this generation. The Jin family was sprawling, its ties tangled beyond reason. Jin Jibai's father had multiple wives and a flock of children. Above him, half-brothers clubbed for par. Below him, half-siblings played their own games. Only he and his older brother Jin Jichen had been born to the legal wife. The fireworks prepared for third Mrs. coming-of-age ceremony were extravagant, personally ordered by the old man to do right by her. And yet, Jin Jibai let out a scoff, one brow lifting with effortless arrogance, like Shen Su had just asked something spectacularly stupid. I felt like seeing fireworks. Do I need to ask anyone's permission first? Shen Su shut his mouth. Xinghao fine. You're the boss. Whatever you say, Xinghao. Was there a single soul in the Jin family who dared tell this man no? Probably not. Even if he torched the entire Lu Jin Tianke Grand Hotel, they'd keep their heads down and their mouths shut. But that wasn't the point. Shen Su's mind kept shrieking. Xinghao, the point is you dropped a fortune on a girl you've known for less than 3 days. You rolled out the red carpet just to give her a birthday fireworks show, Xinghao. If word of this got out, half the heiresses in the city would choke on their champagne, and even more people would lie awake frantically trying to figure out who the hell this Miss Jiang was. Jin Jibai had stopped paying attention to Shen Su's internal meltdown. He lifted his gaze back to the dark night outside the window, the corner of his mouth curving into a meaningful smile. Tell me, that little thing should be pretty touched by now, don't you think? For someone like Jiang Jinci bristling with thorns, emotionally starved, the smallest crack of genuine feeling would hit like an earthquake. Emotion was the best leash. The most effective way to soften someone up. Make her grateful. Make her owe him. Make her trust him without even realizing it, maybe even start to depend on him. That way, when he dangled bait or made demands later, she'd be more receptive. Harder to refuse. When the time came to mold her, the work would go twice as smoothly with half the effort. What he needed was a knife sharp enough, rational enough, and absolutely under his control. Jiang Jinci, this unpolished stone, or more accurately, this unhoned blade had that potential. The smile in Jin Jibai's eyes deepened, brimming with the certainty of a man who held all the strings. But Shen Su couldn't keep his mouth shut. He muttered, I'm just worried she might get Xinghao too touched and start having the wrong kind of feelings. Jin Jibai angled an eyebrow. Speak up. Shen Su had no choice but to raise his voice. I'm saying I'm afraid Miss Jiang might be so moved by tonight's whole production that she falls for you. You didn't see what it looked like from the outside. Fireworks, a brand new phone, you personally dressing her wound. Any normal person would be swooning by now. Oh, is that so? A slow, dangerous smile tugged at the corner of Jin Jibai's mouth, amber eyes flickering with something sharp and bright. For some reason, he caught himself wondering, Xinghao, what would it actually look like if that cold little wildcat really did fall for him, Xinghao? He pulled out his phone, glanced at the dark screen, and slipped into thought. Xinghao, wonder if the little thing made it home yet, Xinghao. Xinghao, will she reach out on her own? Let me know she's safe, Xinghao. At that exact moment, Jiang Jinci had, in fact, made it home. But both Jin Jibai and Shen Su had guessed wrong. When her family asked where the shiny new phone had come from, her explanation was simple. Some rich guy thinks I've got serious potential and wants to invest in me getting into Capital University's Tianshu Institute. This phone is the seed funding. Her expression was utterly indifferent. Not a trace of excitement. No flash of a girl dazzled by an expensive gift. That was the thing. Jiang Jinci wasn't moved at all. She saw everything Jin Jibai had done tonight as nothing more than a fair exchange. He threw money and resources. She delivered results. Nobody lost. Quid pro quo. End of story. But the moment her words landed, the whole room went dead quiet. Lin Yanqing was the first to react, frowning hard. What rich guy? Are you sure you haven't been scammed? Did anyone try to take advantage of you? Jiang Jinci shook her head. Nobody dares scam me. And nobody dares mess with me, either. Su Hui jumped in, her voice gentle but worried. Shao Ci, don't go trusting strangers so easily. Lin Ziyuan spoke more firmly, trying to steer things back to reality. Shao Ci, do you even understand what Capital University's Tianshu Institute is? Your brother was a top student at Capital U, and even Xinghao couldn't get anywhere near the threshold of Tianshu. Su Hui tugged at her husband's sleeve, unwilling to pour cold water on their daughter. But Jiang Jinci just nodded, completely calm, and answered with absolute seriousness. I know. Big brother couldn't do it. But I can. The silence that followed was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Everyone just stared at her, words failing them entirely. Lin Ziyuan and Su Hui exchanged a worried glance. Was this girl a little too reckless for her own good? They silently decided to let it go. Let her do what she wanted. A little confidence was good for a young person, even blind confidence. Crush her now, and they might break her spirit completely. Lin Yanqing couldn't hold back. His brow furrowed. Jiang Jinci, are you even listening to yourself? The college entrance exam is 2 months away. You want Tianshu Academy? Fine. You still have to get into Capital University first. What are your odds, realistically? Jiang Jinci met his eyes without blinking. Right now. 50-50. She paused. Give me a little more time to study, and it'll be 100%. The words jammed in Lin Yanqing's throat. He practically choked. 100%. Did she think Capital University was the Jiang family's private academy? That wasn't confidence. It was pure arrogance. Su Hui, terrified the siblings would combust, scrambled to smooth things over. She tugged gently at Jiang Jinci's sleeve, her gaze landing just behind the girl's ear. Jinci, you look so pretty tonight. Especially that camellia, it makes your skin absolutely glow. Jiang Jinci's hand flew to her ear. Her fingertips brushed the delicate petal, and she froze. Her eyes went dark. This flower. That man had tucked it there. And she'd forgotten to take it off this whole time. Expressionless, she plucked the camellia from her ear and handed it to Lin Xinyi, who was staring at it with saucer-wide eyes. For you. Lin Xinyi blinked. Then his small face detonated with joy. Whoa! The first present my sister ever gave me. I'm keeping this thing alive forever. Everyone else brought out their gifts. Lin Xinyi hugged an old tin box packed with colorful marbles, his most prized collection, held it for as long as he could remember. Su Hui smiled and produced a paper bag from behind her back, a brand new outfit, tags still on. Lin Ziyuan dug into his pocket and pressed a fat red envelope into Jiang Jinci's palm. Then it was Lin Yanqing's turn. He offered nothing. Instead, he said stiffly, it's late. I've got work early. I need to sleep. Jiang Jinci stood immediately to free up the couch. Ever since she'd moved into this cramped 2-bedroom apartment, Lin Yanqing and Lin Xinyi had been sharing the pull-out sofa. But the kid was still growing. He couldn't keep sleeping like that. She needed money. Fast. At the very least, she could upgrade their living situation. She gathered her small mountain of gifts and was nearly at her door when she heard Lin Xinyi drop his voice behind her. Bro, didn't you get her something? You even wrapped it in that colored paper. Why didn't you give it to her? Lin Yanqing's eyes cut toward Jiang Jinci's back. His voice came out rough. That's for work. She's been gone 3 years. You think I'd remember her birthday that clearly? Jiang Jinci didn't feel disappointed. If anything, she felt almost glad. This was the first time she'd ever received so many gifts. And this happiness was cleaner than anything Lu Jin Tianke had ever handed her. She looked down at the tin box and the clothes, then tucked the red envelope into her drawer. A small smile tugged at the corner of her lips, warmth unfurling in her chest. Maybe this was what a real home felt like. Living room. The moment he was sure Jiang Jinci had shut her bedroom door, Lin Yanqing grabbed Lin Xinyi. Where did you go with your sister today? What happened to her hands? Lin Xinyi blinked up at him. She told you. She scraped them when she fell. That's why they're bandaged. You actually think I'm buying that? Lin Yanqing's frown deepened. Did someone mess with her? And she won't tell us. No way. Lin Xinyi shook his head so hard it rattled. His voice was adamant. Nobody messes with my sister. Sister was way too strong. She did the messing. Nobody dared come for her. Then Lin Xinyi tugged at Lin Yanqing's sleeve and whispered, Bro, you didn't really forget her birthday, did you? Why'd you say that? What if she leaves? Lin Yanqing let out a heavy sigh. Fine. You got me. He pulled a small, beautifully wrapped box from under the couch and tore off the paper, revealing a brand new phone. I saved 3,000 from my night job to buy her this. I was going to give it to her, but... He stopped, gaze dropping. Then she shows up tonight with a Phantom Q7 Pro. Limited to 999 units worldwide. Even the base model runs over 20,000. She's never going to want this cheap thing. Better not embarrass myself. Lin Xinyi's eyes went huge. He considered the situation with overwhelming seriousness. If it were me and I already had a limited edition phone, I wouldn't want yours either. Bro, you should just keep it. Bringing that out would be kinda embarrassing. Lin Yanqing's face went dark as a cast iron pan. Shut up and go to sleep. The next day was the provincial joint exam. But nobody was talking about the test. All anyone cared about was the bet between Jiang Jinci and Jiang Wanxin. Even Tanqi, who should have taken the day off, showed up in a flurry to deliver the inside scoop. Jinci, the betting pool is exploding. Over 110 people have put money on Jiang Wanxin. And it's still climbing. You wanna guess the total? He held up one finger, then fanned out his hand to flash 7. We're already past 70,000. As for you. He grinned. Progress. From just me as your lone soldier, we've climbed to 3 whole people. Impressive, right? He held up one finger again, beaming. Total so far. 1,000. Jiang Jinci didn't lift her eyes. Who bet on me? Tanqi assumed she wanted to know which 2 brilliant souls had recognized her potential so she could thank them later. He puffed out his chest. That would be me, Tanqi. Loyal, right? And I brought in Lu Chen. He winked, clearly fishing. Let me tell you, Lu Chen is completely head over heels for Jiang Wanxin. The guy blindly dropped 2,000 on her. But I used my silver tongue to convince him to throw 200 your way. Pure charm, you know. So, am I a good friend or what? I'm going all out here. Risking my own money just to support you spiritually. His voice died in his throat. Because Jiang Jinci finally looked at him. Her eyes were black, flat like bottomless pits, carrying a weight that sent ice down his spine. Splitting my money. Tanqi. You want to die? Her tone was flat. Certain. Like that 70 grand was already sitting in her pocket, and these 2 reckless idiots were trying to skim off the top of her victory. Tanqi's brain short-circuited. Was Jiang Jinci out of her mind? Where the hell did she get the confidence she'd win? And her money? He was screaming internally, but his face had already twisted into pure terror. Jiang Jinci stared at him, each word slow and deliberate. Right now. Immediately. You too. Pull out. Tanqi. Tanqi nodded frantically, cold sweat beading down his back. He still thought Jiang Jinci's confidence was completely insane, but that fierce, matter-of-fact possessiveness made his heart pound and his knees go weak. Yes, yes. Sister Jiang. We're out. We're pulling out right now. Meanwhile, for this one-sided bet, Jiang Wanxin's fans had already spun up a dedicated group chat. The name, Xinghao Goddess Wanxin Victory Squad Xinghao. Inside, besides fawning over Jiang Wanxin's beauty, talent, and moral superiority from every angle, the rest of the conversation was reserved for mocking Jiang Jinci's overconfidence. Soon, Tanqi and Lu Chen announced in the group that they were pulling their bets. They declared they were seeing the light and moved every cent from Jiang Jinci over to Jiang Wanxin. The group chat exploded. Screenshots of taunts and mockery flooded the feed, the schadenfreude hitting a fever pitch. Deserting before the battle. Even her only supporters jumped ship. LMAO, she actually thought she was half-shit. She brought this on herself. Tanqi scrolled through the messages for a bit. The cold sweat from earlier hadn't even dried, but his gossip instincts were already blazing back to life. He sidled up to Jiang Jinci, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Hey, Zhang, did you hear? Last night's fireworks at Lujin Tianke went viral. Everyone's saying that mysterious Master Jin set them off for Jiang Wanxin for her birthday. Let me tell you, the betting pool wasn't this insane at first. Just a few rich kids from Jiang Wanxin's crowd messing around. But after those fireworks, oh man. This morning everyone's acting like they just got an adrenaline shot, scrambling to kiss up to Jiang Wanxin. The bets are pouring in. He held up his hand, thumb and pinky extended at 6. And they're all super particular, they have to bet exactly $6,666.66. 6 sixes for good luck. Everybody wants to get on the good side of the future Mrs. Jin. Jiang Jinci's eyebrow lifted, barely perceptible. Xinghao weren't those fireworks that man set off for her. How did they get credited to Jiang Wanxin, Xinghao? But then again, it didn't matter who got the credit. What mattered was the rumor had pumped up the pot. The money was real. As for the glory, whoever wanted it could take it. Still, this Master Jin Tanqi kept mentioning, was that the same Master Jin she knew? Did that man really carry that much weight? Set off a few fireworks, and suddenly these rich kids who normally looked down on everyone were throwing money at Jiang Wanxin like cats drawn to the smell of fish. She didn't quite follow the logic. The exam began. Jiang Jinci was assigned to the very last exam room. Not long after the test started. Xinghao swish Xinghao. A crumpled paper ball landed square on her open test paper. Her pen paused. Without hesitation, she raised her hand to report it. She didn't even glance back. She named the culprit's position precisely, as if she had eyes in the back of her head. The proctor hesitated a second, then instinctively followed her directions. The boy had been ducking low, still smirking at his handiwork, then his grin froze solid. Caught red-handed. That afternoon, things escalated. Jiang Jinci walked to her seat and found a thick layer of superglue smeared across the chair. Someone had scrawled math formulas all over her desk with obvious malice. She stared at it blankly, then went straight to the teacher and swapped for a different desk and chair. Midway through the exam, the boy behind her started kicking her chair, trying to rattle her. Jiang Jinci flicked her wrist, snapped the tip of the RB pencil she just used to fill in a bubble, and flung it backward. A sharp yelp erupted from behind. The boy grabbed his calf and didn't dare mess with her again. Another student pretended to go to the bathroom, carrying an ink bottle as they passed her, then suddenly tilted their wrist. Jiang Jinci, as if she timed it exactly, raised her hand and deflected it. The ink splashed all over the other person instead, including their limited edition sneakers. The student cursed and hopped in fury, but Jiang Jinci had already lowered her head back to her test. By the end of the exam, every prank aimed at her had backfired twice as hard. When Jiang Jinci handed in her paper, no one in the room dared to meet her eyes. The next morning, sunrise was barely breaking, the air still carrying a chill. Jiang Jinci stood under the bus stop sign, staring expressionlessly at the empty road. Normally by this time, the 68 bus she took had already arrived. Today, it was nowhere. She waited another 5 minutes. Still no bus. Without a second thought, she crouched down and knotted her shoelaces tight. Then she stood and broke into a steady run toward school. About 10 minutes later, her phone buzzed in her pocket. Jiang Jinci didn't stop. She kept her pace, pulled out the phone, swiped to answer, and brought it to her ear. Jinji's familiar low, lazy voice came through the line. Ungrateful little thing. You've been home this long and you couldn't bother to send me a single message. Huh? Jiang Jinci's voice was a little breathy from the run, but steady. I haven't run into any problem I need you to solve yet. When I do, I'll contact you. A pause. Jinji seemed to pick up on something. His lazy tone faded, replaced by something sharper. What are you doing? Your breathing's uneven. At this hour, shouldn't you be on the bus to school? Jiang Jinci answered honestly. The bus didn't come on time. A bit of silence stretched across the line. Jinji let out a near-silent breath of relief. For a split second, he almost thought. His voice dropped again, edged with curiosity and disbelief. So you're running to school? Yeah. Jinji was caught off guard. He almost laughed. Xinghao 6 whole stops away, Xinghao. Why not just take a cab? What a little blockhead. He clicked his tongue. Stay where you are. I'll send someone to pick you up. Jiang Jinci refused, flat and immediate. No need. Her reason was straightforward and hardcore. This is a good chance to build cardiovascular fitness and leg muscle endurance. Jinji. He held the phone, torn between frustration and laughter. Xinghao, she rejected him again. And again, Xinghao. Working out during exam season. Xinghao, was she a demon? Xinghao. 上午8点25分. 5 minutes before the provincial joint exam started. At the door of the last exam room, a figure appeared. The proctor was running down the attendance list when movement flickered in his peripheral vision. He looked up. And froze. Jiang Jinci stood in the doorway, forehead damp with sweat, strands of hair plastered to her skin. The flush from exertion spread across her cheeks like fine rouge. Far from looking messy, it brought a startling vitality to her usually unreadable face, a breathtaking kind of life. Her normally emotionless eyes held a thin sheen of moisture now, turning them starkly black and white, glinting like frost-tipped stars. Inside the classroom, the whispers died all at once. Every gaze locked onto the doorway in stunned silence. A hush swept the exam hall the second Jiang Jinci strode in. She hadn't bothered to change same blue and white school uniform she jogged in, hair still pulled into a high ponytail from her morning run. A fine sheen of sweat clung to her temples, but she made it look deliberate, like a model stepping off a chute instead of a girl who just ran 7 miles. Guys openly stared. Even the girls kept stealing glances, half scandalized, half envious. Jiang Jinci didn't acknowledge a single pair of eyes. She walked to her seat, set down her pencil case, pulled out the chair, and sat. The proctor finally recovered, cleared his throat, and announced the exam was about to begin. The provincial joint exam ended. Jiang Jinci was barely past the stairwell when a figure stepped squarely into her path. Jiang Wanxin stood there holding a stack of books like she'd been waiting all afternoon. A polished smile was fixed on her face. Little sister, I heard you filled every single page. Looks like you put in real effort to beat me. But you do know exams aren't graded by word count, right? Jiang Jinci's dark eyes dropped onto Jiang Wanxin's face, cold and unblinking. You're well informed. Those little stunts during the test you're doing. Jiang Wanxin's expression shifted instantly into wounded innocence. How can you think that about me? I know just filling the pages is hard enough for you. Why would I make it worse? She tilted her head. Or maybe you offended people without even realizing it. The words barely left her mouth when Jiang Jinci stepped forward. Her gaze fell on Jiang Wanxin, flat and unforgiving. The pressure of it was suffocating, like standing under a winter night sky with nowhere to hide. A chill shot up Jiang Wanxin's spine. She clutched her books and jumped back a full step. The corner of Jiang Jinci's mouth curved just barely. Her voice was soft, but it cut like a blade of ice. I didn't offend them. They offended me. And you, Jiang Wanxin, do you even know who you're messing with? Jiang Wanxin hugged the books tighter. What are you trying to do? That cold smile deepened. For a split second it almost looked friendly. Relax. Right now, you're making me a lot of money. I won't touch you until the results come out. But after that she let the silence hang. Who knows? She didn't look back. She walked straight to the stairs and down. Jiang Wanxin stood frozen, heart hammering, cold sweat trickling down her back. That look in Jiang Jinci's eyes. Cold. Merciless. Like a god staring down at an ant. Like a demon reaching for a soul. How could anyone's eyes be that terrifying? She drove her nails into her palm until the sharp sting forced her to breathe. Jiang Jinci was nothing a wild girl raised in the countryside. So what if she filled every page front to back? Everyone knew the joint exam was brutal. Scribbling something down and actually scoring high were two completely different things. She couldn't win. She Xinghao couldn't Xinghao. Everything she just said was an empty threat. Jiang Wanxin took a long, slow breath, forcing her racing heart to settle. She was the jewel of the Jiang family, raised with every privilege for 18 years. One day, she would marry into the Jin family and stand beside Jin Jibai, the envy of all polite society. She wouldn't Xinghao couldn't Xinghao let some country bumpkin rattle her. Getting worked up over a nobody like that was beneath her. The image of Jin Jibai's fireworks, of her dazzling future, steadied her. She straightened her spine, smoothed her expression, and walked back to the classroom with practiced grace. Jiang Jinci cleared the school gates, slung her backpack over both shoulders, and broke into an easy jog along the sidewalk. Her morning run had left her loose and energized, and she loved the rhythm of a pounding heart and the cool kiss of evaporating sweat. Her phone buzzed. Jin Jibai again. She answered, steadying her breathing. Yeah. A low, teasing voice drawled through the speaker. Done with exams? Yeah. 2 seconds of silence. Running again. Where to home, or Tiger Head Gang? Tiger Head Gang. TSK, Jin Jibai laughed, a wicked lilt curling through his tone. I'm bored. I'll come find you, might as well have some fun. Beside him, Shensu nearly snapped the folder in his hands. Xinghao bored. Xinghao, the stack of documents on Jin Jibai's desk was tall enough to double as a side table. Half an hour later, a black Rolls-Royce rolled up alongside the running figure. The window lowered, revealing a cocky, ridiculously handsome face. Little thing, by the time you run there it'll be dark. Get in. Jiang Jinci slowed, opened the passenger door without a word of modesty, and slid inside. A wave of body heat rolled off her as the sweat poured down. Jin Jibai pulled a pack of tissues from the center console and tossed it at her. Wipe it clean. Don't dirty my car. Jiang Jinci caught the pack and methodically blotted her face and neck, brushing stray strands of hair away from her forehead. Jin Jibai steered with one hand, watching her from the corner of his eye. He let out a dry cough. You're pretty hard on yourself. Not quite a country girl, but not a pampered heiress either. What's the rush? He was probing. Jiang Jinci shot him a flat look and fired back without missing a beat. Jogging is hard on myself. You're sheltered. Ever meet someone genuinely tough? Jin Jibai. His amber eyes narrowed. He tapped 2 fingers on the steering wheel. Fine. There are tougher people than you. But around here, you're one of a kind. Jiang Jinci nodded as if considering it seriously. So you admire me? Jin Jibai. She went on. In that case, I'll graciously take you on as a little brother. A vein pulsed at his temple. Okay, no more talking. Shut up. If she kept going, he might genuinely throw her out of the car. Jiang Jinci blinked, entirely confused by the mood shift, but she obediently fell silent. Whatever. Didn't want a little brother. Fine. Having a little brother would have meant looking after him anyway. Too much trouble. The Rolls-Royce cut through the quiet streets until it pulled into the abandoned factory on the west side of the city. This time they didn't barrel in like they owned the place. They entered through the front gate, slow and open. Jin Jibai parked smoothly in the white yard. The moment the engine died, a crowd poured out of the factory. Tiger Head Gang members, every one of them different in dress, every one of them carrying a hard edge in their eyes. They come to welcome their new gang leader. And then they saw her. A girl in a blue and white school uniform, stepping out of the passenger seat. Spotless white sneakers. Long black hair pulled high into a razor-sharp ponytail. Skin so fair it seemed luminous, delicate features, expression utterly blank. Her eyes were clear as mountain spring water. She looked exactly like a sweet high school girl who'd just gotten off the bus. The Tiger Head Gang members stood frozen, jaws practically on the ground. This Xinghao was their new leader. Yu Biao stood up front, his mouth working for a second before he found his voice. Boss, you're here. The idiots who couldn't watch where they were going and disrespected your people, they're still tied up inside. The driver's side door opened and Jinci stepped out, unhurried. He wore a charcoal casual fit. Tall. Impeccable posture. A baseball cap set low, the brim shadowing most of his face and leaving only the sharp cut of his jaw visible. One hand rested in his pocket. He wasn't doing a thing, but a don't fuck with me charge rolled off him anyway. The Tiger Head Gang underlings gave him a quick once-over and tagged him as the boss's driver. Maybe a bodyguard. He looked the part, at least. All eyes snapped back to the girl in the school uniform. Curious. Assessing. Skeptical. And a flicker of something else, like she was some rare exhibit they couldn't quite believe was real. Jiang Jinci followed Yu Biao into the dim, aging building. Her gaze swept lazily across the scene. A few yards away, 5 men were trussed to steel pipes with rope, twisted into awkward, pathetic angles. The same crew who tried to corner Tenchi in that alley last week and gotten themselves wrecked. They lifted their heads with effort. The moment they made out Jiang Jinci's face, their eyes blew wide and they started rasping through cracked, dry lips. Boss, I fucked up. I know I fucked up. Please, boss, let me go. I'm starving. Mercy, boss. Jiang Jinci watched them in silence. These men were about to become her people. Punishing them was partly about avenging Shao Badian, sure. But it was also about laying down the law and showing who was in charge now. That objective had been met. So she said, untie them. The 5 bunk men looked like death row inmates who'd just gotten a pardon. They practically wept. Thank you, boss. Thank you. Your mercy, I won't ever forget it. A few underlings hurried over to cut them loose. Jiang Jinci scanned the dozens of faces crowded into the yard and the building. Then she turned to Yu Biao and asked, straight up, is this everyone? Of course not. Yu Biao answered fast, then motioned ahead. Boss, how about we head to headquarters? I'll brief you on the gang's full situation on the way. Jiang Jinci raised an eyebrow. This isn't headquarters. Yu Biao nearly choked. His eyes bulged. Boss, this is just a small spot for handling odds and ends. The Tiger Head Gang is top tier in Jingdu. The real headquarters is a hell of a lot more impressive than this. We only gathered here to wait for you. Jiang Jinci gave a faint and turned for the door. She reached the car. Her fingers were just about to close around the handle when a long, pale hand shot out and locked around her wrist. Jinji's amber eyes narrowed. Something dark flickered behind them. So the mighty gang leader plans on squeezing into a car packed with rough men. Jiang Jinci glanced down at his grip and frowned. Is that a problem? Of course it is. A low laugh, laced with dangerous amusement. A girl should know where the lines are. You might not care, but your man, his thumb pressed light against her wrist bone, his tone dropping cold. Not all of them do. Then he let go. His fingers dragged across her skin, leaving a cool trail behind. Jiang Jinci's lips pressed thin. Back in her old world, she'd never have tolerated stupid rules like that. When you were strong enough, no one dared step out of line. But this world, it was drowning in complications. Inviting pointless gossip would just eat up time and energy. Yu Biao glared at Jinji. Bullshit. Anybody who even thinks about dirtying our boss with impure thoughts, I'll gut his whole damn family. Jinji swept a lazy glance his way. No real emotion. Almost careless. But Yu Biao felt like an invisible hand had clamped around his throat. Every muscle locked tight. A chill shot from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his skull. His heart hammered. Xinghao, who the hell is this guy, Xinghao? The boss was terrifying enough with her skills. And now even the driver/bodyguard she kept around radiated this kind of pressure. Jiang Jinci thought it over for a second, then said, here's what we'll do. Biao, go, ride with Master Jin and me. We'll talk on the way. She turned to Jinji. That work for you? Jinji gave a lazy shrug. Completely indifferent. You're the boss. You call it. He pulled the door open and slid into the driver's seat. Jiang Jinci stared at him. Xinghao, this guy switches up faster than a traffic light. 2 seconds ago he's blocking me from getting in a car with my own man, and now suddenly it's all your call, Xinghao. Yu Biao glanced at Jiang Jinci, then at the Rolls Royce, a weird knot of unease settling in his gut. He steeled himself and climbed into the back seat after her. Once inside, he stole a glance at the man behind the wheel. Sharp profile. Looked calm on the surface. But Yu Biao's instincts were screaming Xinghao, extreme danger Xinghao. He heard the boss call him Master Jin. Jin, was that his surname? Not once did Yu Biao connect the driver to the legendary Master Jin who ruled this city with an iron fist. Why the hell would a man like that personally chauffeur their new gang leader around? The Rolls Royce pulled in behind the lead car and headed toward the city center. Night had thickened. Neon bled through the windows in streaks of color. Yubio cleared his throat and started the report. Boss, the Tiger Head Gang currently ranks 5th in overall strength among all registered organizations and gangs in the country. Our main revenue streams are underground boxing rings across a few districts, a chain of bars, and a security firm that handles specialized contracts. He paused. We're organized into halls, split by business. The Fierce Tiger Hall runs the boxing rings and venue security. The Leopard Hall manages the bars and entertainment venues. The Eagle Hall covers security services and external affairs. There are 5 hall masters. Every one of them has been with the previous boss and me for over a decade. They've all got their own turf and their own connections. The leadership change came down fast. Everyone's been tied up handling their house operations, so they haven't had a chance to formally pay their respects yet. But word's been sent. Tonight, all the hall masters and core members will be at headquarters, waiting to meet you officially. Get acquainted with the new boss. Silence settled over the car. After a long beat, Yubio hesitated, then forced himself to add, boss, about my position. Jiang Jinci caught the awkwardness. Just say it. Don't worry about it. Yubio let out a nervous chuckle. Well, in the past, when old bosses stepped aside, they'd usually shift into an advisor role, or take over finances, or go overseas to oversee projects. So, were you thinking you might want to find something for me? He was getting older. A cushier gig wouldn't be the worst thing. But Jiang Jinci said, not yet. I need to get a full read on the whole operation before I decide where you land. In her past life, Jiang Jinci had commanded hundreds of hardened fighters. Their numbers and combat strength could rival any regular army. Shame it ended the way it did. Fighting for the last shipment of survival supplies that could endure the frozen apocalypse, she'd taken the enemy commander out and gone down with him. She never knew if her people got those supplies. If they survived the world-ending cold. This Tiger Head Gang, it was her fresh start. The Rolls-Royce glided into the parking garage of a brilliantly lit building. Yubio got out first and opened the door with careful respect. Boss, we're here. This is Tiger Head Gang headquarters, the Nightless City. Yubio pointed at the building. Bottom 3 floors biggest underground boxing ring in Jindu. Packed every night. Top 5 floors are members-only high-end bar, entertainment. The whole place is jumping right now. He paused, letting the pride bleed through. This city never sleeps, and this spot. The gang's most profitable asset. Hottest property we've got. Jiang Jinci stepped out of the car, tilting her head back to take in the glittering tar. A flicker of awe crossed her face, quick and bright. Jinji followed her out and moved to her side without a word, hands in his pockets, posture relaxed. His amber eyes swept the area with lazy disinterest. But something in his stillness faint, almost imperceptible, acted like an invisible wall. A few gang members who had considered edging closer immediately stepped back the second their gazes met his, as if burned. Yubio's heart was hammering. He jerked a hand toward the entrance. Boss, this way. Private elevator straight to the top floor. The elevator ascended smoothly, stopping at the 8th floor. Yubio stepped aside. Boss, please. Jiang Jinci walked out first. Jinji kept pace beside her, unhurried. The hallway was wide and luxurious, thick carpet swallowing the sound of footsteps, lights blazing overhead. A crowd already lined the corridor, but every single pair of eyes locked onto Jiang Jinci the moment she appeared. Especially when they saw the school uniform and that face too young, almost innocent. The stares came in waves. Curiosity. Scrutiny. Shock. Suspicion. Utter disbelief. The weight of those looks could have drilled right through her. So the rumors were true. The new boss was some schoolgirl. The hallway felt dead silent. Every face was a mask of doubt. Jiang Jinci's face stayed blank. Her stride remained steady. She walked straight into the main hall like she couldn't feel a single one of those tangled stares. The air in the room froze as everyone turned. 12 armchairs held men built like tanks, muscles bulging, arms thicker than her legs. And right now, every one of them looked completely stunned. Byogu, you kidding us? This skinny little girl is our new boss. You sure you didn't just step down cause she's pretty? Another voice rumbled, what's the matter, Byogu? Getting old. Can't keep up anymore, so some kid snatched the spot. Yubio's weathered face flashed. He opened his mouth to explain, but Jiang Jinci raised a hand to stop him. She stood under the chandelier, the light carving sharp lines against the delicate edges of her face. I get the doubt, she said. Her voice wasn't loud, but it cut clean through the hall. Simple. Anyone who doesn't accept me can challenge me. The room erupted. A man shot to his feet, rolling up his sleeves. Big talk. I'll take you on. Another growled, little girl doesn't know her place. I'll teach you some rules. Off to the side, Jinji leaned against a pillar, grabbed a bunch of grapes from the coffee table, and popped one into his mouth. He looked entirely unconcerned. But those amber eyes never left the girl at the center of the room. Jiang Jinci swept her gaze across the hall and added, but I'll only accept one challenge. One representative. If you lose, every single one of you will call me boss with respect. No exceptions. The man who had been so eager to step up hesitated now. Finally, a lean, sharp-eyed figure pushed through the crowd. Zhao, hall master of the fierce tiger hall. Crew-cut, dark skin, tall and wiry. He carried a sharper edge than the bulky man around him. Yu Biao leaned in and murmured, Zhao, former special forces. Got into underground boxing to cover his mother's medical bills. Expelled from the military, he joined Tiger Head Gang. Now he's hall master of fierce tiger hall. He challenges the top fighters in the underground ring every week. Never lost. Zhao rose slowly. He stood nearly 2 meters tall, his suit pulled taut over the powerful frame. He looked down at Jiang Jinci, a low, raspy laugh rumbling from his throat. Little sis, you can still back out now. You start crying later, don't expect anyone to hand you a tissue. Laughter jeered through the hall. Go easy on her, brother Zhou. She's still a student. Jiang Jinci's expression didn't flicker. Where do we fight? What are the rules? Zhao clicked his tongue, tossed his jacket aside. Third basement ring. 1-on-1, no weapons. Life and death match stops when someone gives up. Don't say I didn't warn you, little girl. Easy to go down. Hard to come back up. Nobody's gonna baby you if you start screaming and crying. The hall masters wore eager expressions, waiting to see how this arrogant girl would handle it. Jiang Jinci didn't respond. She didn't even look at Zhao again. Instead, her clear, cool gaze fixed on the fruit platter resting on the mahogany coffee table, the one laid up for the hall masters. Under everyone's suspicious stares, she swallowed. Everyone blinked, thrown off. She spoke at last, and her voice held a rare note of hesitation. Can I eat that? Yu Biao stared. Every hall master froze. Jinci had just tossed a grape into the air. Startled, it smacked him right on the nose. He rubbed his nose, the corner of his mouth twitching as he watched her. Jiang Jinci was hungry. She'd come straight from school to Tiger Head Gang for the handover, no dinner. Her stomach was hollow. She needed sugar and energy fast, otherwise, she wouldn't have strength for the fight, and her brain would be useless for homework later. Jiang Jinci. In the dead silence, Jinji's voice came low and resigned. You're the boss now. Everything here including that fruit is yours to do with as you please. If you want to eat, eat. Jiang Jinci nodded. Without hesitation, she scooped up the entire platter. Red grapes. Honeydew melon. Cherries. She started eating, completely oblivious to the gaping man around her, her cheeks puffing slightly as she chewed fast. The ring of muscle-bound men stared, their eyes practically bulging out of their heads. The fruit settled in her stomach, and she felt a little better. Only then did she look up at the still-dazed crowd, her voice calm and all business. When's the fight? I still have homework to finish. Time's tight. Sooner we start, sooner we're done. No one said a word. Homework. They were bristling for a fight over the boss's throne, and she was worried about getting back to her homework. This wasn't just insane, this was a whole new level of crazy. Jinci suddenly turned his face away, his shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. When he spoke again, his voice still held a thread of amusement. He looked at Yu Biao, who was still frozen in shock. Order her some takeout. The good stuff. Premium. Express delivery. Yu Biao bristled instantly. Yu Biao, former boss, the man who called the shots around here for years, taking orders from some young punk. But he glanced over at the new boss's thin profile, watched her demolishing fruit like she hadn't eaten all day, and figured she really was starving, rushing over before dinner. Oh, forget it. The new boss was young. A girl. Letting her go hungry wasn't right. With that, Yu Biao pulled out his phone, resigned. Meanwhile, the hall masters watched Jiang Jinci cradle the fruit platter with one hand, shoving another slice of melon into her mouth with the other, and thought this little girl was nothing but a joke. Zhao took a deep breath, pushing down the strange feeling crawling up his spine. Underground boxing ring, he said coldly. This way. He turned and strode toward the elevator. The other hall masters got up and followed. The underground boxing ring was a different universe from the glittering lobby upstairs. This was raw, primal, testosterone-fueled brutality. A massive circular arena with a ring at its center, canvas stained dark by old blood. The bleachers were packed. The crowd was a wall of noise. Cigarette smoke, sweat, and the metallic bite of dried blood hung thick in the air, buzzing under everyone's skin. Down in the ring, two muscle-bound men were beating each other bloody. Every wet, heavy thud of a fist hitting flesh sent another wave of howls tearing through the stands. Jiang Jinci made her way to the VIP section on the mezzanine level. She glanced down at the ring, watching the men try to kill each other. Her expression didn't flicker. She lost interest almost immediately and looked away. Their fighting was barely a step above kids playing tag. Just then, Yu Biao's phone rang. He answered, muttered a few words, then headed down to the entrance to grab a food delivery. Jiang Jinci's gaze followed him toward the door out of habit. One look. She froze. At the ground floor entrance, a middle-aged man in a yellow delivery driver's uniform stood awkwardly holding a takeout bag. That weathered, sun-beaten face. It was her foster father, Lin Ziyuan. He stood there, the noise of the arena hammering against him. He never glanced up at the second-floor VIP section. He didn't see the girl watching him in silence. A staff member took the bag, and Lin Ziyuan turned to leave. Then, 星号 clan 星号. A deafening gong cut through the bloody brawl in the ring. The fighters broke apart. A spotlight hit the edge of the canvas, and a host in a flashy suit sprang up, mic in hand. Ladies and gentlemen, quiet the hell down. The next match is on hold. Because we've got a challenge match everyone's been waiting for and it is absolutely explosive. The crowd went dead silent for a heartbeat. Then it detonated even louder. We've just confirmed it, the new leader of the Tiger Head Gang has accepted a challenge from Zhao Lai, Hall Master of the Fierce Tiger Hall. 星号 whoosh 星号. The place lost its mind. Above the ring, the giant screen flickered and changed. Two silhouettes materialized, squared off. Left side, red corner, a clearly female outline. Not tall. Almost too slender. A high ponytail cut a sharp arc behind her head. Right side, blue corner, a towering young man, muscles cold with brute power. That's right. The red corner is our Tiger Head Gang's new leader. The host bellowed, jabbing a finger at the girl's silhouette. And the blue corner, the man, the legend Hall Master Zhao Lai. Lin Ziyuan was already stepping toward the exit. But his eyes caught the massive screen, and his pupils contracted. That silhouette. Why did it look so much like Shao Ci? No. Impossible. He shoved the thought away the second it surfaced. Shao Ci was a high school student. How the hell would she be some gang leader? Let alone fighting in a place like this. What rattled him even more was the reality on the screen. The new leader of the Tiger Head Gang was a teenage girl. That was insane. She was going up against a Hall Master who could kill an ox with one punch. Was this girl out of her mind? Did she have a death wish? Lin Ziyuan's chest tightened. A strange, creeping worry crawled up his spine. Then the voices around him sharpened, cutting through the noise. Holy shit, it really is a woman. Who the hell is this new leader? No clue. Heard she beat the old boss till he coughed blood. Something's off about that. A chick taking down Biaogu. Bullshit. Exactly. I bet she pulled some dirty trick. That's why Hall Master Zhao's not buying it, he's here to expose the fraud. Right. This gang leader seat. Changing hands tonight. You can take that to the bank. No kidding. Place your bets now. Go blue. Zhao Lai. This one's lot. Yeah, me too. 10,000 on blue. I'll drop 50. Free money. Almost everyone agreed the slight girl was about to lose. Badly. Lin Ziyuan's frown deepened. He should have been gone by now. His next order was waiting. But his feet felt bolted to the floor. His eyes dragged themselves back to that screen, fixed on the red silhouette so familiar, so foreign. The unease in his gut grew heavier. He decided to stay. Just to watch. Up in the VIP section, Jiang Jinci ate her takeout, scanning the crowd below. In the strobing lights, she watched her foster father strip off his delivery jacket and step further into the viewing area. He seemed interested in the fight too. Good. She made sure the screen only showed a silhouette earlier. That kind of precaution avoided awkward questions. She had absolutely no clue how she'd explain any of this to him, why she was in a seedy underground boxing ring, and how she ended up as the new gang leader of the Tiger Head Gang. Her eyes shifted to the betting odds displayed on a screen visible only from the VIP section. Red corner, new gang leader, 300 to 1. Blue corner, Zhao Lai, 1 to 1.05. A total landslide. Almost no one had bet on her. The total riding on her side was under 500,000. Meanwhile, Zhao Lai's bets had piled past 30 million. Jiang Jinci's lips curled into the faintest cold smirk. Perfect. She pulled out her phone and sent a message to her foster father. On the leather sofa beside her, Jinci Bai lounged lazily, pretending to scroll through his phone. But his eyes tracked every move she made. He saw her check the odds, then glanced down and tapped at her screen. A flicker crossed his eyes. Then he straightened up casually, pulled out a black card, and handed it to a staff member. Here. 50 million. Bet it on your gang leader to win. Yu Biao, standing nearby, sucked in a breath so sharp it whistled. 50 million. Who the hell was this bodyguard? That single bet crushed the total wagers on Zhao Lai. Yu Biao had quietly bet on the new leader himself. He felt her power firsthand. Zhao Lai didn't stand a chance. That was why he put down his entire savings. But compared to 50 million, his life savings were pocket change. Just as the staff member reached for the black card. Hold on. Jiang Jinci's voice sliced through. She stood at the betting counter, one hand in her pocket, her school uniform sleeves rolled to her elbows, exposing lean, sharply defined forearms. She met Jiang Jinci's gaze directly. I'm really tired today. Not in top form. Don't get your hopes up. If I lose, there's no way I can pay you back. Yu Biao's face went white. Boss. You have to win. I put everything on you. Jiang Jinci shot him a deadpan look. I will murder you. Yu Biao flinched and shut his mouth tight. Jiang Jinci's low laugh rumbled behind her. He waved the black card again, and the staff member took it this time, bowing as they processed the bet. Yu Biao's panicked eyes bounced between them. The noise of the ring pulsed through the walls. And Jiang Jinci just jammed her hands deeper into her pockets, staring down at the blood-stained canvas waiting for her. Boss, you really don't need to worry about paying him back, Yu Biao whispered urgently, leaning in. Just, win. Jiang Jinci didn't bother answering. She was already calculating how much she'd make if she won. And down below, Lin Ziyuan stood with his arms crossed, eyes locked on the red silhouette. The knot in his stomach twisted tighter with every second. Something about that girl felt wrong in a way he couldn't name. The gong sounded again. The announcer's voice boomed. Place your final bets. The match begins in 3 minutes. Jiang Jinci cracked her neck and started walking. Jinci watched her go, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Interesting kid, he murmured, almost to himself. Yu Biao just stood there sweating, praying to every god he could think of that he hadn't just bet his entire life on a girl who was too tired to fight. Jinci studied her face, beautiful but way too composed. He caught the flicker in her eyes. Irritation. Not worry. Not nerves. Impatience. Like she resented them betting on her to win. Like his 50 million was crashing her party. If the risk is that high, he arched an eyebrow, slipped his black card away with a smirk. I'll sit this one out. This little thing had ambition. She was probably afraid he'd wreck her plan to clean up quietly. Jinci lounged back into the sofa, fingertips tapping the armrest, his amber eyes tracking her silhouette. His smile deepened. He'd watch and see exactly how she planned to hog all the profits. 星号星号星号. Below the spectator stands, Lin Ziyuan's phone buzzed in his hand. He glanced at the screen, a message from Jiang Jinci. 星号 dead, put everything on red. Guaranteed win, 星号. His head snapped up. Heart hammering, he scanned the roaring crowd and the floodlit ring. He tapped back fast. 星号, you're at the underground boxing ring in Nightless City. 星号. Her reply came instantly. 星号passing through. Already gone. But I saw the girl in red fight. That hall master can't touch her. Dad, trust me, this bet is a lock, 星号. Lin Ziyuan's stomach twisted. He'd never gambled in his life, let alone bet his whole savings. He was an honest man. When the factory shut down, he delivered food through rain and wind. Never once chased a shortcut. But his daughter's message was absolute. He thought about their cramped 2-bedroom apartment. The pity in his old co-workers' eyes every time he showed up with their delivery. And Jiang Jinci, since she came back calm, in control, like she had everything figured out. There was something steady in her. She wouldn't joke about this. If she said it was a sure thing. Fine. One gamble. Lin Ziyuan sucked in a breath and transferred all 12,000 yuan from his salary card into the pool bet on red, the new gang leader. 星号 bet successful, 星号. The confirmation flashed up alongside the odds. 星号 red wins, 1比300, 星号. His heart tried to punch through his ribs. 12,000, if he won, 3,600,000. God. Mind spinning, he gritted his teeth and dialed home. Honey, I need money. Right now. Do you and Yanqing have anything saved? Su Hui's voice sharpened. What's wrong? Did something happen? Nothing. I just need to borrow it. His throat was dry. He couldn't explain, just forced the words out. Don't worry. I'm okay. I'll tell you when I get home. Worried, Su Hui and Lin Yanqing still transferred every last yuan of their combined 38,000 in savings. They knew Lin Ziyuan. He wasn't reckless. If he sounded this urgent, it was serious. Staring at the new balance, Lin Ziyuan held his breath and pushed it all onto red. It was the biggest gamble of his life. The second his bet cleared, the odds on red spiked again from 1:300 to 1:400. Lin Ziyuan. 星号星号星号. The fighters were about to step into the ring. Jiang Jinci changed in the locker room. Jinci leaned against the doorway, amber eyes fixed on the data rolling across his phone screen. Red side's win rate had rocketed to 1:500. The dark web live stream was blowing up. 星号 bet now, get rich fast. How Master Zhao will one-punch this kid, 星号. 星号 Tiger had gang that desperate. Putting a little girl in charge. LOL 星号. 星号 go easy, 照. Don't traumatize the kid, 星号. 星号 easiest fight of my career, 狗星号. Jinji's gaze sharpened. These idiots had no idea the useless kid they were mocking was tonight's real house. The locker room door clicked open. Jiang Jinci stepped out. She wore a black fitted tank top. The fabric had her full chest and cinched at a waist so narrow a man could span it with one hand. Shorts curved over her hips. Her long legs were lean and pale, skin almost glowing. Her hair was swept into a high ponytail, sharp and fierce. Jinji froze. His amber eyes dropped, tracking the bare strip of pale skin at her waist. His Adam's apple bought. Jiang Jinci walked straight to the mirror, grabbed 2 lumps of colored clay, kneaded them in her palms, and slapped them onto her face. Her delicate features blurred into forgettable. Jinji. A second later, he reached out, scooped up a glob of the clay, and smeared it across her bare waist. Jiang Jinci frowned and stepped back. What are you doing? Jinji's grin turned wicked. Helping you rule out winning on looks. Not that this body's anything to look at, but better safe than sorry. He made a show of going for her fat, face perfectly serious. Need help? Jiang Jinci shot him a glare. No. She grabbed the clay and slapped it onto her arms, thighs, stomach, every inch of exposed skin. Jinji watched with satisfaction, but his fingers still tingled with the memory of that smooth, soft skin. He rubbed his fingertips absently, and heat flared through his body. He clenched his fist and bit out a curse. Damn it. 星号星号星号. By the time Jiang Jinci reached the prep room, Yubio and his crew just stared. That clay-smeared mess was a different species from the beauty they'd seen earlier. Jiang Jinci moved toward the ring, winding gauze around her hands, layer after layer. Underground boxing wasn't a real sport. No fake gloves. No proper gear. Barely any rules at all. A life and death waiver was your ticket to this blood-soaked ground. Fight with your life, that was the only rule. Jinji followed, one hand in his pocket, strolling like he had nowhere better to be. The lights were dim, but he could see her back exposed above the tank top faint, vicious whip scars crisscrossing old wounds. Fresh bruises bloomed from her challenge against Yubio a few days ago. His amber eyes darkened. His brow furrowed. He quickened his pace to walk beside her, voice low. You're still injured. Don't push too hard. Follow my lead. This little thing had some sharp moves, but she lacked finesse, classic case of hurting the enemy at her own expense. Jiang Jinci didn't slow down. No need. She had her own style. She didn't need this man butting in. Jinji. A few steps later, Jiang Jinci reached the ring. With a clean flip, she vaulted onto the spotlit platform. Pfft. Laughter ripped through the crowd. Seriously, where'd they dig this mud monkey up from? The tiger had gang hiring clowns now. She's gonna take Hall Master shot. She couldn't take his lunch money. He'll die laughing before she even swings. Zhao Lai stood across from her, laughing right along with them. His sneer was pure poison. What's this, little girl? You trying to crack me up? Jiang Jinci's face was still smeared with streaks of colored clay. She arched one eyebrow, slow and unbothered. If I can laugh you to death, that's a win in my book. You could just tap out now. Save us both the trouble. Zhao Lai's smile died. His eyes went cold and sharp. Sharp mouth for a brat. Let's be clear, I do not go easy on a girl. When you're crying, don't say I didn't warn you. Jiang Jinci rolled her wrists, and a faint, cold smile ghosted across her lips. Right back at you. When you're the one crying for your mom, I'm not taking responsibility for it. Zhao Lai snorted. Huh? You got no idea what you're in for. The referee jumped in before the tension could snap. Both sides ready begin. The words barely left his mouth before 2 bodies launched like arrows, colliding hard center ring. In the stands, Lin Ziyuan still hadn't placed the girl up there as Jiang Jinci. But that slender frame made his chest clench for reasons he couldn't explain. Every time Zhao Lai's fist swung her way, his whole body screamed to rush the ring and shield her. He couldn't wrap his head around it. What kind of parents let a kid this young fight underground? They didn't deserve the title. Down in the ring, the match was going exactly the way everyone predicted. A beatdown. Zhao Lai came with brutal, heavy power. Every punch was a wrecking ball. Jiang Jinci was outmatched in raw strength and it showed. She gave ground, step by step. The hall masters and core members in the stands ate it up, snickering loud and open. Told you. What's Mudfish gonna do? Look at her. 2 more hits and Zhao Lai snaps that skinny arm like a twig. Damn. Had I known it'd be this easy, I'd have jumped in myself. Let Zhao Lai have all the glory. Right. I was actually stressing for a second. Thought she had something. Zhao Lai's right hook came screaming toward Jiang Jinci's face. And from the edge of the ring, Jinji spoke up. He'd been leaning back the whole time, bored out of his mind. Now his voice cut clean through the noise, not loud, but razor sharp. Slide left. Drop your elbow. 3 inches below his ribs. Jiang Jinci a bit before her brain caught up. Pure instinct. She slipped left like a shadow, the heavy punch missing her by a breath. At the exact same instant, her right elbow drove down into Zhao Lai's exposed ribs with surgical accuracy. Thud. A dull, meaty impact. Zhao Lai grunted hard, his attack collapsing. Disbelief twisted his face. How the hell did this little girl just? He didn't get to finish the thought. Jinci Bai's lazy voice dropped the second command. Good. Don't stop. Step in. Whip kick. His chin. Jiang Jinci's eyes went to ice. She planted and surged forward instead of retreating, momentum fueling the strike. Her right leg snapped out like a steel cable, splitting air with a sharp whistle, aimed dead at Zhao Lai's jaw. Fast. Precise. Brutal. Crack. The sound was sharp and wet. Then, pfft. The white mouthguard flew clean out of Zhao Lai's mouth, spraying shattered teeth and bloody foam in a wide arc. His body hit the ropes like a truck had T-boned him. The elastic launched him right back, and he crashed face down center ring. He twitched twice. His eyes rolled wide. Out cold. Silence. Absolute, suffocating silence. The same crowd that had been laughing and jeering 2 seconds ago stood frozen, jaws hanging open like someone had grabbed every last one of them by the throat. Jiang Jinci lowered her leg, slow and steady. She was still covered in those ridiculous streaks of color, her face smeared with sweat, looking more like a circus act than ever. Nobody laughed now. The referee stood paralyzed for a full 10 seconds before scrambling into the ring. He gaped at the girl standing there, then at Hall Master Zhao, unconscious with blood trickling from his mouth. He bent down and shouted, his voice shaking. Hall Master Zhao. Hall Master Zhao. Can you continue? Jiang Jinci cut him off, tone flat. Stop yelling. He's out cold. She lifted her eyes and swept her gaze across the stands. Zero emotion. But every single Hall Master and core member who'd been running their mouths flinched like she physically slapped them. They couldn't believe it. How was this even possible? Hall Master Zhao, undefeated for years, a goddamn legend in the underground, just got knocked cold by a girl who looked like she'd snap in a stiff breeze. In one move. One clean, decisive strike. This girl's skill, no. She wasn't a girl. She was a monster. Who called her a mudfish? Who said Zhao Lai would break her arm in 2 hits? Where was their face now? Stinging. The entire venue felt like one giant, stinging slap. The referee snapped out of his daze, cleared his throat, and forced some authority into his voice. Ahem. I declared the new gang leader victorious. He hunched his back, plastering on a sycophantic smile as he turned to Jiang Jinci. New leader, would you care to say a few words? Jiang Jinci frowned. She wasn't about to open her mouth and let her foster father recognize her voice. No, she said. Cold. 2 syllables. The referee's smile froze for half a beat, but he recovered fast. In that case, what should we call our new boss? Jiang Jinci looked down, tapping her fingers together as if weighing the question. The previous gang leader, Yu Biao, had clawed his way up from the bottom. His men called him Biao behind his back. But she was different. She needed a title that commanded respect the second it hit someone's ears. Her gaze drifted, almost lazy, toward the man leaning against the edge of the ring. The corner of his mouth was tucked up with quiet amusement as he watched her. Jinci Bai. She arched one brow, barely a flicker. Then she lifted her head to the referee. Her voice came out crisp and cool. Master Jiang. Master. Master Jiang. The referee stumbled over it for half a second, then immediately bellowed to the crowd. The new leader of the Tiger Head Gang, Master Jiang. From this day forward, Master Jiang is our new boss. Everyone welcome Master Jiang. Master Jiang is mighty. Master Jiang will conquer all. Down below, Jinci Bai let out a quiet, low laugh. Jiang Jinci turned, hopped off the ring with practiced ease, and headed straight for the back. The crowd erupted. A few people cheered the lucky ones smart enough to bet on the new leader. But most were howling, pounding their chests in despair. Fuck. I dropped 500 grand on Zhao Lai. Where the hell did this girl even come from? She was playing possum the whole goddamn time. That was my wedding fund. Gone. Zhao Lai, you useless sack of shit. All talk. Refund. This was rigged. I want my money back. Fraud. Total fraud. I'm reporting this shit. Screaming, cursing, wailing, the noise nearly blew the roof off the underground ring. And Lin Ziyuan stood at the edge of the chaos, frozen solid. She won. That tiny girl actually took down the terrifying Hall Master Zhao. The phone buzzed. Lin Ziyuan's trembling fingers hit the notification. A deposit alert from the betting platform. He squinted at the screen, counting the digits. Once. Twice. Then he let himself believe it. 25.5 million. His hand flew to his mouth, clamping down hard to keep from screaming. 5,000 yuan. 510 to E odds. 25.5 million. He crushed the phone in his grip, his heart hammering so hard it felt like it would burst through his throat. The second his brain reconnected with reality, he shoved through the chaotic crowd and sprinted home. But Lin Ziyuan wasn't the biggest winner. That honor belonged to Yu Biao. He put 700,000 on the red side. Now all he could do was stare, numb, at the endless string of zeros on his phone. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100 million. 357 million. Yu Biao sucked in air like a drowning man. In 12 years as leader of the Tiger Head Gang, he had never seen money like that. The gang pulled decent numbers, but the rules were tight. After the government crackdown in recent years, real profit had all but dried up. Nightless City looked busy, but the old revenue streams were bleeding out. They'd been eating into their reserves just to feed the hundreds of brothers under their roof. Hell, how else could a gang leader of 12 years only have 700,000 to his name? And now, Yu Biao, overnight, was a billionaire. Forget robbing a bank. This was faster. His hands shook so badly he nearly dropped the phone. His face split into a wide, disbelieving grin. Making a pretty penny, aren't you? The voice cut through the noise behind him, clear and cool as spring water. Yu Biao jolted. The phone clattered to the floor. He spun. Jiang Jinci stood there, her gaze calm and unreadable. He had no idea how long she'd been watching. She glanced down at the fallen phone, the staggering sum catching her eye. Damn. That much. She bent, scooped it up with her long fingers, and handed it back. If she'd known, she would have thrown down way more. She wondered how her foster father was doing. He probably made a killing too, right? Yu Biao snatched the phone. When his eyes found Jiang Jinci again, all he had for her was reverence and borderline worship. She was his money goddess. Master Jiang. He dropped to one knee, voice shaking with raw emotion. From this moment on, my life is yours. Just give the word. I'll walk through fire no hesitation. Jiang Jinci made a soft sound of acknowledgement. She looked down at the middle-aged man kneeling in front of her and asked, Flat, is the transfer done? I need to go home and do my homework. Huh? Yu Biao blinked, scrambled to his feet, and answered with all the respect he could muster. Master Jiang, by rule, there's still one important ceremony. We need your biometrics, on-file iris scan and fingerprints. That's the only way to fully transfer control of all the Tiger Head Gang's accounts and treasuries. Jiang Jinci checked the time. Almost 9. Too late. I don't want to be up all night doing homework. We'll handle it when I have time. Yu Biao froze, then immediately ducked his head. Yes, yes. Master Jiang, whenever you say. Jiang Jinci tapped her chin. You've been running this operation for over a decade. No one knows the inner workings better than you. Keep managing the daily business. If there's a major decision, contact me. Yu Biao's throat tightened. She was, letting him keep control. Something warm swelled in his chest and stung behind his eyes. Jiang Jinci left her contact info, then headed straight for the locker room to shower and change. When she emerged, her long black hair was still half damp. She wore the same school uniform, but somehow it made her skin look even paler, her features even sharper. Jinci Bai leaned against the wall a few feet away, long legs crossed, phone in hand, the picture of lazy indifference. She walked straight to him. Even without your commands, I would have won in that ring. She just would have taken a few more hits. Jinci Bai pocketed his phone. A faint, ironic smile tugged at his mouth. Oh! Without warning, he caught her wrist and pushed up her sleeve. Under the light, her arm meant to be slender and fair was mottled with bruises, fresh purple layered over fading ones. A mess. He let out a soft, cold laugh. With these little arms and legs, how many hits do you think you can take from those muscle heads? Even iron feels pain. Jiang Jinci pressed her lips together and tried to pull away. They're minor. He tightened his grip. With his free hand, he produced a silver tube of ointment from somewhere. He tilted his head, bit off the cap, and twisted it open. The cool medicine squeezed onto her bruises. His long fingers rougher than they looked worked the cream into her skin with perfect, steady pressure. Jiang Jinci stared at him, caught off guard. Why did this man always care so much about her injuries? He finished one arm, then frowned and nodded toward the other. Give me the other one. She did. Without thinking, she held out her second arm. He went back to work, spreading the ointment. As his hands moved, his gaze drifted to the open collar of her uniform. Under the light, just below her collarbone, a dark, ugly bruise was blooming. A mark from Zhao Lai's earlier punch. His brow furrowed. His fingers, still coated with cream, reached for her neck. She jerked back on instinct. Why are you dodging? His eyes darkened. He yanked her wrist, pulling her toward him. She stumbled straight into his chest. Her nose nearly slammed against the solid wall of his frame. The space between them disappeared. She caught the scent of clean mint and tobacco, laced with a hint of masculine heat from exertion. Her mind blanked. Jinci Bai looked down, trapping her gaze. If you don't want the whole school to peg you as a brawling delinquent tomorrow, hold still. She had no choice but to tilt her chin up and hold his stare. He bent closer. His cold fingertips spread the medicine just below her collarbone, the sensation sinking through her skin and traveling straight into her chest. She felt lightheaded. In her last life, injuries were routine. Nobody ever asked. She never imagined anyone should care whether she lived or died. But this man time and again. He finished applying the ointment. As he lifted his eyes, they locked onto hers deep, bottomless, reflecting his own pupils like twin mirrors. His gaze dropped to her parted lips. Her pale pink lips, soft as just blossomed cherry petals, the center so full he wanted to press his thumb there. Each small breath gave him a glimpse of white teeth and a glistening tongue, a silent, open invitation. He could almost feel what it would be like to sink his teeth into that softness, to taste her sweetness mixed with something uniquely, undeniably her. The thought made him release her wrist as if it burned. He stepped back. His throat bowed. When he spoke, his voice came out hoarse. From now on, don't look at other men like that. Jiang Jinci tilted her head. Huh? Jinci Bai's throat went dry by the second. He jerked his face away. Jiang Jinci thought he was being ridiculous. Are you done with the medicine? If you're finished, I'm heading home. Wait. He stopped her but still wouldn't look at her. Instead, he yanked the outer door open. Shensu stood there grinning like an idiot, clutching a small medicine pouch. The second he spotted Jiang Jinci, he waved like they were old friends. Hey, Miss Jiang, you were absolutely on fire tonight. Before he could get another word out, Jinci Bai snatched the pouch from his hands and slammed the door. Shensu barely avoided getting his nose crushed. Inside the room, Jinci Bai still refused to meet her eyes. He shoved the pouch into her arms. It's ointment for bruises and scars. Read the damn instructions and use it right. Jiang Jinci glanced at the pouch. Is it free? Jinci Bai's jaw tightened. Stupid question. I'm not answering that. Jiang Jinci figured this was just another one of his investments. She nodded. Okay. I'm leaving. She grabbed her backpack, pulled the door open, and walked out without a single backward glance. Jinci Bai stared after her. The complete lack of hesitation in her stride sent a storm rolling through his deep amber eyes. He took a sudden step forward, like he might actually go after her. But he stopped at the threshold. He spun around and snapped at Shensu, who was peeking through the doorway. Go upstairs. Bring me a woman. Shensu blinked. Huh? Minutes later, the most elite dancer from the nightless city was escorted into Jinci Bai's private suite. She moved with serpentine grace, her eyes dripping invitation, every gesture a masterclass in seduction. Hips swaying, she slithered closer, trying to snare the godlike man in front of her with the most practiced gaze she had. Jinci Bai's eyes were fixed on her body, but they held no focus. His mind was stuck elsewhere on Jiang Jinci's clear, untainted black eyes, on her pale pink lips, soft and slightly parted. The more he thought about it, the hotter the fire in his gut burned, threatening to incinerate what was left of his sanity. He surged up from the sofa and pinned the dancer against the cold marble bar. Sir! The dancer was caught between shock and thrill, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Jinci Bai stared at her mouth, coated in garish red lipstick. He leaned in. Closer. Closer still. Just before their lips touched, his pupils contracted. Get out. He shoved her away with brutal force, his face twisted in rage and disgust. The dancer slammed into the liquor cabinet behind her. Glass shattered across the floor. Screaming, she scrambled to her feet and fled the room, not even stopping to grab the heel she'd lost. Shensu stood in the doorway, jaw hanging open. He poked his head in cautiously. Boss Jin, the dancer wasn't to your taste. Should I find a few others? Jinci Bai shot him a look so cold Shensu felt it in his bones. He strode to the bar, grabbed a glass of straight liquor, and dunked it in one swallow. The burn tore through his throat, but it did nothing to douse the unnamed fire raging inside him. Shensu. He set the glass down, voice like ice. Tell me something. Is that little thing trying to seduce me? Shensu gaped. Huh? Miss Jiang. Seduce Xinghao Yu Xinghao. With that permanently frozen face of hers. That would take some next level skill. Shensu was at a complete loss. Jinci Bai let out a scornful laugh. A paranoid glint flashed in his amber eyes. She definitely is. I've treated her way too well. There's no way she's indifferent. Back in the changing room, she stood that close on purpose. Looked at me like that Xinghao on purpose. He scoffed. She's trying to take advantage of me. Shensu's mouth formed a perfect O, Xinghao ha. Xinghao. Jinci Bai knocked back another mouthful of liquor, a smirk of arrogant certainty curling his lips. Little thing. My favor isn't so easy to earn. Jiang Jinci had no idea she accidentally lit some man's fuse and gotten herself branded a scheming opportunist. If she had known, she probably would have stared at him blankly and said, "Oh, psycho." Back at the Lin residence, she pushed the door open to a wall of strange, heavy silence. Every member of the Lin family was planted in the living room. Their heads turned in unison as she walked in. Jiang Jinci's cool gaze swept over them. Calmly, she slipped off her shoes. "Shao Xi, why are you back so late?" Lin Ziyuan spoke first, his voice carrying an unusual weight. Jiang Jinci sat her back down casually. "I was at the library, doing research." Lin Ziyuan frowned. "Come. Sit." He paused, then turned to Lin Xinyi, who was practically vibrating with excitement staring at Jiang Jinci. "Shao Yi, go to your sister's room first." Lin Xinyi's face collapsed. "Dad, what? Why? I want to." "Xinghao, listen, Xinghao." Lin Ziyuan's tone went hard. Lin Yanqing shot his little brother a look that said Xinghao mu Xinghao. Lin Xinyi pouted, dragging his feet toward Jiang Jinci's room, glancing back at every step. In the living room, Jiang Jinci sat down on the sofa as instructed. Lin Ziyuan fixed her with a steady gaze. "Shao Xi, tell me the truth. Were you just now at the underground boxing ring? In the nightless city?" A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Jinci's eyes. "So that had found out." "Huh?" But pointless denials weren't her style. She nodded. "Yeah." Lin Ziyuan's face suddenly split into a grin. He shook his head, pointing at her. "I knew it. I knew you were in on this too." Jiang Jinci. His earlier seriousness vanished, replaced by a knowing, almost giddy excitement. "If you hadn't kept pushing me to bet on that new gang leader, I never would have had the guts to go all in. Be honest with me, what's your connection to that new boss?" "Master Jiang." Jiang Jinci met his eyes, calm as ever. So Dad hadn't recognized her. That brought a wave of relief she hadn't expected. "I don't know her. I just thought she could win." "How? Girl, you got a hell of an eye." Lin Ziyuan seemed to buy it mostly because Jiang Jinci looked like a model student who'd never run in those circles. "But Shao Xi," his grin faded, voice turning serious again, "that place is too dangerous. Don't go back, you understand? This once is fine. Never again." And with the crisis averted, Su Hui couldn't hold back any longer. She leaned in, buzzing. "Lao Lin, let me see again. We seriously made over 2 million in one night." Lin Ziyuan unlocked his phone and pulled up the deposit notification. Su Hui pressed close, her eyes going wide with shock. Lin Yanqing leaned in too. Even his normally composed expression cracked with disbelief and joy. He took the phone, checked the string of numbers again and again, then handed it to Jiang Jinci. "Shao Xi, look." She didn't take it. Just gave the screen a brief glance. Then she spoke, her voice as steady as ever. "Dad, we've got the money now. Let's find a bigger house." Lin Ziyuan pocketed his phone, still working through something in his chest. "The move is happening. But first, we clear every debt." His eyes found Jiang Jinci, his voice thick with something unspoken. "Shao Xi, this was you. All of it." Su Hui was already moving. She dropped onto the couch beside Jiang Jinci and grabbed her hand, grinning wide. Xinyi called it. This girl walks in, and suddenly the whole sky opens up. Our good luck charm. Jiang Jinci felt the contact and tensed, but she didn't pull away. "How much debt?" Su Hui's smile stretched even wider. 2 months ago. It felt like a mountain with no top. "Now." She held up 2 fingers. "Just over 2 million. Lin Yanqing cut in, voice calm. "I'll handle it. Our AI medical project is solid. Next funding round is close. That number won't be an issue." He turned to Lin Ziyuan. "Dad, take the winnings. Buy a bigger place. Whatever's left goes to Shao Xi. That money is hers. The house is already more than generous. We are not touching her share." Lin Ziyuan smacked his thigh. Yanqing's right. His gaze settled on Jiang Jinci, warm. She's about to start college. Everything costs. And if she wants to launch something after graduation, this is her seed money. Su Hui nodded fast. "Exactly. Our girl is brilliant. Money won't be what holds her back. And someday, when she marries well, it's her dowry. Nobody will ever look down on her." Jiang Jinci listened as they carved up her future with bright, animated voices. Their faces practically glowed. Pure joy at the windfall, zero trace of the greed or calculation she braced for. Something unfamiliar stirred in her chest. She couldn't name it. She only knew it made her like these people a little more. She let the silence breathe, then spoke. "Letting that much cash sit around losing value seems wasteful. Why not use it as startup capital?" All 3 Lins stared. Jiang Jinci's gaze swept across them. "Reopen the factory. Expand the line. Upgrade the tech. Make more money. Sound better." The warmth in the room cooled. Lin Ziyuan and Su Hui traded a look, their smiles fading into something more complicated. Lin Yanqing frowned. Su Hui sighed and patted Jiang Jinci's hand. Shall see there's something you don't know. Our old factory had proprietary formulas. They worked beautifully. But they were stolen. Every last one. Sold off to the big corporations. Those companies had bottomless budgets. The second they got the formulas, they reverse-engineered them and flooded the market with cheap generics. They crushed us completely. Starting over now, she shook her head. Another sigh. It's just not possible. Jiang Jinci's dark eyes narrowed as fragments of memory clicked into place. The one who orchestrated the theft of the Lin family's core formulas had been her. She blinked. The original owner hellbent on destroying the Lin family had bribed a key technician at the factory. The plan was simple: steal a few peripheral formulas, sell them to a competitor, stir up enough trouble to make the Lins back off and stop clinging to her. But the technician got greedy. Sold off everything. All of it. He was caught eventually. Sentenced to over a decade. But the Lin family's factory, gutted of its core technology, collapsed and shattered for good. Jiang Jinci lowered her lashes. So now she was trying to save the very people her past self had shoved off a cliff. Interesting. She lifted her gaze and met Lin Yanqing's stare. Sharp. Assessing. Cold. A crease formed between her brows. Did her older brother know the full story? She looked away. Where did the original formulas come from? Su Hui exhaled softly. Your grandfather passed them down. Traditional remedies. Colds, fevers, headaches. I reformulated them into Chinese medicine granules later. They worked. Even now, that type of medicine still sells in bulk. Her eyes drifted to the coffee table, where 2 packets of cold granules sat beneath the glass. Her improved formula. But the logo on the packaging belonged to some faceless pharmaceutical giant. Not the Lin family. Jiang Jinci tracked the glance. She remembered that Su Hui was a trained doctor, that she'd once run her own pharmacy back in their hometown village. She sold it to cover debts and now worked as a nurse at a small hospital. She didn't hesitate. The factory can reopen. 3 pairs of eyes locked on her. Jiang Jinci turned to Su Hui. Mom, you turned traditional formulas into granules. So take a different road this time. What about Western-style granules that dissolve faster? Or medicinal candy? Su Hui went still. Stunned. Whoa. Sis is a genius. Lin Xingyi burst out of his room, barreling toward them. Those granules taste like dirt. If I could eat candy to kick a cold, who'd ever choke down that bitter crap again? Su Hui smacked her own forehead, cheeks flushing. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? Candy. Make it candy kids would actually want. She was already half out of her seat. I'll take tomorrow off. There's an old classmate at the City Pharmaceutical Research Institute. They've got the equipment. I'll go talk to him, run some trials. Jiang Jinci's voice stayed even. Don't take a day off. Su Hui blinked. Quit. I believe the factory can make a comeback. Lin Ziyuan's brow furrowed, worry bleeding across his face. Even with new formulas, the old factory building was seized by the bank. Auction off. The land isn't ours anymore. Getting it back. Jiang Jinci cut him off. Leave the building and the land to me. The next morning, Jiang Jinci jogged to school, same as always. The second her backpack hit the floor, Tenchi flew over like a human hurricane. Sister Jiang. Sister Jiang. Did you hear? The Tiger Head Gang's got a new boss. And word is, she's a girl. The underworld's already calling her Master Jiang. He was practically vibrating. She's insane. One challenge match and she took down Hao Master Zhao. Just destroyed him. It hit the dark web and everything. All those big shots who bet on Lao Lai. He let out a sharp laugh. Lost their shirts. Jiang Jinci slid him a flat look. When do the provincial joint exam results come out? Tenchi stalled. Huh? Tenchi stood frozen, his brain blanking out for 3 full seconds. He blinked. Day after tomorrow, maybe. Jiang Jinci's brows drew together. That's too slow. Wait, hold up. Sister Jiang, do you not get how huge Tiger Head Gang is in the underworld, or do you just not realize how insane this news is? Then something clicked. Hold on. I was just asking you about Tiger Head Gang last week. Why are you so stone-faced now? Jiang Jinci finally looked at him. That stare was pure ice. Step back, she said flatly. You're messing up my test. She'd gotten back too late last night. 3 competition simulation exams, she only finished 2. 1 left. She pulled a test paper from her backpack, smoothed it across the desk, and started writing. Tenchi's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Then another thought hit him, and his whole face lit up again. Oh, right, Sister Jiang. That AI genius you introduced me to. Absolutely unreal. One guy's worth 10 of my engineers. No joke. He's leading his team against Jiang Group right now, going head-to-head on the AI medical project. If we snatch even a piece out of Jiang Group's mouth, I'm taking my whole company straight to the moon. I'll send you a cash gift so big you won't be able to lift it. Jiang Jinci's pen paused for a split second. She didn't look up, just let out a faint, Then she kept writing, fast and furious, as if a deal that could make or break Tenchi's company mattered less than the math problem in front of her. Tenchi's mouth twitched. Was she seriously this dedicated? Not like she was some actual academic prodigy. No reason to commit this hard to the act. He curled his lip, figured he'd wasted his breath anyway, and headed back to his own seat. When school let out that afternoon, Jiang Jinci went straight to Buyichen. The second Yubio spotted her, he brightened like she brought the sun with her. Master Jiang, what brings you here? Please, have a seat. He poured her a glass of water himself, his posture bowing low, every inch the loyal subordinate. Jiang Jinci didn't touch the water. She got right to it. I want the land rights to that abandoned factory plot in West City. Yubio paused a bit, then nodded, understanding. That piece of land had been gathering dust for years. Tiger Head Gang had been meaning to dump it to free up some capital, but the location was too remote. Nobody had ever shown a flicker of interest. And now their gang leader was asking for it personally. Who was he to argue? Of course. If Master Jiang says it, it's done. Yubio scrambled to pull the deed and all related documentation from the safe, then personally drafted the land use rights transfer contract. Both sides signed. Clean. Fast. That evening, Jiang Jinci handed the contract directly to Lin Ziyuan. Lin Ziyuan held the paper in his hands, reading it over 3-4 times before he could believe it was real. Su Hui and Lin Yanqing stood there, equally speechless. None of them expected that when Jiang Jinci said leave it to me just last night, she'd have the land rights back in her hands by today. Jiang Jinci didn't bother explaining anything. She just walked straight to her room and started drilling more practice problems. The Lin family exchanged a long look. A hot surge of adrenaline rushed through them. If Shao Xi could move this decisively, what excuse did any of them have to drag their feet? That night, the lights in the Lin family living room stayed on until dawn. They stayed up mapping out every last detail of the factory reconstruction, each face burning with a fire they hadn't felt in years. Friday. Lu Jing Tianke, top floor office. Outside the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, skyscrapers rose in jagged rows, clouds churning beneath them like a sea at their feet. Jin Jibai leaned back in his leather chair, long fingers resting lightly on the desk. His dark eyes swept over the documents in front of him. Shen Su entered carrying a cup of hand-brewed coffee and set it at the corner of the desk. Master Jin. Your coffee. He hesitated a moment, then couldn't hold back. Master Jin, the joint exam results come out today. Aren't you worried? I mean, what if Shaojiang loses the bet? Jin Jibai didn't look up. His pen carved sharp strokes across the page. Isn't she supposed to be capable? What's there for me to worry about? But Master Jin, Shen Su braced himself. Shaojiang's past scores had been dead last. Rock bottom. For her to surpass Jiang Wangxin, who's been dominating first place for years. That's basically an impossible dream. If she loses, how is she ever getting into Capital University? The more Shen Su talked, the bleaker Jiang Jinci's prospects looked. Then his eyes sparked. What if, before the scores go official, I have someone adjust things in the school system a little? The exams are all cross-graded by teachers from other schools. After the scores are logged but before they're published, changing a grade would be completely invisible. Jin Jibai's hand stopped moving. He lifted his gaze. His amber eyes had already gone ice cold, and his voice dropped several degrees. Shen Su. Shen Su snapped ramrod straight. Yes, sir. The woman I want stands at the peak on her own merit, looking down at the world. Not some worthless frog who crawls up by cheating. If she can handle one bet, then I don't think I need to waste any more time on her. Shen Su shrank under that frozen stare. Understood, sir. He let out a quiet sigh. The odds of Shaojiang winning this bet were impossibly slim. And if she lost? Shen Su stole a glance at his master's devastatingly handsome but utterly frigid face. What a shame. All these years, and finally a woman had caught Master Jin's eye enough for him to personally take her under his wing. If she crashed and burned right here. TCH. Jin Jibai signed a few more documents, his expression completely unreadable. But the pressure of his pen against the paper had tightened, just slightly. Finally, he asked, when do the results come out? Shen Su answered instantly. Reporting, Master Jin. Official release at 9 sharp. It's 8 now 1 hour. Jin Jibai snapped the file shut, grabbed his jacket from the back of his chair, and strode toward the door. I'm going out. Shen Su stood there 3 full seconds, blinking. Huh? Master Jin. He rushed after him. Wait, didn't you just say you were going to power through all those stacked documents today? So he was ditching again. Then it clicked. A slow, knowing grin crept across Shen Su's face. Heh. Says he's not worried. His feet are telling a completely different story. 30 minutes until exam results dropped. The troublemaker class was already at zoo. Jiang Jinci sat with her head down, grinding through a stack of practice problems like she didn't even notice. A shrill voice cut through the noise. Look at Jiang Jinci, still playing it cool. Once those scores hit, we'll see how long that act lasts. Right. That lasts every time before, and now she thinks she can beat Jiang Wangxin. Delusional. Tenchi shot to his feet. Fatty son, shut your damn mouth. The guy they called Fatty son didn't flinch. He shoved out his beer belly another inch. Tenchi, she saved your ass once and now you're her guard dog. Jiang Wangxin is practically young Master Jin's fiancé. You side with Jiang Jinci, you're going against the future Mrs. Jin. You get what that means? Tenchi's jaw tightened. His family had money, but next to the Jin family. Firefly to the moon. His voice dipped. Scores aren't even out yet. What's the point of running your mouth now? He straightened his neck. Besides, I bet on Jiang Wangxin too. I'll be laughing right along with you when the results post. Fatty San snorted, then swiveled toward someone else. Our gambling king Lu Chen dropped his whole month's allowance on Jiang Wangxin. Lu Chen, tell the class any difference between laughing now and laughing later. Either way, Jiang Jinci loses. Right. Lu Chen had been staring at the back of Jiang Jinci's tidy ponytail, a strange unease prickling under his skin. Then he remembered Jiang Wangxin's graceful smile, those little glances of encouragement she threw his way. He shoved the doubt aside. Jiang Wangxin was too brilliant, too effortless to lose to someone who always clawed at last place. She's going to win, he said, voice firm. Jiang Jinci paused, her pen hovering. She turned her head, cold gaze landing on Lu Chen. Her eyes narrowed. If I beat you, do I take your gambling king title? For some reason, the title sounded every bit as cool as Master Jiang. Lu Chen froze, stunned. 1 second of silence. Then the classroom erupted. Did she just say she wants to be gambling king? What a joke. Lu Chen was crushing international pros at 15. He's a legend. Yeah, Jiang Jinci, what were you doing at 15? Rolling in mud out in the sticks. Lu Chen never loses. You want to beat him? Try again in your next life. The door banged open. A boy stumbled in, gasping. Scores are up. Posted on the bulletin board downstairs. Go. The entire troublemaker class stampeded for the stairs. Jiang Jinci set her pen down and stood slowly, trailing the crowd. Tenchi caught up, pressing close. Sister Jiang, it's okay if you lose. That bet was never fair. If you pulled off the win, that'd be the real shock. He tried to sound reasonable. Just, take it easy. When you see your score, don't start something with Jiang Wangxin. She's cool. She won't bother you. Jiang Jinci kept walking. She glanced at him. That single look sent a chill down Tenchi's spine. He shut up and rubbed his nose. Fine. No reasoning with her. He sighed and pushed ahead toward the stairs. At the stairwell, she nearly bumped into Wenran. Wenran's face was tight with worry. Jinci, maybe skip the crowd. There's way too many people down there. Jiang Jinci looked past her. The bulletin board was mobbed, 3 rows deep, everyone shouting. But her eyes snapped on a quiet corner opposite the chaos. A tall figure leaned there, baseball cap pulled low, masked over his face. She recognized him anyway. Jinji Bai. Her brows lifted. She turned to Wenran. Can you check my scores? I've got something to take care of. Wenran blinked, confused, then nodded fast. Okay. I'll go right now. Wait here. She tore down the stairs. Jiang Jinci walked down too, but instead of merging with the crowd, she angled toward that quiet corner. Jinji Bai hadn't moved. His gaze was fixed on the bulletin board, or so it seemed. A cool shadow fell over him. He turned his head, lazy. Jiang Jinci stood backlit. Her face was unreadable, her voice flat. What are you doing here? Jinji Bai crossed his arms, the picture of casual. Above the mask, his amber eyes curved. Wanted to see how you'd handle getting ganged up on by the whole school. Should be entertaining. The shifting light seemed to cool her expression further. You know there's a subject so easy I never study it. I could ace it whenever I felt like it. He raised an eyebrow. Oh. She didn't explain. Her gaze slid past him to the bulletin board. Over there, Jiang Wangxin was surrounded by a cluster of admirers. First place. Jiang Wangxin again. Total score 723. Is she even human? Someone shrieked. Applause and jealous murmurs rippled. She's the ultimate study goddess. So consistent. Then another voice, pure shock, no way. Look Jiang Jinci, 547 points. Rank 63. Holy crap, that's a massive jump. Did she strap on a rocket? A bit of silence. Then the accusations flared. She must have cheated. How else do you go from that last to that? Cheating or not, She's still almost 200 points behind Wang Xin. Not even close. Exactly. Jiang Jinci doesn't know her place. She needs a mirror. At the center of the praise, Jiang Wanxin let a tiny smile flicker. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, drinking it in. Her eyes swept the crowd, searching. Where was Jiang Jinci? She wanted to see that clueless country girl's face right now. It had to be ugly. At the edge of the mob, when Ran finally squirmed through, she stood on tiptoe, craning her neck at the board. When she found a certain column, her eyes went huge. She whispered, barely a breath. They're comparing single subjects, right? Jinci, her foreign language score is perfect. Her voice was too small. The rising din of mockery swallowed it whole. Then, a freakish howl ripped through the air. Tenchi charged through the crowd like a bull on a rampage, bellowing as he shoved people aside and planted himself in front of the bulletin board. He jabbed a finger at one line of numbers and screamed, Jiang Jinci scored a perfect on foreign language. Are you all blind? Jiang Jinci 150. Full marks. A sudden hush fell over the crowd. Tenchi's face was beet red with excitement. He frantically found Jiang Wanxin's score and shouted, Jiang Wanxin got a 147 in foreign language. Jiang Jinci beat her. She actually beat Jiang Wanxin. Holy shit. Dead silence. Then, a roar of disbelief 100 times louder than before. What? A perfect score in foreign language. Jiang Jinci. No way. Is this for real? She's always at the bottom of the class, and now she gets a perfect score. Hell must have frozen over. So that means Jiang Jinci really beat Jiang Wanxin in a single subject. How is this even possible? This is some straight-up fantasy crap. Jiang Wanxin's gaze snapped to the score Tenchi was pointing at. Jiang Jinci foreign language 150. A perfect score. Jiang Wanxin felt like she'd been struck by lightning. The color drained from her pretty face. How was this possible? Jiang Jinci's foreign language grades were always pathetic. How could she suddenly ace it like this? Her fists clenched so tight her nails bit into her palms, the sting nothing compared to the shock slamming through her chest. That's when she spotted Wen Ran pushing through the crowd, rushing toward a figure in the distance. Jiang Wanxin looked. Jiang Jinci stood there, straight as a pine, posture unyielding. Across from her stood a tall, imposing man. Wen Ran practically crashed into Jiang Jinci, giddy and babbling, Jinci. You're incredible. Perfect score in foreign language. You beat Jiang Wanxin. You really did it. Jiang Jinci just nodded, an indifferent she seemed to be talking to the man beside her. Jiang Wanxin started walking, a trail of rubbernecking students flocking behind her. She stopped right in front of Jiang Jinci, her expression a mask of pained concern. Jiang Jinci, how could you stoop so low? Cheating just to beat me. If you get caught, they'll ban you from the college entrance exam. Do you even understand how serious this is? She sounded like she was being so considerate. If you're short on money, if you wanted that bet of a few $100,000, all you had to do was tell me. I would have given it to you privately. You never should have gambled your future like this. The onlookers piled on. Yeah, Jiang Jinci. You threw away all shame just to beat the goddess Wanxin. Someone like you should have her score revoked and get expelled. Jiang Jinci lifted her eyes, her dark gaze sweeping over the crowd like an icy blade. So, she said coolly, the exam surveillance cameras are just for decoration. The words landed like a slap across the face of the loudest accusers. Right. Before any student could even question her score, the teachers would have reviewed the footage a dozen times already. If her results were posted publicly, that meant the cameras showed nothing suspicious. The self-righteous mob choked on their own spit. After a brief, awkward silence, one stubborn student fired back, even if the cameras didn't catch you, who knows what kind of high-tech gadget you used? Another piled on. Exactly. How else do you explain suddenly scoring perfect in a subject you always flunked? Then came the condescending warning, Jiang Jinci, you better wise up. You do know Jiang Wanxin is Master Jin's fiancé, right? If you use dirty tricks to beat his woman and Master Jin finds out. The speaker let the sentence hang with a smug little grin. With Master Jin's methods, you'd be lucky to see tomorrow's sunrise, let alone survive in this city. The rumor mill had officially spun out of control, escalating from Master Jin took a liking to Jiang Wanxin straight to Master Jin's fiancé. Jiang Jinci turned her head and looked at Jin Jibai. You, fiancé? Jin Jibai shrugged, the picture of innocence. I have no idea. The little thing wasn't about to clear his name for him, and she was still using his reputation to raise the stakes. Why should he rush to set the record straight? Besides, this world was full of people trying to kill him. If someone was dumb enough to claim a connection, they had a death wish. Jiang Wanxin followed Jiang Jinci's gaze and sized up the man from head to toe. Even without seeing his face, she could tell his presence made the very air feel heavier. Not even all three of her brothers combined carried that kind of innate nobility, that untamed and dangerous edge. He didn't look like a respectable gentleman, more like a man from the underworld. She frowned. Jiang Jinci, is this man helping you cheat? You haven't even graduated yet and you're already tied up with someone outside school, especially a man. Do you have any idea how shameful that is? Jiang Jinci tilted her head, wearing a look of genuine confusion. Aren't you Master Jin's fiancé? So you don't recognize him? Jiang Wangxin immediately denied it. I don't know any strange man from outside school. Jiang Jinci's gaze flipped from Jin Jibai back to Jiang Wangxin. Then, slowly, a smile curved her lips. It was a pure smile, harmless and bright, like the first winter sun breaking through snow-laden clouds. Jin Jibai's eyes fixed on her profile, and he lost his focus for a bit. He'd seen plenty of beautiful girls, but never one who could pack lethal cruelty and innocent sweetness into the same smile. Like a sharp blade dipped in sugar, impossible not to want a taste, and impossible not to fear getting cut. Jiang Wangxin stared at that smile, a sense of things slipping out of her control crawling up her spine. The Lin family was bankrupt. Jiang Jinci had been thrown out. How could she still be standing above her? And just then, the white knights in the crowd finally snapped. What are you smiling about, Jiang Jinci? You think dragging some random wild man here will make our goddess know him? What a joke. That's right. Cheating and still acting righteous. Technology's advanced enough now, maybe you used some weird trick to get outside help and fool the cameras. The crowd erupted, everyone scrambling to throw as much mud as possible at Jiang Jinci, desperate to defend their flawless, forever on top little princess. Jiang Jinci nodded thoughtfully. I see. When the noise died down, she raised her eyes to Jiang Wangxin again and spoke, enunciating every syllable in flawless, crisp English. So, if the exam surveillance is merely decorative, then anyone could potentially skirt the rules. Ergo, I could just as easily question your academic integrity, you rather white lotus. She deliberately laced the sentences with obscure vocabulary. Jiang Wangxin couldn't follow every word, but she caught the gist. Jiang Jinci was accusing her of cheating. Her face twisted in disbelief. You're actually accusing me of cheating? Jiang Jinci let out a soft laugh, her crystal clear eyes locking onto Jiang Wangxin's. So, you admit it? Admit that you're a white lotus? Jiang Wangxin had no clue what white lotus meant. It didn't matter. Everything about Jiang Jinci's smug little smirk felt like a needle, jabbing at her until she couldn't sit still. She was certain Jiang Jinci had played her. Forcing down the fire in her chest, she struggled to keep her composure. Forget it. I don't know what nonsense you're rambling about, and I'm not stooping to your level. Jin Jibai, who'd been lazily watching the whole spectacle, finally spoke. His voice stayed low, but the mockery was unmistakable. TCH, a brainless fool who can't even understand a basic sentence, and she has the nerve to accuse someone of cheating. Do yourself a favor, crawl back into your mother's womb and get that head rebuilt. You! Jiang Wangxin's chest seized. Her face cycled from red to white to green in a vibrant, humiliating display. She couldn't accept it. How could Jiang Jinci, that country bumpkin, speak such fluent English? But the proof was right there, smacking her in the face. She had no choice but to believe it. She glanced around. The classmates who had been so fiercely indignant on her behalf were now staring at Jiang Jinci with wide eyes, completely dumbfounded, like they were seeing her for the very first time. Jiang Wangxin's face burned. The polished, elegant image she'd maintained for so long felt like it was about to shatter on the spot. She couldn't stay. She turned and started back toward the classroom. Wangxin, don't be mad. Jiang Jinci is just jealous of you. A pack of loyal followers immediately chased after her, flooding her with consolation. Jiang Jinci's gaze landed on Lu Chen, who was trying to slip away with the crowd. Lu Chen, stop. Lu Chen froze mid-step, then turned around stiffly. Jiang Jinci held up her phone. I won. Don't you think it's time to pay up on that bet? Her voice wasn't loud, but it landed like a bomb. A bunch of people who'd been rushing after Jiang Wangxin whipped around, eyes blazing as they locked onto Lu Chen. Sure, they'd been shouting a minute ago. But plenty of them had dumped months, half a year of their allowance into that betting pool. They figured it was a sure thing. Win favor with their goddess, lose nothing. Who would have guessed that Jiang Jinci, the perennial dead last, would actually beat Jiang Wangxin in a single subject? Their money was all going down the drain. A wave of faces turned green. When they looked at Jiang Jinci, their eyes were full of bitterness and regret. Even Lu Chen, who was usually decent looking, had a green tint creeping up his neck. Tan Qi, who couldn't care less about losing a few thousand, was drinking in the moment. Lu Chen, what are you standing there for? Transfer the money. All the bets run through you. Damn, never thought I'd see you take a fall like this. A vein dropped on Lu Chen's temple. He ground his teeth loud enough to hear. But he knew the rules. You lose, you pay. Under Jiang Jinci's cold stare, he had no choice but to pull out his phone. QR code scanned. Transfer sent. Jiang Jinci's phone dinged crisp and clear, 810,000 yuan credited. A soft gasp rippled through the crowd. More than a few people physically winced. Just this morning, a bunch of idiots had thrown in extra bets to curry favor with Jiang Wanxin. Now that money had vanished without a trace, Jiang Jinci was satisfied with the amount. A small smile tugged at the corner of her lips. She pocketed her phone and turned to head back to class. A large, angular hand grabbed her wrist. Jinci Bai stared at her, one brow arched. You rake in all that cash, and you're not gonna treat me to a meal. Jiang Jinci glanced at him sideways. No time today. I have practice questions to do. Jinci Bai's handsome face leaned in closer, his jaw tight. What about tomorrow? Jiang Jinci thought for a second. No time tomorrow, either. I have another exercise book to finish. Jinci Bai. He could feel his own tempo starting to throb. Jiang Jinci considered something, then tapped at her phone. Jinci Bai's pocket buzzed. She looked up at him, a faint smile on her face. Send you 1,000. Buy whatever you want. Be good. Jinci Bai. Hell. Was he seriously getting hit on by a little girl? By the time he snapped out of the daze that Be Good had put him in, Jiang Jinci was already walking upstairs with her classmates, not a single glance back. Jinci Bai stared at the transfer on his phone, his mouth twitching somewhere between a laugh and a groan. Upstairs in the advanced class, Jiang Wanxin stood at the podium with red-rimmed eyes and bowed deeply to the entire room. I'm sorry, everyone. No matter how Jiang Jinci got that perfect score, I lost this time. I want to apologize to all of you. The students were livid. Wanxin, don't do that. How is any of this your fault? Exactly. Jiang Jinci has to have used some dirty trick. We all know what she was like before. She's getting more and more outrageous. First she ruins your coming-of-age ceremony so second young Master Jiang and third young Master Jiang couldn't come celebrate with you. Now she's cheating with underhanded methods and bullying you. We can't let this slide. Someone needs to teach her a lesson. That day at the ceremony, the two Jiang brothers hadn't shown up, crushing plenty of girls' hopes. Jiang Wanxin had explained it was because Jiang Jinci's sudden appearance upset her brothers, so they decided not to come. All that anger turned straight onto Jiang Jinci. They called her a troublemaker. They even blamed Tao Yingying for inviting her. Now Tao Yingying was stuck in the middle, having pissed off both sides, and still under house arrest after getting banned from Lujin Tianke. A voice lowered and asked, have you guys heard? The Tiger Head Gang has a new leader. They call her Master Jiang, same last name. Wanxin, do you know this Master Jiang? Jiang Wanxin's eyes flickered. She slipped on a warm smile. Actually, a lot of young people from our extended family have been visiting my father lately. One of them might fit. I think she's a distant relative. I can't quite recall. Someone immediately chimed in. There are a ton of Jiangs in the country, but the ones from the capital are the real power, right? If she's part of your family, then the Tiger Head Gang basically falls under your control too. Wow, Wanxin, your family's influence is getting huge. Now you're taking over the underground circle as well. Jiang Wanxin faced the speculation with nothing but a modest smile. Don't talk nonsense. My father handles all these matters. I can't speak out of turn. Her words were flawlessly diplomatic, which only made her classmates more convinced that she and Master Jiang were close. She just wasn't spelling it out. I heard Master Jiang is ruthless. She never holds back. If she had to deal with someone, like a cheater, she'd probably cripple them on the spot. Jiang Wanxin's eyes flickered again, but she gave no response. After the joint exam, Jiang Jinci had become a full-blown celebrity at school. The troublemakers who used to mock her now greeted her with open respect. Boss Jiang. When they saw her buried in practice questions, nobody dared disturb her. She wasn't some fake top student. She was the real thing. The pride of the troublemaker class. Even the substitute teachers started looking at her differently, the former dead last. Who knew that with just a bit of effort, she could rocket up this fast? 1 week later. Weekend, high noon. The sunlight was flawless. Downtown Central Park. Jiang Jinci, dressed in a sharp black tracksuit, was deep into her daily training. Her phone rang. Tenchi's voice crashed through the speaker. Boss Jiang. Help. It's an emergency. Life or death. Jiang Jinci's patience was razor thin. Get to the point. We're at the bidding conference, and the other side sent a whole team of blonde, blood suits. They're going off in their language, and our so-called translator panicked and walked. Now we're dead in the water. Jinci. You crush foreign languages harder than Jiang Wanxin ever could. Please, I'm begging you. It's urgent. Jiang Jinci lifted one eyebrow, lazy. Is there a salary? Tenchi nearly choked. The situation was on fire, and this girl was still negotiating. But he grabbed at the lifeline like a drowning man, rushing to promise, yes. There is. Triple the going rate. No 5 times. Just get here. Address. Half an hour later, she stood outside the Lujin Tianke Grand Hotel and headed straight for the revolving doors. 2 security guards blocked her path. Ma'am, invitation, please. Jiang Jinci frowned and pulled out her phone to call Tanchi. Behind her, engines roared. A line of luxury cars pulled up to the hotel entrance. She turned. Jin Jibai stepped out of a Rolls Royce. He looked different today. Sharp suit, tie cinched tight, hair styled with precision. The careless, half-lidded ease was gone. In its place was an arrogant, untouchable elegance, the air of a man who looked down because the world had always been beneath him. The moment he appeared, more than a dozen men in black suits poured from the other vehicles. They moved in unison, faces cold, and fell into 2 flawless rows behind him, flanking him like a king arriving at court. Jiang Jinci blinked, caught off guard for half a second by the sheer scale of it. Jin Jibai closed the distance on long legs, stopping in front of her and looking down from his full height. Little one, did you come looking for me? She pulled herself together and met his eyes. Come. No. But can you get me inside? His deep amber gaze swept over her, slow and deliberate, from head to toe. It paused for a beat on the dusty cuffs of her sweatpants and the damp strands of hair clinging to her forehead. He leaned in, his face close to hers, warm breath grazing her ear. You know what's happening in there. Dressed like that, you want to walk in. Jiang Jinci glanced down at herself. She'd hit the park for a 5 a.m. workout, then done a brutal conditioning session. Her tracksuit was filthy. This was a high-end venue. Showing up like this wasn't exactly appropriate. So she looked back up and asked, completely serious, should I take it off, then? Jin Jip. After a long, loaded silence, he straightened and pinched the bridge of his nose. He turned to Shen Su, who stood waiting nearby, and gave a clipped order. Get a dress that fits her. Bring my sister-in-law's makeup artist. Shen Su's face flashed pure shock, but he answered immediately. Yes, sir. Then he bolted like his pants were on fire. Jin Jibai took Jiang Jinci straight to the penthouse suite. The moment she stepped inside, a white bundle flew at her head. She caught it on instinct, a soft, thick cotton towel. Jin Jibai's low voice came from behind her. Go wash up in there. Don't come out until you're clean. Without a word, Jiang Jinci took the towel and disappeared into the bathroom. A few minutes later, a knock sounded at the suite door. Shen Su entered, followed by a woman carrying a massive makeup case and a man holding a custom gown bag. Master Jin, the dress and makeup artists are here. But what caught the eye were the 2 people behind them. The first was a man in a wheelchair. His face was handsome, with features that were 70% Jin Jibai, same bone structure, same jaw, but his presence was calmer, more refined, without the pharaoh edge. A sickly pallor clung to him. Beside him stood a woman in a cheapah embroidered with water lilies. She looked about 27 or 28, her figure graceful, her demeanor gentle and posed. Her almond eyes were soft, luminous. This was Jin Jibai's sister-in-law, Su Wanqing. Jin Jichen rolled forward and fixed his gaze on his younger brother, his brows joined together. Jibai, why aren't you at the bidding conference? He paused, his tone shifting to something more helpless. And that so-called fiancé of yours has shown up outside, causing a scene. The Jiang family is here too. Whether this engagement is real or not, you need to give her parents an explanation today. Jin Jibai let out a cold laugh, his amber eyes dripping with contempt. Big brother, since when did you start treating stray dogs like treasures, same as those old geezers? He flicked an invisible speck from his sleeve, his voice dropping to ice. If they want an explanation, how about they start by paying back every cent they've leached off my fiancé's name with interest? Su Wanqing gently touched Jin Jichen's sleeve, a silent signal to let it go. Jin Jichen exhaled heavily, staring at his rebellious younger brother. He knew, after what had happened 10 years ago, Jin Jibai had completely written off marriage and family. His temper had only grown more unpredictable, more stubborn. Even as his older brother, he was powerless to reach him. He wished some warm, caring woman could stand by Jibai's side, heal that scarred over heart of his. Just then, the bathroom door clicked open. A cool, clear female voice cut through the room. Master Jin, I'm done washing. Where's the hairdryer? The air in the massive bedroom froze solid. Shen Su's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Su Wanqing's elegant features went slack with shock. Jin Jichen jerked his head up, staring at the bathroom in disbelief. A woman was in Jin Jibai's bedroom. The next second, the bathroom door cracked open. A flash of pale, damp shoulder appeared in the gap before anyone could get a proper look. Before the door could open any further, Jin Jibai lunged forward, slipped inside, and slammed it shut behind him. Bang! Jin Jichen, Su Wanqing, Shen Su, and the 2 hired professionals stood frozen in the bedroom, all wearing the exact same expression. Inside the bathroom, steam hung thick in the air. Jin Jibai yanked Jiang Jinci back and pinned her against the wall. He frowned down at her, his voice carrying an urgency and irritation he didn't even recognize. That fast? Are you even clean? Jiang Jinci looked up at him, baffled. Of course she was clean before coming out. His question was completely pointless right now. Her wet hair clung to her forehead and cheeks, and water droplets slid from the ends, tracing a path down the delicate line of her collarbone before vanishing into the pure white towel sheet barely wrapped around her chest. The towel's hem stopped at her thighs, revealing long, straight legs so pale they were near blinding. Her eyes, usually so cold and distant, were now softened by the steam, looking pure, unguarded like a bewildered fawn. Jinci stared at her. His throat went dry. His Adam's apple bowed. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded from outside. Jiang Jinci barely moved. Pure instinct took over. Jinci's arm locked around her waist and pulled her hard against his chest. His tall frame swallowed her whole, her back pressed flat to the bathroom door. From the other side, Jinci's voice drifted through, thick with amusement. Bye, I'm heading down. A bit. No rush. Take your time with the young lady. I'll have someone bring up fresh clothes. The implication landed like a slap. Jinci's face darkened. The footsteps faded. Silence settled in. Jiang Jinci stirred against him, her hands pushing at his chest. The soft pressure, the warmth of her body. Jinci's brain short-circuited. Instead of releasing her, his arms tightened. Pure male reflex. No thought. Just want. Let go. She frowned. Being this close to anyone made her skin crawl. Jinci dragged in a breath, forced the strange heat down, and loosened his hold barely. But the second she tried to slip free, he yanked her back and dropped his chin onto her bare shoulder. Tch. Jiang Jinci flinched. His breath skimmed her collarbone, warm and infuriatingly ticklish. Then his voice came, low and lazy, dragging across her nerves like a cat's claw. Little one, international custom says a hug means 星好 thank you 星好. She blinked. Jinci chuckled. I just saved you a mountain of trouble, and you're gonna stand there like a mannequin. Her frown deepened. He 星好 had 星好 helped her dodge a mess, she'd give him that. But this kind of contact, was that really how people said thanks? Before she could decide, he grabbed her wrist and guided her arm around his lean waist. You got it. He looked down, amber eyes catching her startled reflection, his tone teasing but edged with command. Or do I have to teach you step by step? Her lips pressed into a thin line. He watched her stiffen, reluctance written all over her face. Other arm too. Slowly, she lifted her other hand and rested it on his side. Something still felt off. She had to ask. How long do we hold this? Jinci pulled her in tighter. His voice dropped, rougher now. That's my call. He closed his eyes. The girl in his arms was soft, still warm from the shower, carrying a faint floral scent. Her slender arms circled him with awkward innocence, and somehow it smoothed out that restless, irritated knot deep inside him. The one that had been gnawing at him forever. For a moment, there was nothing but quiet. Absolute calm. Then his eyes snapped open. Shock flared in the amber. 星好 damn it, 星好. Since he'd become an adult, women had never interested him. But now the same unholy fire that had torn through him at the nightclub, sparked by her accidental touch, was roaring back to life. His pulse slammed. He shoved her away, almost frantic. Jiang Jinci stumbled back a step, bewildered. Are we done? Jinci's throat worked. His gaze tangled with hers, complicated, unreadable before his fists clenched at his sides. He forced his voice level, but the restraint cracked, dominance bleeding through. From now on, don't hug anyone else like that either. Her brow furrowed. This man. You have way too many rules, she said flatly. Jinci turned, pulled a hairdryer from the vanity cabinet, tested it, then tilted his chin at her. Come here. She walked over. The moment she stood still, his gaze dropped. His eyes landed on her collarbone, pale and gleaming under the bathroom lights, still dotted with water droplets. 星好 tch 星好. The fire he'd just beaten back started spreading again. Annoyed, he ripped off his tie and shoved the hairdryer into her hands. 3 minutes. Dry your hair and come out to change. She blinked. Okay. Jinci shot her one last look, then turned and walked out. She watched him go, completely mystified. In her past life, she dealt with hundreds of men. Eccentric ones. Violent ones. Calculating ones. But never anyone like Jinci. His mood's a roller coaster, holding her 1 second, pushing her away the next. She shook it off, cranked the hairdryer to max, and dried her hair in minutes. When she stepped out, a gold-embossed gift box sat on the bed in the master suite. She opened it. Inside shimmered a silver-white gown, moonlight fabric scattered with star diamonds, a light tool train floating like a dream. She slipped it on. Her own reflection made her pause. A knock at the door. A sharp-looking woman the makeup artist pushed in. Her eyes went huge. Oh my god. What kind of celestial creature are you? Miss, your bone structure, your skin, I've never seen anything like this in my entire career. Jiang Jinci said nothing. The artist set up her kit, but when she went to apply foundation, she froze. Jiang Jinci's features were already flawless. Her skin was so smooth, so poreless, that heavy makeup would have been a crime. She settled for a translucent, barely there look and swept Jiang Jinci's black hair into a star diamond half updo. 10 minutes, tops. Jiang Jinci gathered her ham and walked into the suite's living room. Jinci Bai had changed into another custom black suit. The dark fabric sharpened his tall frame, made him look even more lethal. He was adjusting his cuff links when he glanced up and stopped cold. The girl stood there like a vision. Silver light flickered around her, stardust fallen to earth, a moonlit elf haunting the mortal world. Her usually bare face now held the lightest brush of makeup, amplifying every natural asset. Especially her eyes, cool, detached, yet carrying an unconscious pull that could steal a man's soul right out of his chest. Deep in Jinci Bai's amber eyes, raw, staggering astonishment flared. Xinghao, damn it, Xinghao, he cursed under his breath. Suddenly, he regretted everything. He shouldn't have let her wear that dress. Shouldn't have let the stylist touch her face. Dressed like this, she'd attract every annoying fly in the room. Jiang Jinci walked up to him. She'd already grown used to his darkening moods. She only cared about one thing. Can you take me to the bidding now? Jinci Bai snapped out of it, his brow tightening. Why do you have to go? Earn money. She paused, then added, you helped me change clothes. Sweet, but it cost me time. Tenchi's paying top dollar. If I lose that money because of you, you gonna compensate me. Jinci Bai let out an exasperated laugh at her shameless confidence. He raised his hand and tapped her smooth forehead with his index finger, light but deliberate. Little ungrateful thing. His voice was low, carrying a trace of affection he didn't even notice. This gone alone sell you and you still couldn't afford it. And you dare ask me to pay you back? Jiang Jinci rubbed her forehead. Oh. Jinci Bai choked on that single syllable. Trying to reason with this little creature was like talking to a brick wall. He took a breath, turned, and strode toward the elevator with long steps. Follow me. 星号 Golden Sky Tower, 11th floor, 星号. The business elite from the entire country, from the capital down, had gathered here. Their target was singular, the 8 cooperation projects the Jin family had just put on the table. Each project promised immense wealth and unrivaled industry clout. They'd drawn countless capital giants, and the competition was already blistering hot. Among them, the AI medical project was the one Lin Yanqing and Tenchi were fighting to win. Their biggest competitor was Jiang Corporation CEO Jiang Jinci, leading his own team. But the foreign experts spoke in a way no one could crack. Both the translator on Lin Yanqing's team and the expensive senior interpreters Jiang Jinci had hired were completely stumped. Both sides were stuck at this most critical communication hurdle. The Jiang family had cycled through translators several times, each one arriving full of confidence and leaving defeated. On Tenchi's side, all hope now rested on Jiang Jinci. Anyone with eyes could see that this strange language barrier was probably a test set by the Jin family. Whoever broke through first, whoever managed smooth communication with those foreign experts, would walk away with the priceless project. Lin Yanqing's brows were knit tight, his expression graver than ever. He considered his own foreign language skills decent, but after straining his ears for a few moments, he couldn't understand a single word. Tenchi was pacing like a cat on hot bricks, constantly glancing toward the elevator entrance and muttering, why isn't Sister Jiang here yet? I'm dying. Lin Yanqing sighed. President Tang, calm down. Even if Jiang Jinci got a perfect score in a foreign language exam, that's still high school level. She's nowhere near this kind of interpretation. Don't get your hopes up too high. Hey! That's not how you look at it. Tenchi lowered his voice. Let me tell you the English Sister Jiang speaks, I don't understand. And that bird talk those foreigners speak, I don't understand either. But what if, and I'm saying what if they can actually understand each other? Lin Yanqing. That logic, he had no comeback. Seeing him silent, Tenchi pressed on, look. President Jiang over there is just as lost, right? Their Jiang Corporation is so impressive, and they've hired translator after translator and they're still staring blankly like us. We might as well take this as a last resort. Give it a shot. What if it works? Lin Yanqing's mouth twitched, but in the end, he didn't argue. Indeed, there seemed no better option. On the other side, Jiang Qi listened grimly as his nth translator reported shamefully, President Jiang, I'm very sorry. The accent of those representatives is extremely unusual. It sounds like a dialect from some remote region. I really did my best. Jiang Jin's brows furrowed deeper. He found himself thinking back to last night's absurd dream. In that dream, Jiang Jinci hadn't been driven out by their father. She seemed busier than ever, always leaving early and returning late, working harder than anyone. And in a situation just like this one, She had appeared in a silver-white gown, like a streak of cold moonlight, walking straight toward him. She said, "Brother, let me translate for you." And then, that painful bird talk had automatically decoded itself into Chinese under her voice. The project had been secured with almost laughable ease. When he woke up, he felt ridiculous. He even asked Jiang Wanxin, but she told him Jiang Jinci had rarely passed a foreign language exam. Right. Jiang Jinci coughed to himself. A failing student who couldn't even handle high school foreign language, how could she transform into a top interpreter in a dream? He must be under too much stress. But why did the details of that dream match the scene before him so closely? "Mr. Jin is here!" Someone shouted, and the entire floor stirred. Countless eyes turned toward the hall entrance. The crowd surged with indescribable excitement and reverence. Jiang Jinci almost instinctively stepped toward the swell of bodies. "Brother!" A soft voice came from behind. Jiang Wanxin gathered her skirt and gracefully caught up. She tilted her head slightly and lowered her voice. "Let's wait by the elevator. Mr. Jin probably won't come through the main entrance. I heard he went upstairs to handle something first." Jiang Jinci paused, then followed her toward the elevator hall. But unexpectedly, he saw Lin Yanqing and Tian Qi already waiting there. Lin Yanqing's gaze fell on Jiang Wanxin instinctively. She was his blood-related sister, yet he felt no familial warmth whatsoever. Jiang Wanxin noticed him too, but her eyes simply skimmed over him, utterly indifferent. All her attention was fixed on the slowly descending elevator numbers. "Xinhao Ding, Xinhao." The elevator doors slid open. Jiang Wanxin held her breath. Her lips had already curved into her practiced, perfect smile. She was about to step forward and deliver the greeting she rehearsed countless times. But the person who stepped out of the elevator wasn't that legendary man. It was Jiang Jinci in a silver-white gown. In that instant, everyone's breath seemed to freeze. Under the lights, Jiang Jinci looked like a star fallen from the Milky Way. The hem of her dress swayed faintly, scattering shards of light across the floor, illuminating the entire elevator entrance. Jiang Jinci froze completely. The scene was eerily identical to his dream. He instinctively stepped forward. "Jinci, you..." But Jiang Jinci didn't even glance at him. She walked straight past him, stopping in front of Lin Yanqing. She said, "Brother, let me translate for you." Lin Yanqing blinked in shock for 2 seconds before snapping back. He nodded automatically. "Good, follow me." Tian Qi finally sprang out of his petrified state, chasing after them while shouting, "Holy crap! Sister Jiang, you're stunning today. You're officially my goddess from now on. Seriously, drop that gorgeous." At that moment, the elevator doors began to close again. Jiang Jin's deep eyes held utter disbelief. He murmured, "How is this possible?" But then he dismissed it. It was just a dream. Maybe a coincidence. Besides, Jiang Jinci's foreign language scores were so poor. If she tried to work as a translator here, she'd only make a fool of herself. Beside him, Jiang Wanxin nearly ground her teeth to dust, but she quickly resumed her elegant smile, asking casually, "Brother, why did she come down from upstairs?" Jiang Jinci frowned. Maybe she got off on the wrong floor. Jiang Wanxin forced a sweet, syrupy smile. "But I have to say, little sister's dress is absolutely stunning. Limited edition, hand-stitched by PR, that master couturier from F country. Only 2 in all of Asia. I heard the auction price could buy half a villa." She threw a pointed look toward the distant figure. "Seems like little sister's doing quite well for herself. Guess we can stop worrying about her suffering." The words burrowed into Jiang Jin's ears and set his mind racing. Kicked out of the Jiang family, shipped back to that broke-down Lin household, where the hell would she get the money for haute couture? And coming down from upstairs. The upstairs floors were all presidential suites. That's where the heavy hitters and CEOs for this bidding conference were staying. Was she? His eyes went dark. Left the Jiang family just to latch onto some rich old man. Shameless. He turned to his assistant and snapped, "Find out who bought her that dress. And which room she's in." Right then. Ding! The elevator doors glided open again. A tall, commanding figure stepped out. The man's face was flawlessly carved, holding an edge of lazy arrogance and bone-deep rebellion. Those amber eyes swept the room with a force that said, "Keep your distance." Untouchable. Jiang Wanxin's breath caught. Her heart slammed against her ribs. This was Master Jin, the legendary, mysterious head of the conglomerate who controlled everything. He was even more devastating in person, 100 times more. That raw, untamed arrogance in his bones made her knees nearly buckle. She instinctively lifted her skirt, painted on her most dazzling smile, and stepped forward. "Master Jin, hello." She never finished. Jin Ji's brow creased with impatience, his voice dripping with disgust. "You're in my way." Jiang Wanxin's smile turned to glass. He tilted his chin and ordered Shensu, "Get this ill-mannered obstacle out of my sight." Lightning struck. Jiang Wanxin stood frozen. Obstacle. He called her an obstacle. Every ounce of elegance and breeding she so carefully maintained shattered into jagged pieces. How was this possible? How could Master Jin not recognize her? Shen Su stepped forward, gesturing for the shell-shocked Jiang Wanxin to move aside. Miss, please step away. Don't block Master Jin's path. Jin Jibai didn't spare her a flicker of a glance. He strode forward, long legs eating up the floor. His pace was unhurried, his back a straight line of arrogance, radiating a force that pushed the whole world back. The air itself seemed to fin around him. Jiang Jinci frowned at Jiang Wanxin's bloodless face. What was that? You and Master Jin. Nothing, big brother. She cut in fast. Master Jin must be too busy. He simply didn't remember me. That had to be it. She was Jiang Wanxin. Master Jin had launched fireworks for her birthday. There was no way he would treat her like garbage. I was too abrupt. I forgot to introduce myself properly. I'll go now and do it right. The fire reignited in her eyes as she hurried after Jin Jibai. The second Jin Jibai entered the hall, he became the sun. Master Jin, you made it. This way, Master Jin. Flattery and fawning surged from every corner. Endless business elites swarmed, desperate for a moment of his attention. He ignored them all. That arrogant, unfairly handsome face held the same careless, indifferent mask. The pride etched into his bones was unmistakable. He walked straight toward a single destination. The AI medical project bidding zone. Jiang Jinci stood outside the door, waiting to be called in. From Jin Jibai's angle, a young man in a white shirt, clutching a project file, stood next to Jiang Jinci, talking a mile a minute, practically buzzing with excitement. And Jiang Jinci had turned her head, listening attentively. She even nodded, responding. Jin Jibai's eyes went black. The pressure around him cratered. His stride quickened. He was practically storming over. Tenchi, mid-sentence emphasizing critical details to Jiang Jinci, felt his scalp seize. A chill shot down his spine. He looked up. His eyes crashed into a pair of dark, abyss-deep amber irises. The man attached to those eyes, devastatingly handsome beyond reason, radiating pure danger, was charging straight at him and Jiang Jinci. That look promised to rip him apart. Tenchi's heart lurched. Trouble. That was his only thought. Instinct took over. He grabbed Jiang Jinci's arm and yanked her sideways. Boss! Moo! Hostile incoming. Jiang Jinci's brow furrowed, barely a flicker. A few weeks ago, any hand that dared touch her would already be broken. But maybe she'd gotten used to the casual physical contact in this world. She didn't react the same way anymore. Then, Jin Jibai didn't even glance at the wide-open path Tenchi had cleared. He stepped straight in, his tall frame forcing itself between them, shoving Tenchi and Jiang Jinci apart. His eyes, burning with menace, locked onto Tenchi's stunned face. His lips parted. 2 words, ice cold. Step aside. Tenchi was completely lost. Dude, who even are you? There's a whole lane right there. Why the hell did you have to squeeze between us? Where are your manners? Was this guy just looking for a fight? But he met those eyes, and his heart started battering his ribs. That aura terrifying. Way more terrifying than when his dad chased him around the house with a feather duster. Tenchi chickened out. He awkwardly released Jiang Jinci's arm. And silently, stepped back even further. Jin Jibai seemed satisfied. He stared straight ahead and kept walking. His pace still unhurried, still carrying that natural, bone-deep arrogance. As he passed Jiang Jinci, he acted as if he hadn't seen her at all and bumped his shoulder into hers. Not gently. She swayed from the impact. Then, as if just now noticing her existence, he turned his head, finally letting his gaze land on her face. He raised an eyebrow. His tone dripped with undisguised mockery and raw, possessive heat. Don't get so close to any man. He paused. They're not me. His eyes flicked briefly toward Tenchi sitting but silent, and a malicious smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Their minds are filthy. Tenchi's face flashed scarlet. Even a doorman has its limits. He lunged forward, ready to explode. What's your problem? You. One cold glance from Jin Jibai killed the words in his throat. He stood there rigid, fists clenched, a million curses sprinting through his head. Infuriating. Absolutely goddamn infuriating. Who the hell did this guy think he was? What gave him the right to act so arrogant, to sling false accusations like that? But he couldn't get a single word out. That look was terrifying. Tenchi could only stand there, humiliated, like a deflated balloon seething with resentment and completely powerless. Jiang Wanxin arrived just as Jin Jibai was walking past Jiang Jinci. Her eyes lit up. She watched him bump into Jiang Jinci on purpose, no trace of gentleness. His expression was disgusted, like he brushed against something filthy. Earlier, when she had stepped into his path, He hadn't shouldered her nearly that hard. Which meant his impression of her was a hell of a lot better. A smug smile tugged at Jiang Wanxin's lips. A bumpkin was still a bumpkin. Fancy clothes couldn't hide that deep-seated insecurity. The second she faced a real big shot, her true colors showed she couldn't even open her mouth. Jiang Wanxin moved to step forward and introduce herself. But then Jinci stopped abruptly. He turned and stared at Jiang Jinci. Are you the translator here? Jiang Jinci nodded. I'll go in once they're done discussing. Jinci raised an eyebrow and clicked his tongue in annoyance. Troublesome. Come with me. Without another word, he shoved the door open and walked inside. Jiang Jinci paused half a beat, then followed. Jiang Wanxin watched, grinding her teeth until her jaw ached, jealousy and fury searing through her. Then an idea hit. She turned to Jiang Jinci with a sweet smile. Brother, I'll translate for you. She was absolutely certain her language skills could crush Jiang Jinci's. So what if Jiang Jinci aced the joint exam foreign language test? So what if she could rattle off that obscure dialect? That was just book-smart party tricks. The second she had to communicate live, she'd fall apart. If she could shine here and help her brother lock down the AI medical project, not only would Master Jin see her in a whole new light, she'd completely humiliate that self-righteous, broody little bumpkin. But Jiang Jinci clearly hesitated. If even the professional translators the group had hired couldn't handle it, what made Jiang Wanxin think she could? Still, Tenchi had already dragged Jiang Jinci into the mix. Letting Jiang Wanxin try couldn't hurt. Besides, this was the perfect moment to showcase the family. If she pulled it off, they'd all win. So he nodded. Fine. Come in with me. Inside the project hall, the tension was thick. Two foreign reps, a blonde man and a blonde woman, looked deeply irritated. The man was rubbing his temples in frustration. The woman kept checking her watch, her patience clearly gone. They'd been invited to discuss an AI medical project partnership, and what happened? One translator after another had mangled their meaning. It was like talking to a brick wall. A complete waste of precious time. We should speak directly with the Jin family head, the blonde man complained in heavily accented English. This project isn't worth the trouble. The blonde woman beside him nodded in firm agreement. Just then, the door was shoved open. Jinci strode in like he owned the place. He moved as if no one else existed, walking straight to the opposite side of the two foreigners and pulling out a chair with a flourish. He sat down, crossed his legs, lifted his chin, and fixed them with those amber eyes, wild, untamed, and utterly unbothered. When he spoke, his English was flawless, a crisp British accent. You two must be exhausted from the trip. I trust our proposals were satisfactory. His lazy, casual tone carried a weight that landed hard. The two reps immediately straightened, their irritation giving way to respect. The blonde man gave a slight bow and launched into a rapid-fire string of words. His colleague jumped in with a few more, her cadence just as strange. Every other translator in the house strained their ears, faces twisting in agony. They couldn't understand a damn thing. Not a single goddamn word. What the hell kind of gibberish was that? But standing at the edge of the crowd, Jiang Jinci barely raised an eyebrow. Interesting. An obscure dialect. Foreign languages had regional variations and dialects beyond the standard, just like Chinese. This heavily accented, archaic English variant she dealt with a group of old-timers who spoke it during a special mission in her past life. She could actually understand them perfectly. Just as panicked looks flew around the room and everyone started breaking into a cold sweat. Jinci lazily turned his head, amber eyes sweeping over the crowd. A faint, enigmatic smile curled his lips. Jiang Group, Miracle Intelligence, where's your translator? The reps from those two teams felt their hearts leap into their throats. Everyone else looked ready to die. That was it. They were out. Jin's words meant only Jiang Group and Miracle Intelligence had caught the foreigner's eyes. Jiang Jinci stepped forward, his expression steady. Jiang Wanxin followed right behind him, her perfect smile locked in place. Almost at the same time, Lin Yanqing emerged from the crowd. His gaze landed immediately on Jiang Jinci. The instant both sides appeared, the blonde reps started chattering away again. Standing beside Jiang Jinci, Jiang Wanxin's brain went into overdrive, scrambling to latch onto even a single familiar word. But, nothing. Not one. All her supposedly impressive language skills were useless here. Then Jiang Jinci, who'd been silent this whole time, opened her mouth. She replied in the exact same rapid, strangely accented gibberish. The entire hall went dead quiet. Every pair of eyes locked onto her. Shock. Astonishment. Disbelief. Jiang Jin's pupils contracted. Jiang Wanxin's smile nearly cracked. Her nails bit deep into her palms. Lin Yanqing and Tenchi both wore expressions caught between shock and barely contained excitement. The two foreign reps lit up. They fired off another long string of the strange dialect. Jiang Jinci nodded, then turned to Lin Yanqing. They want to know if someone hacked into your AI diagnostic system right now and maliciously altered a lymph node positive annotation. How long would it take your quality control backend to detect the anomaly and trigger a warning? Lin Yanqing answered without missing a beat. 3 seconds to log the anomaly ID. 5 seconds to restore the data and fire the highest level alert. Jiang Jinci turned and relayed his answer with exact precision. The two reps exchanged a glance, both looking deeply satisfied. They nodded repeatedly, then launched into another rapid-fire exchange with Jiang Jinci, questions flying one after another. Jiang Jinci answered smoothly, bouncing fluidly between translating for Lin Yanqing and fielding basic setup questions on his behalf without missing a step. Meanwhile, Jiang Wangxin stood off to the side like an overpriced prop. She had become nothing more than Jiang Jinci's stark, humiliating contrast. Jiang Jinci's face went so dark it could have dripped ink. This scene it was overlapping with that absurd dream, and it was pissing him off in the most infuriating way possible. Jiang Jinci could still picture it, Jiang Jinci, radiant in that silver-white gown, securing the project for him. If only he hadn't just stood there and watched her get thrown out. Right now, he'd be the one laughing and chatting with those two reps. But reality was a cold slap. Just then, Jiang Jinci said something to the foreigner. The blonde man burst out laughing and offered his hand with unusual warmth. Jiang Jinci tipped her head toward Lin Yanqing. Lin Yanqing stepped forward, calm and collected, and shook it. Her voice carried clearly across the room. He said, looking forward to working with you, Mr. Lin. Your AI medical system is the closest thing to perfect I've ever seen. I'm extremely satisfied with the proposal and want to move forward with the technical handoff and contract details as soon as possible. Done. The project was theirs. Tenchi nearly jumped out of his skin beside her. Jiang Jinci was his savior. His goddess. He scrambled forward, practically vibrating. Sister Jiang, you're a beast. Quick, introduce me, I want to shake too. A lazy voice sliced through the air, dripping with authority. And who's this little rich boy running around with zero manners? Jinci Bai's cold gaze swept over and landed on Tenchi. Tenchi froze mid-step. Oh, hell. Master Jin. He'd almost forgotten he pissed off this walking thundercloud. He spun and bowed a full 90 degrees. Master Jin, sir. Misunderstanding, all a big misunderstanding. I'm Tenchi, second son of the Tan family, CEO of Miracle Intelligence. He straightened up, flashing his most ingratiating smile, and the words tumbled out like rapid fire. My family does a little energy and mining on the side, nothing special. This company is just something my dad told me to mess around with for experience. Didn't expect today, pure luck, all thanks to Sister Jiang carrying us. Tenchi kept sneaking glances at Jinci Bai's face. His heart hammered against his ribs. Please, Your Majesty, let that little slip earlier slide. Jinci Bai lifted an eyebrow, sizing up Tenchi the way you'd examine a talking monkey. He saw through the kid's tricks in a heartbeat. Some business sense, maybe. But the one who truly surprised him was Lin Yanqing at Dark Horse. Why were the talented ones all clustering around Jiang Jinci? His gaze settled on her, those amber eyes glinting with dangerous curiosity. I can see this young lady's translation skills are top-notch, he said, slow and deliberate. Interested in discussing a collaboration. Everyone held their breath, watching Jiang Jinci. She looked up at him. Does the pay come with good benefits? The whole room went. Lin Yanqing leaned in, whispering urgently, that's Master Jin. Show some respect. Jinci Bai waved a hand. It's fine. I've always appreciated talent. If you're good enough, you can get away with a little attitude around me. But if someone tries to show off their skills in front of a master, his lips curved, and a wild arrogance pressed down on everyone present. Then don't blame me for making them wish they'd never been born. The words hit like a hammer. Silence crashed down, and no one dared breathe. Except Jiang Jinci, who asked again as if she hadn't heard a single threat. So, is the salary high or not? Jinci Bai. The room gasped. Someone shot her a frantic look. Shut up, you're digging your own grave. But the next second, Jinci Bai stood, his tall frame casting a long shadow. A hint of untamed amusement tugged at his mouth. Want to find out? Come with me. We'll talk details. He strode out without another word, and the crowd parted like the Red Sea. Jiang Jinci followed immediately. Lin Yanqing watched them go, a frown tightening his brow. Tenchi slapped him on the shoulder. Lin, quit spacing out. Get that contract signed. He leaned in and lowered his voice. Relax. I've got a sense for these things. Sister Zhang's a beast. She's not getting played. Let's seal the deal. Our company is about to take off. Meanwhile, Jiang Jinci stood rooted to the spot, his face dark as thunder. CEO of the Jiang Group, and he'd never lost in the business arena before. Today, he'd been completely sidelined. The sidelong glances prickled his skin like needles. His mood dropped to Arctic. He spun on his heel and stalked out, his long legs eating up the distance. Brother, wait. Jiang Wanxin gathered up her gun and hurried after him. Jiang Jinci didn't stop. Didn't seem to hear. His tall figure disappeared through the doorway. Jiang Wanxin halted. She stared at the empty doorframe, her fingers digging into her dress until her knuckles went wet. Deep in her eyes, a dark shadow spread. Humiliation. Yes, she'd never suffered this kind of humiliation. 18 years of being groomed as the Jiang family's perfect jewel, the shining star everyone praised. When had she ever played second fiddle to a waste like Jiang Jinci? And worst of all, Master Jin. How could he look at Jiang Jinci with such interest? Jealousy gnawed at her heart like a viper. She couldn't lose. And she definitely couldn't lose to Jiang Jinci. Jiang Wanxin sucked in a breath, spun around, and marched back into the conference hall. Lin Yanqing was holding a pen, ready to sign. Tan Qi stood beside him, practically rubbing his hands together. Wait. Jiang Wanxin's voice sliced through the air. Lin Yanqing looked up, frowning. Miss Jiang. Something I can help with. Can we talk? She stepped closer, lowering her stance. Her voice even carried a hint of pleading. Lin Yanqing glanced at the contract in his hand. After I sign. The pen tip touched the paper. Jiang Wanxin lunged forward and grabbed his wrist. Lin Yanqing's eyes flew wide. He hadn't seen that coming. Tan Qi's jaw nearly unhinged. What the hell? Jiang Wanxin held on, and when she looked up, tears had already poured in her eyes. Could you, for me, let me have this project? Lin Yanqing. Tan Qi. As if she didn't notice their shock, Jiang Wanxin rushed on. Don't worry, whatever profit this project brings, I'll transfer every cent to you privately. Just give me the project. Can you do that? She only just found out that the AI medical project had been Lin Yanqing's brainchild from start to finish. If he backed out now, the bidding rules kicked in, the contract would go to the runner-up. And that was Jiang Jinci. She knew the Jiang family code. Profit above everything. Always. As long as she could deliver something valuable to the Jiang name, she'd lock in her place. Her brother's affection. Her parents' approval. She couldn't afford to lose this. No way was she letting her eldest brother walk away empty-handed. And absolutely no way was she letting that bitch Jiang Jinci taste a single second of victory. Tan Qi's temper exploded. Jiang Wanxin, are you out of your mind? We bled to land this deal. What makes you think we're just handing it over to your family? Lin Yanqing didn't say a word. He just kept watching Jiang Wanxin. Tan Qi spun on him, frantic. Lin, don't be an idiot. You pulled all-nighters for months on this thing. Do not hand it over just because she bets her eyelashes Sister Zhang's way better looking anyway. Jiang Wanxin held Lin Yanqing's gaze. Her voice cracked, tears right at the breaking point. Brother, Jiang Jinci has done so many terrible things to you, and you've forgiven her every time. No conditions. All I'm asking for is one project. Is that really so much? And let's be honest, with your company's current scale, you might not even be able to execute an order this size. You know how insane the Jin family's standards are. You already built a solid connection with them. There will be more opportunities. So, just help me this once. Please. Her eyes glistened. Her voice had dropped back into that soft, pleading register. Tan Qi was practically choking on his own fury. He used to think Jiang Wanxin was refined, gentle, gorgeous like some fairy who'd floated down from heaven. Now she just struck him as disgusting. Repellent. Fake to her core. How could anyone be this shameless? Trying to snatch a project with a straight face and framing it like she was owed a favor. But still. The core tech from the original concept down to every line of code Lin Yanqing had built almost all of it himself. Tan Qi could rent all he wanted. The call wasn't his to make. All he could do was stare at Lin Yanqing and pray the man wouldn't fold. Jiang Wanxin was already certain Lin Yanqing would cave. Until he slowly pulled his hand free of her grip. I'm sorry. His voice came out flat. Remote. Miss Jiang, I can't afford to disappoint you. I can't afford to disappoint every employee who pulled overtime to make this happen. Jiang Wanxin's tears finally spilled. Her eyes swam with disbelief and betrayal. Her voice chilled. So this is you being loyal to that bankrupt factory of yours. Jiang Jinci drove it into the ground. Did you forget that? Shut your mouth. Lin Yanqing's face twisted. He spat the words like he was ejecting poison. Jiang Wanxin flinched. Then let out a bitter, hollow laugh. Of course. Jiang Jinci is just so blessed. No matter how awful she is, someone always loves her without limits. Protects her. Not like me. She turned and walked away slowly, shoulders caved in defeat. Lin Yanqing watched her retreat, brow furrowed tight. Tan Qi sidled closer, burning with curiosity. Seriously, Lin. What is going on? What's your history with these two Jiang sisters? And I've been meaning to ask, didn't Sister Jiang used to be able to stand you? When did she start calling you brother all sweet like that? Something complicated flickered through Lin Yanqing's eyes. He didn't answer. He snatched the contract and scrawled his signature. I'm going to find Shao Ci. Handle the rest. He dropped the pen and walked out without a backward glance. Meanwhile, Jinji was guiding Jiang Jinci toward the lounge. A bright, syrupy voice rang out behind them. Third brother. A figure fluttered over like a butterfly, seizing Jinji's arm and shaking it with dramatic affection. Third brother. Why didn't you tell me you were back in the country? Jiang Jinci looked up. The girl was maybe 17 or 18, wearing a canary yellow puff-sleeve dress. Her lively almond eyes curved into crescents, her face glowing with undisguised delight. A dainty little princess right out of a fairy tale. Jinji's eyes narrowed. A flicker of exasperation. He extracted his arm smoothly, his tone cool and clipped with warning. Jin Langhua. You're nearly an adult. Not a child anymore. Watch your boundaries. Jin Langhua pouted immediately. Humph. Adult or not, I'm still third brother's most beloved little sister. She stamped her foot, voice cloying. And my coming-of-age ceremony is tomorrow. You promised me the most beautiful fireworks display in the entire city. Jinji shot a glance at Jiang Jinci before answering. I have work. Go entertain yourself for now. Jin Lanua's gaze started, finally landing on Jiang Jinci. She twirled a lock of hair and circled around her with playful curiosity, all innocence. Who's this pretty sister? Third brother, are you actually dating someone? Jinji's handsome face darkened instantly. Jin Langhua. Who's been filling your head with nonsense? Jin Langhua shrank back for half a second, then barreled on. The second I got back, everyone was saying you're in love with the eldest Miss Jiang. That you threw her some insane fireworks show for her birthday a while back. She peered at Jiang Jinci with fresh interest. Could it be this pretty sister right here? Shensu stepped forward quickly to cut in. Miss Third, this isn't the eldest Miss Jiang. She's the translator for this project. Master Jin does have important business to discuss with the young lady. Oh, so it's work. Jin Langhua shrugged breezily. Fine. Go do your business, third brother. I'll go meet your fiancé myself. I want to see exactly what my future third sister-in-law looks like. She spun and headed deeper into the hall. Shensu watched her go, then turned to Jinji with open worry. Master Jin, should we keep eyes on Miss Third? The girl had been spoiled beyond reason by the old master since she was small. She feared nothing and no one. If she decided to stir up trouble. Jinji's mouth curved into a faint, unreadable smile. Keep an eye on her. But don't interfere with her fun. If some woman wanted to claim she was his fiancé, dealing with Jin Langhua first would be punishment enough. Shensu dipped his head and laughed at a near joke. Jinji turned back to Jiang Jinci. She was staring hard in the direction Jin Langhua had vanished. That usually blank face was actually frowning now. And the expression on it looked strangely serious. What's wrong? Jinji raised an eyebrow, amber eyes sharp with curiosity. My sister is a little spoiled. You don't like her? Jiang Jinci pulled her gaze back to him and answered flatly. No. A deeper confusion flickered across his face. Then why the sour expression? He pressed. Jiang Jinci pointed toward the hallway where Jin Langhua had disappeared. Over there. Buffet's about to open. If we're late, all the good stuff's gone. Jinji stared at her. His gaze followed her finger. So that battle-ready expression a moment ago. It had nothing to do with Jin Langhua. She was just worried the buffet would be empty before she got there. He drew a slow breath. Then another. You really think I'd let you go hungry? Come with me. One hand slid into his pocket. The other pulled out his phone, and he tapped at the screen with practiced indifference as he headed for the VIP lounge. Jiang Jinci followed. The lounge doors swung open, and luxury flooded the room. Jinji dropped onto a leather sofa and crossed one leg lazily over the other. Jiang Jinci watched him, then tried the same pose on the couch across from him. Her gown pulled tight across her thighs. She gave it one attempt, realized it wasn't happening, and set her legs back down without a word. Jinji caught every bit of it from the corner of his eye and lifted a brow. God! This girl had zero polish. She didn't belong in this world at all. He leaned back, voice lazy. Didn't the Jiang family teach you any manners? When you're in front of me, you stand. Jiang Jinci considered that. They did. They said you stand when speaking to your elders. A pause. You're not my elder. Jinji's jaw tightened. You call me Master Jin. That means you show me the same respect. Stand up. He waited, fully expecting her to grasp the concept of hierarchy. Instead, her voice stayed flat. Fine. I'll just call you Jinji from now on. He hissed through his teeth. What was inside this girl's head? Glue. No, even glue had more social instincts. He pocketed his phone, leaned forward, elbows on his knees, eyes locked on hers. A low, reluctant laugh escaped him. Forget it. Not knowing these rules might not be such a bad thing. His tone shifted. Sharper now. But hear me, you can't get away with being reckless around me. Not everyone's this laid back. And not everyone has my patience. A soft knock sounded. Master Jin, lunch is ready. The door opened. A server wheeled in a cart, setting dish after dish of top-tier Western cuisine on the table. Every plate hit the air with a rich, maddening aroma. Jiang Jinci, who had refused to stand this entire time, shot up like a spring. Her eyes locked onto the food. Jinci watched, the corner of his mouth twitching. Can I eat? She asked. He waved a hand. Go ahead. She had the chair pulled out and her seat taken before he finished the sentence. Jinji's expression flickered. He sighed, got up, and sat across from her. Listen. All amusement drained from his voice. When you're done eating, leave. Right away. No matter what you hear, do not come back. Jiang Jinci swallowed the beef in her mouth. Confused, but she nodded. Okay. Then, you said we were here to discuss a deal. What do you actually need from me? And how does the pay work? Jinji's eyes darkened. He tapped the table with long fingers. The silence stretched before he spoke, slow and deliberate. I want you to agree to one thing, no dating until you're admitted to Celestial Academy. Can you do that? Jiang Jinci blinked. That's it. His mouth curved into an arrogant grin. I don't like watching people I've invested in get distracted by something as stupid as feelings. She didn't hesitate. No problem. Dating. In her mind, that was the most inefficient, idiotic form of human connection possible. Waste of time. Waste of money. Waste of life. Back in her old world, survival was simple. You met someone during the day, and by night you could be making a baby. Nobody wasted a single minute on dating. This world was too soft. People had so much comfort they could afford to kill time on pointless things. Jinji seemed satisfied with how fast she agreed. As for pay, if you perform well, once you're in Celestial Academy, I'll give you a reward in the tens of millions. Easily. But if you don't perform, he let out a cold laugh and let the threat hang. His gaze swept over her, dangerous. Then he stood and strode out without looking back. Jiang Jinci calmly kept eating her foie gras, completely unmoved by the warning. She had no idea that this agreement was about to shatter everything she thought she understood and make Jinji eat every single word, but that was still coming. In the restroom, Jiang Wanxin stood at the mirror. Lin Yanqing, she whispered, voice glacial. You're ruthless. She drew breath after deep breath, swallowing the shame and fury burning in her chest. But the moment she stepped out, a server hurried toward her. Excuse me, are you Miss Jiang Wanxin? She nodded, composed and graceful. Miss Jin Longhua has been looking everywhere for you. Jiang Wanxin's gaze sharpened. Of course. Master Jin had put on a fireworks display for her birthday. The whole city had seen it. His interest in her was obvious. Why wouldn't the Jin family take her seriously? She thought if she just humbled herself and asked sweetly, Lin Yanqing might show her a little mercy like he had with Jiang Jinci and hand over the project. But no. He didn't care that she was his real sister. He'd humiliated her in public. If the soft approach didn't work, she'd find another way. She'd make sure he lost his connection to the Jin family for good. Minutes later, Jiang Wanxin was led into a lavish private room. Jin Longhua sat at a lace-draped table, toying with delicate desserts. Her eyes swept over Jiang Wanxin from head to toe, sharp and assessing. So you're Jiang Wanxin, the one everyone's whispering about as my third brother's future fiancé. Joy surged in Jiang Wanxin's chest, but she kept her expression humble and sweet. Miss Jin is too kind. People see Master Jin showing me a little attention and they start rumors. It's nothing like that. Between him and me, everything is perfectly proper. I wouldn't dare presume. Jin Longhua let out a sharp laugh. At least you know your place. Don't think a fireworks show on a good mood means you're going from rags to riches. She tipped her chin toward a server. The server turned, lifted a tray, and set a dish of glossy, strange-looking pastries in front of Jiang Wanxin's empty seat. Jin Longhua pointed at the plate. Snow Lady glazed balls. New item. Have a seat and try them. Let's see if they suit your taste. Jiang Wanxin didn't understand the hostility, but the invitation to sit and eat together made her hesitate. Was this some kind of test? Rich heiresses always played these games. She sat down with practiced elegance. Thank you, Miss Jin. She picked up the silver fork, carefully speared one of the glazed balls, and brought it to her lips. The next second, her face went deathly pale. The wasabi exploded in her mouth sharp, searing, a chemical burn that shot straight into her skull. Jiang Wanxin fought to keep her face neutral, but her body refused to cooperate. She burst into a violent coughing fit. Ka. There went her dignity. She looked red. Jin Longhua watched, barely bothering to hide her amusement before letting the laugh rip. Huh. That's it. I heard Miss Jiang was supposed to be the whole package, gorgeous, talented, untouchable. Turns out you can't even fake it as well as those gold-digging climbers. She slid a glass of water across the table. Drink. Jiang Wangxin grabbed it on instinct. Gulp. The second the liquid hit her tongue, a fresh wave of fire scorched down her throat, chili oil spiked with lemon juice, 10 times more vicious than the wasabi. Ah! She nearly spat it out. Her hand flew up to climb over her mouth, forcing herself to swallow. When she finally got her breath back, she lifted red-rimmed eyes to Jin Langhua. What is this supposed to mean, Miss Jin? Jin Langhua propped her chin on her knuckles, a cold smile curling at the corner of her mouth. The Jin family's door isn't for just any stray to waltz through. And if you think you're going to be my third brother's fiancé, forget it. You're playing way out of your league. Jiang Wangxin lunged forward and seized Jin Lanhua's wrist. You treat me like this. Aren't you worried Master Jin will find out? Jin Langhua froze for half a beat, then burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, you're threatening me. Every woman who's ever tried to crawl into my third brother's bed ended up 10 times worse off than you. Want another round? I'll make sure you don't walk away at all. Jiang Wangxin held her ground, eyes locked on hers. I'm not backing off until I secure a deal with the Jin family. So unless you're willing to kill me, what's it going to be, Miss Jin? Jin Lanhua's eyes narrowed. The girl had nerve. Most socialites would be terrified into silence by now. This one only pushed back harder. Against her will, Jin Langhua felt a flicker of genuine interest. Fine. What kind of deal are we talking about? Let's hear it. Then. Xinghao boom, Xinghao. A deep, heavy crash shook the main hall. The whole of Golden Heaven seemed to tremble beneath their feet. What's happening? Protect Miss Jin. Jin Lanhua's attendants went white, forming a wall around her. Jiang Wangxin shot to her feet, heart hammering. The main doors blew open. A flood of bodyguards poured in, faces grim. The overhead speakers crackled to life, the voice tight with urgency. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a security emergency. Please evacuate immediately. I repeat, evacuate immediately. At the same moment, in the VIP lounge, Jiang Jinci was calmly slicing the last bite of foie gras on her plate. Lin Yanqing threw the door open and barreled inside. Shao Ci, we're leaving. Now. She glanced up at him. What's wrong? He seized her arm. No time. Move. He shot a look at her plate and shook his head. This girl seriously did not grasp the situation. What's happening out there? She asked as he propelled her toward the door. Lin Yanqing kept his voice low. Master Jin's got enemies everywhere. Every time he surfaces, he's a walking target. Just got word there are shooters in the main hall. Xinghao bang. Bang bang, Xinghao. Gunfire cracked through the air, sharp and unmistakable. Screams erupted. The crowd scattered like panicked animals. Tables flipped. Glass shattered underfoot. Someone's been shot. Run. Lin Yanqing locked his grip on Jiang Jinci's wrist and hauled her toward the nearest emergency exit. Chaos swallowed the hall. In the crash of bodies, Jiang Jinci collided hard with a woman in a jeep. The woman glanced at her a fast, piercing look then melted back into the surging crowd. Jiang Jinci felt something cold press into her palm. She closed her fist on instinct. Lin Yanqing yanked her through the exit. They burst out onto the ground floor. Tenchi's car was idling at the curb. Get in. Tenchi leaned across, tension carved into every line of his face. Lin Yanqing shoved Jiang Jinci into the back seat and slid into the passenger side. Tenchi floored the accelerator. The car tore away from Golden Heaven. Jiang Jinci twisted in her seat and looked back. Through the rear window, the gilded tower loomed against the night. She remembered what Jin Jiba had said, Xinghao, eat quickly and leave. No matter what you hear, do not come back, Xinghao. So he knew someone was coming to kill him. Tenchi caught her reflection in the rearview mirror, saw her still staring. Don't look, Sister Jiang. Master Jin's practically used to getting shot at. It's the people around him who pay the price. Every time he shows up in public, opportunity and danger arrive in the same car. Jiang Jinci said nothing. She turned forward. Slowly, she opened her palm. A crumpled scrap of paper lay there. She smoothed it flat. Elegant handwriting. One line. Xinghao, do not work with Master Jin. He will drag you into the abyss. Stay away if you want to survive, Xinghao. Jiang Jinci raised an eyebrow. She looked up. Is Master Jin really that dangerous? Tenchi gripped the wheel, his voice sliding into theater mode. Dangerous? That's the understatement of the century. Master Jin's the tycoon overlord of this country. A living king of hell. One word from him, and a family dynasty gets erased. I heard what he was like as a kid. Tenchi hesitated, choosing his words like he was handling something fragile. He used to torture small animals for fun. Beat the servants who messed up, that was just routine. A straight-up terror. The Jin family shipped him off. No one knows where. Then at 15, he came back with a crew of mysterious enforcers and cleaned house. Top to bottom. He personally put his older brother on the throne. They say that's when the head of the Jin family lost the use of his legs. And it didn't stop there. Less than 3 years later, he was barely an adult. He launched a war against the old money families. A whole coalition of them banded together to take him down. He tore through every single one. Rumor has it even the president at the time got forced out by his methods. Tenchi shook his head. He's kept a lower profile lately, but only because the list of people who want him dead could wrap around the city twice. Every time he steps out in public, he's a moving target. Someone's always lining up a shot. Jiang Jinci nodded slowly, fingers smoothing the paper again. So that was his history. That kind of power. That level of ruthlessness. No wonder someone had gone out of their way to warn her. Whoever they were, their intentions were probably good. But was Jinjibai truly as dangerous and brutal as the rumors painted him? She and Jinjibai had spent plenty of time together. They clashed more than once. And yet beneath that arrogant, unpredictable surface, he almost seemed ordinary. She didn't dwell on it. Jinjibai had given her a direct order, leave and don't come back. She wasn't about to turn around and play hero. Over the next few weeks, Jiang Jinci settled into a rhythm. School. Homework. The occasional punk who needed a hard reminder of his place. Within a month, even the troublemakers the teachers had written off were completely tamed under her watch. The second she cracked open her practice book and put pen to paper, the classroom fell dead silent. Every subject teacher who walked in did a double take, baffled by a discipline that rivaled a top-tier exam prep class. All that focus, channeled into a single student, Jiang Jinci. Whenever she hit a tough problem, she no longer asked Jinjibai. She went straight to the teacher. Over those weeks, the Lin family moved into a new place. The apartment complex was just 2 blocks from school-grade greenery, quiet despite being in the city. What she loved most were the outdoor gym facilities. Every morning and evening, she put in an hour. That familiar strength from her past life was slowly seeping back into her bones. One night, under the lamplight, she got stuck on a math bonus question that was way off syllabus. Her pen scratched across draft paper for ages. Nothing. She frowned. A face she'd almost forgotten for an entire month surfaced from the depths of her memory. She twirled her pen, then finally grabbed her phone, snapped a photo of the problem, and sent it with a message. Xinhao, how do you solve this, Xinhao? The message vanished like a stone dropped into the sea. 10 minutes passed. The screen stayed dark. She tilted her head, confusion flickering in her eyes. Could it be, he didn't make it out of that assassination a month ago? Did he actually die? She shook her head, a note of regret in her voice. Truly, heaven envies geniuses. Then she picked up another practice book and flipped it open. Let's try a different problem. At that exact moment, on a private island near the equator, a man on a white hospital bed snapped his amber eyes open. His phone screen glowed softly. Jinjibai stared at that message for a full 30 seconds. You little ingrate. A whole month, and now you remember me. His voice was low, ground out through clenched teeth, but it still carried that innate arrogance. He spun the phone in his hand, then abruptly sat up and ripped the monitoring patches off his body. Xinhao, beep beep beep, Xinhao. A shrill alarm split the silence of the medical suite. Shensu burst in, face pale. Master Jin. What are you doing? Your wound hasn't healed yet. Jinjibai was already slipping into a black silk robe from the rack, barefoot on the cold floor. Prep the jet. I'm going back. His voice was ice, no room for argument. Shensu looked close to tears, chasing after him. No way. Dr. Wu explicitly said you need at least another week of observation. That bullet nearly. Jinjibai stopped dead and turned. His amber eyes were frozen, glaring with pure impatience. What? I take 1 bullet and I have to lie here till New Year's. Any longer and I'll grow mold. But Master Jin, your health. One cold stare and Shensu shuddered, the rest of the words dying in his throat. With a grimace, he resigned himself to arranging the plane. The next day, Jiang Jinci was about to start her practice work when a figure burst through the classroom door and charged right up to her. Sister Jiang. We're doomed. Miracle intelligence is finished. Tenchi covered his face in despair. Jiang Jinci looked up. Give me the short version. Tenchi gritted his teeth. The Jiangs landed the AI equipment project with the Jin family a week ago. Our first batch of engineering permits are being stonewalled by them on every excuse in the book. If this drags on, our cash flow dries up and miracle intelligence goes under. Jiang Jinci looked puzzled. The Jin family's external cooperation projects, I remember there are only 8. Exactly. Who knew Jiang Wangxin was that capable? She didn't just snag one of the 8 external projects, she landed an internal Jin family deal. I had someone dig into it. All I heard was that this project was compensation from the Jin family to the Jiangs for reputational damages. Master Jin never even glanced at Jiang Wanxin. The whole thing was just the Jin family's way of shutting people up. Jiang Jinci's eyes flickered with confusion. So, Master Jin really is dead. Tenchi jolted, lowering his voice to a frantic whisper. Sister Jiang, you can't say that. If word gets out, the Jin family will chop us up and feed us to the sharks. Jiang Jinci raised an eyebrow. Didn't you say Master Jin is cruel, violent, and holds grudges? Yeah, so what? A man like that, she paused. If he knows Jiang Wanxin is deliberately trying to cling to him, he wouldn't let her and the whole Jiang family off with compensation. He'd be merciful just letting them live. Would he really use an internal project to compensate the Jiangs and shut people up? Unless he has a screw loose, or he's already dead. Tenchi stared at her, blank. A long pause stretched out. Then he smacked his own forehead. Shit. You're right. With that crazy, domineering personality of Master Jin's, he rules heaven and earth like he owns it. If someone played him like that and he didn't tear the Jiang family apart, it wouldn't fit his rep as the living king of hell. This project is way too shady. No way Master Jin knew about it. He sucked in a sharp breath and dropped his voice even lower. Could it be? Master Jin really kicked the bucket. Jiang Jinci ignored his theatrics. Her dark eyes turned into two pools of unfathomable cold. Do we have to wait for the Jiangs to approve before the funds come through? She asked. Tenchi's face fell. Not necessarily. If we can get some underworld connections to grease the wheels and use a special channel, then the Jiangs can't block us. But the only ones nearby with that kind of pull are the Tiger Head Gang. Problem is, I scooped up several big deals from them before to expand my business. Their hall master was so furious he practically came for me with a knife. That grudge is more tangled than my hair. He ran his fingers through his messy hair, looking ready to cry. Worse, I heard the Tiger Head Gang's new leader is best friends with Jiang Wanxin. Under those circumstances, the best they'll do is not kick me while I'm down. Help me. No way. Jiang Jinci looked genuinely confused. Since when were Jiang Wanxin and I best friends? Tenchi froze, scratching his head. Huh? I didn't mean you. I was talking about the new Tiger Head Gang leader, Master Jiang. Everyone's saying Master Jiang is a distant relative of the Jiang family, thick as thieves with Jiang Wanxin. Didn't you know? Jiang Jinci stared at Tenchi for 2 seconds, disbelief flickering across her face. She glanced at the time. Class is about to start. After school, you're coming with me to the Sleepless City. The Sleepless City. Tenchi shuddered. Sister Jiang, I can't just walk in there. That's Tiger Head Gang turf. Her gaze slid to him calm. Deadly. He shrank back instantly. Fine. I'll bring extra bodyguards. If things go south, you cover me. I'm running first. After school, Tenchi went all out. 2 black SUVs packed with 10 men in suits and sunglasses rolled up. The moment their car pulled into the Sleepless City parking lot, another luxury sedan came in right behind them. Tenchi spotted the license plate and his face went pale. He grabbed Jiang Jinci's arm as she reached for the door handle. Wait. Jiang Wanxin's here. She's definitely looking for Master Jiang trying to cut us off at the last second. That woman never backs down. Jiang Jinci pulled her arm free and stepped out without a word. Tenchi gritted his teeth and followed, pressing his Bluetooth earpiece. All units, listen up. Protect your young master and Sister Jiang. Tight formation. The 10 bodyguards snapped to attention and fell in behind them. They hadn't gone far when Jiang Wanxin's voice rang out. Jiang Jinci. What are you doing here? Jiang Wanxin let her gaze travel over Tenchi and the bodyguards, then fixed it back on Jiang Jinci. Don't tell me you're here to curry favor with Master Jiang. But showing up like that, she smirked, looking them up and down isn't exactly respectful, is it? They were still in school uniforms, flanked by 10 black-suited thugs. The image was almost absurd. Jiang Wanxin, on the other hand, had already changed into a tailored beige skirt suit. Polished. Posed. Tenchi rubbed the back of his neck. We should have worn suits, he muttered. Then Jiang Jinci's voice cut through, cold and flat. My being here is respect enough. Tenchi's jaw dropped. Jiang Wanxin stared like she misheard. Jiang Jinci, are you out of your mind? This isn't school. You don't get to run your mouth here. Anyone in this place could be a trained fighter, especially Master Jiang. Even the hall master of Fierce Tiger Hall fell to her. Who the hell do you think you are? She lowered her voice, a warning edge creeping in. If you cause a scene here, aren't you afraid you'll actually piss her off? Not really. Jiang Jinci's tone was utterly indifferent. But you're so desperate to get put in your place. And I'm happy to oblige. She turned and walked straight toward the Sleepless City entrance. Tenchi blinked. Sister Jiang, that sounded more like a villain's line than hers. He shook off the thought and jogged to catch up. Jiang Wanxin's chest heaved, She spun around, face flushed. Stop her. Now. She snapped at her bodyguards. 2 men darted forward and blocked the revolving door. Jiang Wanxin rushed over. Jiang Jinci. The tiger head gang isn't a playground for you to act tough. Master Jiang herself will be here today. If you offend her, not even 10 lives would pay for it. Jiang Jinci turned slowly. One hand stayed in her pocket, the other brushed a stray strand of hair from her forehead. Her dark eyes gleamed. Oh, you're remarkably well informed. Jiang Jinci almost never showed up at the tiger head gang in person. When she did, she always gave Yu Biao a heads up. She only notified him today, just a few hours ago. Jiang Wanxin must have caught wind of it the second school let out and raced straight over. Seeing that Jiang Jinci still didn't seem to care, Jiang Wanxin's anger flared hotter. She lifted her chin, a smart edge bleeding into her voice. Master Jiang is a legend. Her whereabouts are a mystery to everyone. I'm the only one who could barely piece together that she'd be here today. So, Jiang Jinci, I suggest you keep your nose out of trouble and don't cross her path. The moment the words left her mouth, whoosh! The doors of the sleepless city burst open. A flood of burly men poured out, every face hard and menacing. The sheer force of bodies made Jiang Wanxin's 2 bodyguards stumble backward. Tenchi nearly had a heart attack. For one terrifying second, he thought they were coming for him. Holy crap! This is insane. Protect me and Sister Jiang now. His 10 men immediately closed into a defensive circle around them. But Jiang Wanxin's eyes lit up when she recognized the man at the front. Yu Biao, the former head of the Tiger Head Gang, now Master Zhang's top lieutenant. She fixed on a polished, warm smile and hurried toward him. Brother Biao, it's an honor. I'm Jiang Wanxin, eldest daughter of the Jiang family. I came specifically to pay my respects to Master Jiang. She flicked a glance at her men. 2 of them stepped forward, carrying something half their height, draped in thick red silk. Jiang Wanxin's smile widened, her voice turning even more deferential. I heard Master Jiang would be here today, so I prepared a modest gift. I hope it's not too humble, just a small token of my esteem. Yu Biao looked surprised. The eldest Jiang daughter had actually come to their chaotic sleepless city to see the boss. That was rare. He cupped his hands politely. So you're Miss Jiang. My apologies for not recognizing you sooner. Master Jiang should be arriving any moment. If you care to wait, you can present the gift to her personally. Jiang Wanxin nodded with satisfaction, every inch the refined young lady. But as she turned, her gaze caught Jiang Jinci walking closer. Her face hardened. Jiang Jinci, are you still refusing to see reason? Do I need to have my men throw you out myself? Yu Biao had been about to step forward, but he stopped at her words. He shot Jiang Wanxin a strange look. She didn't notice. She quickly turned to explain, anxious that Jiang Jinci's ignorance might offend someone important. Brother Biao, my apologies. This girl has no sense of boundaries. I'll have her removed immediately. We can't let her disturb Master Jiang or ruin the atmosphere. She gestured sharply at her bodyguards. What are you waiting for? Get her out of here. Her eyes swept over Jiang Jinci with open contempt. A school uniform, empty hands, daring to barge into the sleepless city and run her mouth in front of her. Jiang Jinci was about to learn her place the hard way. A secret, satisfied smirk curled at the corner of Jiang Wanxin's lips. Several bodyguards lunged toward Jiang Jinci. Yu Biao's expression shifted instantly. He barked out an order. Protect Master Jiang. Now. The crowd surged toward Jiang Jinci. Behind her, Tenchi's heart slammed against his ribs. He thought they were coming for him. Panic seized him. He spun on his heel and bolted, shouting back, Sister Jiang, run. Save yourself. He barely made it 3 steps toward his car before the Tiger Head Gang's men moved. In seconds, every black-suited bodyguard he brought was pinned to the ground, subdued with brutal efficiency. Tenchi stumbled, turned back, and stared. A semicircle of hulking men formed in front of Jiang Jinci. Then as one they dropped to a knee. Greetings, Master Jiang. The roar echoed off the walls of Nightless City. Tenchi's brain short-circuited. 星号 Master Jiang, 星号 wait, 星号的星号 Master Jiang. The one who'd beaten every Hall Master and taken over the Tiger Head Gang. He twisted his neck toward Jiang Jinci like a rusted hinge. Her hands were still in her pockets. She looked bored, as if none of this was her problem. His sister Jiang, the sweet girl he worried about, was the Xinghao legendary Xinghao Master Jiang. Tenchi's world cracked right down the middle, shattering into a million glittering pieces. Across the pavement, Jiang Wanxin's face was a study in unraveling composure. Her lips parted, but no sound came. The color bled from her skin until she looked like paper left in the sun too long. No, that's impossible. Her voice came out frayed at the edges. How could Xinghao Yu Xinghao be Master Jiang? There was no way. The rumor mill described Master Jiang as a ruthless force of nature, not the pathetic sister she'd spent years undermining. Yu Biao had shed every ounce of his earlier courtesy. He bowed toward Jiang Jinci, solo his spine nearly folded. Master Jiang, this woman has been disrespectful to you. She showed up here demanding to see you. How do you want me to handle it? Jiang Jinci's indifferent gaze flicked past Jiang Wanxin and settled on the gift, still draped in red cloth. She lifted her chin a fraction. Yu Biao understood without another word. He stepped over and yanked the cover away. Underneath sat a jade cabbage, half the size of a person deep, vivid green, carved with exquisite detail. Even in the dim parking lot light, it gleamed like liquid money. Jiang Wanxin had clearly emptied her wallet to impress the tiger head gang. Jiang Jinci raised an eyebrow. Since it's a gift for me, take it inside. She never turned down easy money. Yes, Master Jiang. Yu Biao snapped his fingers. Two men came forward and carried the jade cabbage carefully into the club. Only then did Jiang Jinci turn her attention back to Jiang Wanxin, who stood trembling, hands fisted at her sides, knuckles white. Jiang Jinci tilted her head. Those clear eyes of hers could look sweet as honey on any other day. Right now, they held an arctic chill. Jiang Wanxin, I thought your information network was tight. You didn't know I was Master Jiang before you came here to block my path. Did you honestly think I'd let you walk away without consequences? Jiang Wanxin's nails bit into her palms. She spent a fortune bribing people to dig up dirt on Master Jiang's identity, and her sources hadn't even uncovered this. Were they all useless? She forced a smile, but it came out twisted more like a grimace. Little sister, this is all a misunderstanding. We're still family. I was just worried you'd get into trouble in a place like this. Family? Jiang Jinci laughed, cold and sharp, cutting her off mid-line. Who's family with you? Let me remind you. 1. I cut ties with the Jiangs a long time ago. 2. Even if I hadn't, I'd never be family to a fake like you. 星号 fake 星号. The word slapped Jiang Wanxin across the face, 3 times over. The eldest daughter of the Jiang family, her most treasured title, was nothing but a punchline in Jiang Jinci's mouth. She shook with rage but couldn't force a single word past her throat. Jiang Jinci didn't waste another glance. She gave Yu Biao her order with the same casual tone she used to toss out the old garbage. Strip that dress off her. Send her back to the Jiangs. Tell them to discipline their precious daughter so she stops embarrassing herself in public. Yu Biao's pulse stuttered, but he didn't hesitate. Understood, Master Jiang. Jiang Wanxin felt the words like a physical blow. Stripped off her dress, tossed onto the Jiang family's doorstep. She'd never be able to show her face in their circles again. Her voice cracked with desperate fury. You can't do this to me. When Mom, Dad, and our brothers find out, they'll hate you even more. They'll drive you out for good. She reached for the only weapon she had left the family she thought Jiang Jinci still craved. Jiang Jinci didn't even blink. Hate her? Since when did she care what those people thought? She turned and strode toward the entrance of Nightless City. After a few steps, she paused, remembering something. She glanced back over her shoulder, catching Tenchi still rooted to the spot like a stunned statue. Follow me. Tenchi snapped back to life and scrambled after her. As he passed Jiang Wanxin, he slowed. A smug grin spread across his face, white and unrepentant. Oh, look, eldest Miss Jiang. Nice dress. Shame it's about to be gone. Hope you enjoyed the ride home in your underwear. He stuck out his tongue, his tone dripping with childish glee. That's what you get for messing with Sister Jiang. Oh, wait, I mean Master Jiang. Guess you finally bit off more than you could chew. Then he sprinted inside, leaving Jiang Wanxin's choked fury behind him. The chaos at the entrance hadn't gone unnoticed. A black Maybach had just pulled into the parking lot, its engine humming in the quiet. The rear window rolled down smoothly. In the driver's seat, Shensu let out a low whistle. Damn. Little Zhang's settling a personal score. Stripping her clothes off, she's gonna make the Jiang family lose all face. From the back seat, Jinji's lips curved into a dangerous half smile. That's her style. That little creature. You'd better pray she never catches you, or she'd make you regret the day you were born. He grabbed a baseball cap, tugging it low over his forehead. A black mask obscured the lower half of his face, hiding features that could turn a dinner party into a paparazzi riot. He pushed open the door and stepped out, heading for the entrance with deliberate, predatory strides. Just as he reached the doors, he caught voices from the men on guard duty, low and conspiratorial. Did you see that? Master Jiang brought a pretty boy tonight. Yeah, that face looked familiar. Bro, you don't know. That's Master Jiang's boyfriend. Jinji's steps froze. His entire body went still. The guard kept talking, his tone filled with self-satisfied gossip. Tenchi, CEO of Miracle Intelligence. About a month ago, this kid snatched a contract from Eagle Hall and got cornered by Zhao Mo in an alley. Guess who showed up? Master Jiang. She took down Zhao Mo in a handful of moves. I was there, caught one of her kicks square in the chest. Tenchi admitted it himself later, said Master Jiang was his girlfriend. The temperature around Jinci plummeted. His amber eyes behind the cap brim turned to ice and something hotter, darker, flickering underneath. Girlfriend. The words scraped out from between gritted teeth. Good. Very good. Tenchi, was it? His woman. No one else got to stake that claim. Without another word, he strode toward the elevator, a storm of barely contained violence rolling off him. Shinsu hurried after him, catching sight of his boss's murderous back. He silently lit a candle in his mind for Tenchi. Poaching Master Jin's woman. Kid, you just walked straight into the fire. The elevator doors slid open onto the top floor suite of Yongzhou's most exclusive hotel. Jiang Jinci stepped out. Yubio stood waiting, back straight, expression unreadable. Master Jiang. Everything's been handled per your instructions. Jiang Wangxin has been. Xinghao escorted Xinghao back to the Jiang residence. The pause around the word said more than the word itself. Jiang Jinci didn't blink. Like he told her the dry cleaning was ready. Like wiping a nuisance off her radar was barely worth acknowledging. Tenchi trailed a half step behind her, staring at that sweet, doll-like face, his brain still running a highlight reel of the carnage she unleashed downstairs less than 10 minutes ago. His boss Xinghao Master Jiang Xinghao was a prehistoric crocodile in a Lolita wrapper. Pure nightmare fuel. He made a mental note he intended to keep for life. Do not, under any circumstances, piss this woman off. Ever. Master Jiang. The intel you requested. Yubio extended a tablet. She took it, thumb scrolling with lazy efficiency. Who's been blocking the Miracle Intelligence project? Her tone stayed flat. The temperature in the hallway didn't. The order came direct from President Jiang Jinci. She tossed the tablet back. Tell Jiang Jinci the approval clears in 3 days. Or next quarter's financial report for Jiang Corporation turns into a bloodbath. Yubio's throat worked. Understood, Master Jiang. He had zero doubt she meant every syllable. Let's go. Tenchi blinked. That's it. We're done. He scrambled after her. Master Jiang, where are you headed? Home. I have exams to study for. The elevator chimed. The doors parted. A tall, lean figure filled the entrance, radiating the kind of low-pressure menace that made people instinctively step back. Baseball cap pulled low. Black mask covering everything but a pair of amber eyes. Those eyes found Jiang Jinci with something almost warm, then slid to Tenchi with bone-crushing weight. Shinsu hovered behind him, barely breathing, shooting Tenchi a look that screamed, Xinghao abort mission right now Xinghao. Tenchi felt his soul attempt to exit his body. Xinghao holy shit. Him too. He's fine. And he already tracked her down, Xinghao. Jinci let his gaze rest on Jiang Jinci for 2 long seconds before shifting to the man behind her. His voice came out lazy. The eyes underneath was anything but. President Tang. Been a while. Every hair on Tenchi's body stood at attention. Jin. Master Jin, what a surprise. A soft laugh. Jinji's eyes didn't join in. I hear Miss Jiang is your girlfriend. The words hit the air like a freeze spell. Tenchi's knees nearly gave out. Xinghao, who started that rumor? Were they trying to get him killed, Xinghao? He whipped his head toward Jiang Jinci, shaking it so hard he nearly injured himself. No. Absolutely not. Master Jiang, please could you clarify for Master Jin? Jiang Jinci met Jinji's stare, her expression unreadable. I'm not his girlfriend. Something flickered in those amber eyes. He studied her face, that deceptively innocent face, and the corner of his mouth lifted, barely perceptible. Oh. He drew the syllable out, voice giving nothing away. Then I must have misunderstood. He stepped aside, clearing the elevator entrance with an elegant sweep of his hand. Miss Jiang. After you. Jiang Jinci said nothing. Walked straight in. Tenchi felt like a death row inmate who'd just gotten a last-minute pardon. He was already calculating his escape route when Jinji glanced back at him, casual as anything. President Tang. Joining us. Tenchi's face locked up. Xinghao hard pass. If I get in that elevator with you, I'm not making it through the night, Xinghao. But his mouth was already forcing out a smile that looked more like a hostage grimace. Master Jin first. I just remembered I have something to handle. Jinji didn't spare him a second look. He stepped into the elevator. The doors sealed shut. The space was tight. The tension was tighter. Jiang Jinci stared straight ahead, watching the floor numbers descend. Jinji pulled off his mask, revealing the kind of face that made people reconsider their life choices. Without warning, he moved one step, another backing her against the mirrored wall. His arm came up, hand planted beside her head. He leaned in. Amber eyes locked onto hers. When he spoke, his voice was low and rough, edged with something dangerous. Little one. You seem to be enjoying your conversation with President Tang. A bit. A lot. Jiang Jinci lifted her chin, gaze ice cold. And if I was? What's it to you? A low laugh rumbled in his chest. His knuckles grazed her cheek, featherlight. What's it to me? You really don't know. His voice dropped. Hearing those rumors put me in a foul mood. Jiang Jinci scoffed. Since when does Master Jin let himself get so easily affected? His eyes narrowed. His fingers found her chin, tilting it up, thumb tracing the curve of her lower lip. Each word that followed came out slow and deliberate. Yeah. I asked myself the same thing. He held her gaze. But the thought of anyone out there thinking they could have you, pisses me off. Jiang Jinci frowned. So what does Master Jin intend to do about it? His eyes darkened. Without warning, he ducked his head and bit her lip, not hard enough to break skin, but not gentle either. Jiang Jinci flinched, glaring up at him. What, were you raised by wolves? Jinji licked his lips, a wicked grin spreading. That was punishment. 星号定星号. Ground floor. The doors slid open. Jiang Jinci shoved him back and stalked out, her expression carved from ice. Jinji followed at a leisurely pace, his voice carrying that infuriating thread of satisfaction. Next time I hear rumors like that, it won't be a bite. She didn't look back. You're insane. He watched her go, and the smile in his eyes only deepened. A month later, Jiang Jinci aced the college entrance exam. Top scorer in the entire province. Her adopted parents walked around the neighborhood with their heads held so high they practically needed chiropractors. Then, in just a handful of months juggling classes and everything else, she founded Genesis Capital. Startup Capital. She hacked into a few notorious dark web money laundering operations and borrowed a sum nobody would ever notice was missing. First major profit came from precisely shorting a collection of overhyped pump and dump stocks. After that, it was a snowball. AI-powered stock selection, big data analytics, razor-sharp market predictions. Genesis Capital moved through the markets like a deep-sea shark, swallowing wealth in silence and rising at a pace that defied logic. Jiang Jinci transferred the majority of shares to her adopted parents' family, keeping only operational control under her own name. Lin Ziyuan and Su Hui went from initial panic to hesitant acceptance, and eventually to full-throated support of their daughter's ventures. The mental journey alone could have filled a novel. Lin Yanqing's AI talents got the stage they deserved, making him the technical backbone of both Genesis Capital and Miracle Intelligence. Even little Lin Xingyi had started learning the ropes of operations. By now, he had a respectable handful of assets registered in his own name. Months later, the World Financial Forum Summit. A massive crystal chandelier dominated the ceiling of the ballroom. The air was thick with expensive perfume and the melodic clink of champagne flutes. Elegant crowd, effortless networking the whole scene. Jiang Shuating stood with a glass of wine, laughing and trading pleasantries with the heads of several old money dynasties. Under his direction, Jiang Corporation had been on a rampage, swallowing smaller competitors, pumping stock prices into the stratosphere. Shen Suian, draped in a custom gown, clung to Jiang Jinci's arm as she drifted among the circle of wealthy wives, soaking in their flattery like a cat in a sunbeam. MRS Zhang, you're truly blessed. Jin so accomplished at such a young age, keeping Jiang Corporation running like a Swiss watch. Absolutely. And Yu Chuan, showing such promise in the military. Zhe Ye, already making waves in medicine. Shen Suian smiled with practiced modesty. You're far too kind. The children are still young. So much left to learn. She played humble perfectly. But the pride in her eyes was a spotlight. She long since forgotten about Jiang Jinci, the one she'd driven out of her home. A useless girl who couldn't stand on her own 2 feet. Mentioning her name was an embarrassment now. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanxin held court at the center of her own little circle, preening under the attention of a flock of socialites. Wanxin, you look more stunning every time I see you. Chairman Jiang and his wife must absolutely worship you. Naturally. Jiang Wanxin lifted her chin, satisfaction dripping from every syllable. Mom and Dad love me best. And my 3 big brothers. They treat me like a princess in the palm of their hands. Such a shame about Jiang Jinci, though. Still the unfavored one. How pitiful. She said it with pointed emphasis, her gaze sweeping contemptuously toward a far corner of the ballroom. There, Jiang Jinci stood in a simple white t-shirt and jeans, utterly absorbed in her phone, looking completely out of place amid the designer gowns and tailored suits. Jiang Jinci must have felt Jiang Wanxin's stare, because she glanced up. Her dark eyes skimmed right over her, cool, indifferent, then dropped back to her phone. Jiang Wanxin ground her teeth, heat flaring in her chest. A throwaway daughter. That's all she was. What gave her the right to look at her like that? Then the giant screen at the front of the banquet hall blazed to life. The host's voice thrummed with barely contained energy. Next, please welcome the mysterious founder of Guishu Capital MS, J. Guishu Capital. The name ripped through the room like a thunderclap. Guishu Capital was the dark horse that had detonated across global markets 6 months ago. Fast strikes. Clean exits. Ruthless precision. In a handful of months, it had clawed its way into the top tier of world finance, making even the oldest dynasties sit up and pay attention. Rumors said its founder, J, operated in total secrecy. No face. No name. Just the alias. Jiang Shuating's pupils contracted. He tracked Guishu Capital's rise. He even thought about reaching out, testing the waters for a partnership. He never imagined J would materialize tonight. Every gaze in the room locked onto the screen. But no person walked out. Instead, a video began to play. It opened on a dusty rural village. Lin Ziyuan and Su Hui bent over the fields, sweat darkening their brows. Then Lin Yanqing in a cramped room, fingers flying over a keyboard, dense code streaming across the monitor. Next, Lin Xinyi's bright, carefree grin. He held up a tablet showing victory screens from puzzle game after puzzle game. The final frame froze on a global reach list ranking. Lin Ziyuan, Su Hui, Lin Yanqing, Lin Xinyi, and a single entry, J. All of them. Top 10. The hosts were swelled. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. The founder of Guishu Capital, J, along with her entire family, Mr. Lin Ziyuan, MRS Su Hui, eldest son Lin Yanqing, youngest son Lin Xinyi have all cracked the latest global reach list. And the Guishu Capital miracle was orchestrated by J herself, with Mr. Lin Yanqing leading the technical execution. Using his self-developed super AI, they accurately forecasted and steered multiple waves of global capital flow. The room detonated. Jiang Shuating's wine glass slipped from his fingers. It shattered on the floor, amber liquid bleeding into the carpet. All the color drained from his face as he stared at the Lin family photos on the screen. This wasn't possible. The worthless Lin family he dismissed with a sneer they had actually. Shen Suan froze too. Her elegant smile evaporated, replaced by blank shock. She heard Jiang Shuating's voice in her head, back when Jiang Jinci first came home, dumber than a pig. A total lost cause. And her own words, so many times, Jinci, learn from Wang Xin. You'll never get anywhere like this. Who would ever want you? Now, this failure they'd written off while they were clueless had taken her entire adoptive family and launched them onto the global reach list. It felt like a fever dream. Jiang Jinci. J. She was J all along. The faceless force that had been rattling global markets for months. Jiang Shuating swayed, the room tilting around him. He always thought Jiang Jinci was just a rough-edged country girl. A little clever. Good at martial arts. Got herself called Master Jiang, but that was just underworld nonsense. Nothing respectable. But this. Respectable didn't cover it. This was ripping a hole straight through the sky. Jiang Jinci wasn't a failure. She was a monster. A monster he'd never been able to see, hidden in plain sight. That truth hit Jiang Shuating and Shen Suan like a wrecking ball. A vicious, public slap in the face. Every ounce of their dignity stripped away in front of a roomful of their peers. And Jiang Wangxin. Her smug smile was gone. Vanished. Her face had gone ashen. She stared at the screen, looking desperate enough to burn a hole through it with her glare. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Jiang Jinci be J? That country bumpkin. The bastard child she stomped on her whole life. How could she suddenly be someone even her own father had to look up to? She wouldn't believe it. She refused. Wangxin, what's wrong? You look awful, a socialite next to her murmured. Jiang Wangxin snapped back, forcing a brittle smile. Nothing. Just, surprised. She sucked in a breath, scrambling to salvage some dignity. So what if she's some J? She's still got no one who really loves her. Mom, Dad, my brothers, they love me most. The words had barely left her mouth when a commotion erupted across the room. Jiang Jinci, Jiang Yuchuan, and Jiang Jia, all three brothers, were walking in unison toward a figure in the corner. A figure in a plain white shirt and blue jeans. Then, right in front of the gaping assembly, the three proud sons of the Jiang family. Jiang Jinci, CEO of Jiang Corporation. Jiang Yuchuan, Special Forces Commander. Jiang Jia, top-ranked surgeon. They bowed their heads to Jiang Jinci. Little sister. We were wrong. Jiang Jinci spoke first, his voice rough, barely held together. The workaholic CEO was feeling actual panic and regret for the first time in his life, and it had nothing to do with the boardroom. We were blind. All of us. We failed you. Please, we're begging you. Forgive us. Jiang Yuchuan, the hardened officer, lowered his proud head too. His eyes were rimmed red. Sis. I was a bastard. Less than human. Tell me what to do to make it right. Anything. Jiang Jia, the surgeon who never lost his cool, shed every ounce of pride. His face twisted with pain and remorse. Jinci. I know I don't deserve your forgiveness. Just, give us a chance to make it up to you. Please. The scene shattered people's understanding of reality. The Jiang brothers, men of towering arrogance, were begging for forgiveness from the sister they discarded. In public. Jiang Wanxin's face went bone white. She swayed on her feet. She just bragged about how much her brothers loved her. And now, right in front of her, they were on their knees figuratively and emotionally at the feet of the person she hated most. It stung worse than any open-handed slap. Jiang Jinci kept her eyes on her phone, utterly unconcerned with the world around her. Seconds stretched. Slow. Deliberate. Then, finally, she lifted her head. Her dark gaze swept across the three men standing before her. Oh. One syllable. Light. Empty. The brothers' chests seized. Jinci. She slid her phone into her pocket and rose to face them. Your apology. I don't accept it. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried clear. The day you and Jiang Shuoting and Shen Swen threw me out like garbage, did any of you ever think this day would come? When I needed family most, where were you? I don't need you now. Her tone stayed calm. Each word landed like a blade. The three brothers went pale. It felt like their hearts were being torn out of their chests. She was right. What right did they have to ask for her forgiveness? Jiang Jinci turned without another look. She started to walk away. Miss Jiang. Please wait. Several men in dark suits moved quickly, stepping into her path. President Li, head of one of the country's oldest financial dynasties, stepped forward. He aimed a smile at Jiang Jinci, but it never came close to his eyes. Miss Jiang, or should I say MSJ? You used Guizhou capital to short our stocks and throw the global market into chaos. I think you owe everyone here an explanation. The other tycoons piled on fast. She's right. Young and ruthless. Do you even understand how high society works? If you don't give us a straight answer right now, you're not walking out of this room. They were counting on sheer numbers and seniority to intimidate the newcomer. Jiang Jinci stopped walking. She turned around slowly. The chandelier light caught her clear eyes and made them glitter like ice. Rules. A soft laugh escaped her, thick with contempt. I don't play by anyone else's rules. She tilted her head, the faintest smile curving her lips. Her innocent face now radiated a bone-deep chill. Because I am the rules. The moment the words left her mouth, the ballroom's giant screen flared to life. Real-time K-line charts from global stock markets cascaded down like a waterfall. Sickening green flooded every corner of the display. President Li and the others went pale. Phones came out in a frenzy. What the hell is happening? Our stock prices, they just crashed. Oh my god, every index is tanking. This is a global financial tsunami. Panic spread like wildfire. Jiang Jinci's voice cut through the chaos, soft but absolute. Starting today, I call the shots in the global financial markets. Anyone have a problem with that? She paused, dragging her dark eyes across the ashen-faced tycoons. Then deal with it. Unapologetically ruthless. The real Master Jiang. Zhui, the mysterious founder of Guizhou Capital. Jiang Shuoting collapsed to the floor, his face a dead gray. It was over. All of it. This financial tsunami would wipe the Jiang family off the map. Everything he'd ever prided himself on was nothing next to Jiang Jinci. Shen Swen pressed a hand over her mouth, sobbing without a sound. Regret flooded her chest. If only they had never treated her that way. In the corner, Jinji leaned against the wall, amber eyes brimming with amusement and admiration. This little thing grew on him more every single day. Beside him, Shen Su stared, totally awestruck. Boss, little Jiang, no, Master Jiang. She's a legend. That wasn't just impressive. It was god tier. Jinji strode over to Jiang Jinci. Under the weight of every gaze in the room, he stopped right in front of her and bent close, his voice low and magnetic. Boss Jiang, you really stole the spotlight tonight. 1 year later, Jinji called Jiang Jinci out again. The official excuse was a discussion on AI applications in financial risk control. The real reason? He just wanted more time with her. They sat in a quiet cafe. Jiang Jinci stayed locked on her tablet, firing off crisp technical questions now and then. Jinji rested his chin on his hand and watched her profile, long lashes curved like tiny brushes, a straight nose, pale lips. He suddenly thought she looked devastating when she concentrated. Little thing. She didn't look up. What do you think love is? He asked out of nowhere. Her fingers stilled above the keyboard. She lifted her head, dark eyes meeting his with a flicker of confusion. Love. By current sociological and psychological definitions, it generally refers to a strong emotional attachment accompanied by multiple physiological and psychological responses. Manifestations vary: familial love, friendship, romantic love. Jinji pressed his lips together. He should have known. Trying to discuss emotions with this little thing was like talking to a brick wall. I mean, have you ever actually felt something like that for anyone? He coaxed. She thought for a few seconds, dead serious. For my adopted parents and brothers, I feel dependence and trust. Does that count? Jinji blew out a breath. That's familiar love. What about between a man and a woman? Jiang Jinci frowned. Why distinguish by gender? Is emotional production really tied to gender? Or are you referring to mate selection behavior aimed at reproduction? Jinci Bai pinched the bridge of his nose. He could feel his blood pressure climbing. Let me ask you this, when you're with me, don't you at least feel not annoyed? She considered it. Not annoyed. You're more interesting than most people. Interesting. He raised an eyebrow. Some compliment. Yes. Your behavioral logic frequently exceeds my expectations. You have research value, she added. Jinci Bai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Research value. He, the eldest young master of the Jin family, was nothing more than a case study to her. All right. Then, if I kissed you, what would your reaction be? He leaned in suddenly, amber eyes gleaming with dangerous anticipation. Jiang Jinci's pupils contracted slightly. Before she could fully process the question, he dipped his head and brushed his lips against hers. Soft. Cool. With the faint bitterness of coffee. Her whole body locked up. Her mind went blank. What was this sensation? Not unpleasant. In fact, her heart even beat a little faster. Jinci Bai pulled back after a brief taste, watching the rare dazed expression on her face with triumphant delight. Little thing, do you get it now? She blinked, her long lashes fluttering like startled butterflies. She lifted a hand and touched her lips. The warmth of him still seemed to linger there. Do you mean? She looked at him, and for the first time a strange new light flickered in her dark eyes. You want to engage in mate pairing aimed at reproduction? Jinci Bai stared at her for a second. Fine. He wasn't going to reprogram her in a day. He reached out and ruffled her hair, his voice heavy with helpless affection. What I mean is, I want to pursue you. Officially. With marriage in mind. She held his gaze for a few seconds. Then a soft hum slipped from her lips. Just one sound. But Jinci Bai caught the glimmer of consent in her clear eyes and maybe a trace of something she hadn't recognized in herself yet. Something called liking. He smiled. His little thing was finally beginning to understand love. The road might twist and turn, but the ending would be exactly what he wanted. Jiang Jinci's reputation as Master Jiang echoed across the globe. She was no longer the worthless reject the Jiang family threw away. She was the rule maker, the market operator, the woman at the very top. Her birth parents were drowning in regret, but they had no right to touch her life anymore. The three Jiang brothers had finally learned that some people, once lost, are gone forever. All they could do was watch from a distance and silently wish her well. The Lin family remained Jiang Jinci's warmest harbor. And Jinci Bai, on his long, sweet path to winning her heart, never tired. He knew that once Jiang Jinci's eternal ice melted, it would turn into a fire hot enough to consume everything. He had all the patience in the world to wait, to guide, to make her see that love wasn't just a term in a database. It was the resonance of two souls intertwining. As for Jiang Jinci, she remained the cool, rational Master Jiang. But her world now held a variable named Jinci Bai, a variable that had disrupted every program she'd written. Yet it had also brought her a tremor she'd never felt before. Maybe this was what they called love. Still hard to fully comprehend. But not unpleasant. In fact, she found herself looking forward to it.